Welcome to the New York City Council hearing on children and youth. At this time, we ask that you silence all electronic devices and at no time is anyone to approach the dais. If anyone has any questions during the hearing, please see the Sergeant at Arms. Chair, we are ready to begin.
Good morning, and welcome to Fiscal 2025 Preliminary Budget Hearing for the Department of Youth and Community Development. I'm Councilmember Althea Stevens, Chair of Committee on Children and Youth Services. This morning, we'll be discussing the Fiscal 2025 Preliminary Budget expenses for DYCD, which stands at $1.1 billion. This funding includes $54.8 million in personnel expense and personnel to support the headcount of 553 positions. Majority of the budget comprises of other than personnel services, $1.1 billion. This fiscal budget is $234.5 million, less than the fiscal 2024 adopted budgets. This is partially as a result of council initiatives, which are typically not reflected in the budget at adoption, but also includes PEG's program to eliminate the gap actions in both the November and preliminary plan. We have to ensure the city is making true investments in our young people. As we're seeing the census rates increase in juvenile justice centers, while at the same time PEGs and programs that will prevent young people from becoming justice involved. So I want to get a better understanding of the impacts and the logic regarding the reduction of agency programs and services. Now is not the time to reduce our investment in the future of the city. DYCD's fiscal 2025 preliminary budget has only one new need of $4 million. Does the agency believe this is a significant resource to meet the needs of our youngest New Yorkers? An increased commitment for the city to expand and strengthen those pathways for success for children and youth will yield countless dividends for the city. The council has pushed the administration to expand shelter services and capacity for young people experiencing homelessness in DYCD youth shelters. With the influx of asylum seekers, the need for providing a safe space for individuals to reside while receiving necessary wraparound support has heightened. DYCD's youth employment program provides the city youth with paid experience. However, we need to start reimagining the workforce for young people because SYP and Work, Learn, Grow is not enough. We need to find more ways to give young people an opportunity to develop professional skills and networking. They enable the youth to learn and enhance skills, develop productive work habits, and strengthen social and leadership skills. Hence, I want to see more investments made to the initiatives that lead to direct exposure and access to paid workforce programs that are designated to keep youth positively engaged and learn valuable skills. Finally, we have to ensure that our organizations providing critical service to our youth receive fair contracts and adequate funding to pay and retain staff and run the programs successfully. Outstanding payments to contract services providers for youth services and other human service agencies must immediately resolve and avoid moving forward. DYCD has been tasked with managing the preparation of the city's next generation of leaders to their full potential and provide a great path for leaders to come. This committee wants to ensure that all DYCD programs are served as many young people as possible at the highest quality as possible. And to do so, they must have sufficient resources. Our city's budget is a moral obligation to the community members that we represent. And as a council, our responsibility is to ensure that the budget is adequate, transparent, and accountable for all New Yorkers. As the chair of Children and Youth Services and with deep roots in the nonprofit sector, I want to continue to advocate for accountability, accuracy, and to ensure that the budget we adopt reflects the multifaceted needs of young people and families citywide. This hearing is a vital part of the process. I expect DYCD will be responsive to the questions and concerns of council members. I look forward to an active engagement with the administration for over the next few months to ensure that the fiscal 2025 adopted budget meets the goals the council has set out. We want to ensure that the program for youth and young adults are equipped and serving everyone in need. I would like to take this opportunity to thank the A-team that's here with me today in chambers and back at the district office, Sandra Gray, financial analyst to the committee, Ali, unit head, Christine Yamati, Yamiti. Counsel to the committee, you would think I would say it right by now, right? But I haven't, I'm sorry. Elizabeth Arts, policy analyst to the committee. I would like to acknowledge the council members who are here to join me today. We have Councilmember Linda Lee, Councilmember Junie Menon, and I will turn it over to council, who will now swear in the administration.
Hi, good morning. If everyone from the administration could please raise your right hand.
Everybody has to testify, because we're not going to do the.
Yeah, everyone at once, please.
Thank you.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee and to respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you. You may begin when ready.
Good morning, Chair Stevens and members of the Committee on Children and Youth. I am DYC Commissioner Keith Howard, and I'm joined today by First Deputy Commissioner Alan Chang and Chief Financial Officer Navita Bailey. We are pleased to be here to discuss the fiscal 2025 preliminary budget. The budget stands at $1.1 billion. It is comprised of $877 million, or 77.7%, in the city tax levy funds, $141 million, or 12.5%, in intercity funds, $99 million, or 8.8 million, in federal funds, and $11 million, or about 1%, in state funding. This budget demonstrates Mayor Adams' strong commitment to young people and families. It will support DYCD's investment in programs to alleviate the effects of poverty and to provide opportunities for New Yorkers and communities to flourish. As you know, we are deep into planning for the 2024 Summer Youth Employment Program. And I would like to say thank you to the Council for your strong support of the program. New York City again provides 100,000 summer youth opportunities for young people ages 14 through 24 at more than 17,000 work sites. Last summer, which was the 60th anniversary of the program, and it was celebrated in a very amazing and real way. We are more than pleased that 30 city council members hosted summer youth employment workers, and for this summer, we hope that all 51 will participate. And I really want to thank the chair, Chair Stevens, you and just being a real partner in pushing your fellow council members to every year increase the participation of young people in summer youth employment program. You've been a real champion and a real partner in that space. To reach a wide range of young people, we offer the application and marketing material in 9 languages. About 11,500 participants were part of tailored experience for youth with barriers to employment, including youth with disabilities, youth experiencing homelessness, and youth who are just as involved. Our program reached nearly 16,000 youth from communities at high risk of gun violence, and over 13,000 of our participants were residents of NYCHA development. Might I add, this was the highest number served to date. More than 20,000 were part of the Career Ready program, which works with schools to align the summer youth experience with high school academic learning. We released the 2024 application for our participants and work sites on January 22nd, 2024, the earliest application released ever. We are focused on program quality. We believe that this early release will give participants more time to prepare for this summer experience and give providers time to work with the New York City business and nonprofit community to develop additional work site. To date, we have held 25 targeted recruitment events in priority police precincts, worked with the crisis management groups, and partnered with NYCHA so that applicants can make use of their digital vans. The online application closed last Friday, but we are continuing targeting recruitment to allow participants with barriers to employment the opportunity to apply. This year, all SYEP participants will receive at least 2 hours of financial literacy education as required by local law 98 of 2023. But I also want to add that the administration top line has always been financial literacy. DYCD also launched a financial empowerment peer mentoring pilot in which select work, learn, and grow participants will take CUNY courses on financial literacy and serve as peer mentors during SYEP. Work, Learn, and Grow, a school year extension of SYEP, is now serving over 7,000 youth. It is the largest class to date, with more than 1/3 of enrolled youth residing in or attending schools in the 6 priority precincts identified in the Mayor's Blueprint for Community Safety. Also, for the first time, our CMS providers, our crisis management service providers, had the opportunity to participate in Work, Learn, and Grow, with 19 CMS groups enrolling over 330 participants. 38 Work, Learn, and Grow participants are serving as youth ambassadors to students in temporary housing with a focus on migrant youth. In addition to our SYEP planning, we are actively preparing for another summer of wide-ranging enrichment programs for the city's Summer Rising program in partnership with New York City Public Schools. Applications for this summer open March 1st and will close on March 25th. And we expect to again serve 110,000 elementary and middle school students and connect them with fun, hands-on enrichment experiences to strengthen skills, develop interests, and cultivate curiosity. Some of the programming that will be offered includes drama, yoga, community service, visual arts, sports, and competitive games. We appreciate the opportunity to brief Chair Stevens and Joseph last week on this summer program. We appreciate your outreach and, again, your engagement and your partnership. Last year, we introduced Exploring Futures, a new feature of the program for middle school students to facilitate early career exploration aligned with their individual interests and passion. This program exposed students to a wide range of career paths, enabling them to navigate and explore fields that may have otherwise been unfamiliar to them. The program includes visits to CUNY campuses, career-connected field trips, and workplace tours. We look forward to another year of this exciting program. The Office of Neighborhood Safety, ONS, officially joined DYCD in fiscal year '24. This office included the Mayor's Action Plan for Neighborhood Safety, the Office to Prevent Gun Violence, Atlas, and Precision Employment Initiative, we call PEI. These programs are aligned with DYCD's mission and improve community and police relations, reduce crime, incarceration, and diminish contact with the justice system. Outreach includes hundreds of Staten Islanders in the wake of the youth violence on the borough North Shore, and CMS team helping to make Juve and the West Indian Day Parade in Brooklyn the safest in recent memory. ONS plays a major role in carrying out a blueprint for community safety announced by Mayor Adams in July. Finally, we are pleased to announce a new program, the Neighborhood Youth Team Sports Program, which offers awards up to $50,000 for youth sports programming to nonprofit organizations. This opportunity for competitive youth sports programs, which is supported by a New York State funding source, is now open for application in Passport. Bids are due by April 12th of this year. We encourage community groups to apply for contracts that will begin July 1st. The new program is in addition to our Saturday Night Lights program, which serves young people at 136 sites citywide. Saturday Night Lights programs offer safe and engaging evening sports programs, including basketball, soccer, volleyball, dance, and martial arts. Again, I want to thank you, Chair Stevens, once again, and the committee members for the opportunity to discuss the preliminary budget. We are pleased to answer your questions. Thank you.
Well, it's still morning. Good morning. I'm happy to have you guys here today. We're going to dig right in because we have a lot of questions. And I'm going to start. DYCD's fiscal 2025 preliminary budget of $1.1 billion is $234.5 million, or 17% less than the fiscal 2024 adopted budget of $1.4 billion. Excluded from the fiscal 2025 preliminary budget is $151.7 million of council discretionary funding that is typically added at adoption. What is the remaining $8.23 million difference the results of? What programs or services are being reduced in fiscal 2025 as compared to 2024?
Good morning, Chair Stevens.
Good morning.
Nice to see you. Primarily, the key difference is discretionary funding. There are small changes to our after-school program. I think there's a reduction in Summer Rising and some of our other slots on our after-school portfolio that's representative of the reduction in funding.
Can you talk a little bit about some of the small changes to the after-school program, like what that actually entails?
There's been a slight reduction to slots due to underperformance in some programs, and so we just right-sized those portfolios to reflect the attendance and participation.
Do you have a list of those programs that's been right-sized with those reductions?
I think we can provide you with more detail after the hearing.
All right, thank you. Definitely will want to see those lists. What is the additional funding intercity transfer of $970,000 in fiscal 2024 and 2025 for the Advance and Earn program?
You said intercity?
Yeah, intercity, yeah.
Sure. DYC partners with ACS to provide additional support for our participants in that program.
Okay, so that's what that was for. The Young Men Initiative, YMI, has a reduction of $200,000 in the fiscal 2025 preliminary budget plan. What is the reason for this reduction?
A slight reduction to our one contract, 100 Mile Black Men, and so that contract was reduced in the PEG plan.
And just thinking about it, that's such a small program, and you know, we had a hearing a couple of weeks ago and was talking about how we need to be looking to expand that and making sure it's open more. Why would we pick a program that probably is in one of the smaller buckets to kind of reduce when we should be actually ramping that up?
I understand your concern. I think that given the fiscal climate, the agency was trying to figure out how we can best maintain and maximize our core programming. And so this initiative is in partnership with City Hall and YMI, and so we identified this contract as a contract that can be reduced or not impacting our core services.
And I just want to add on that.
Sure.
Because I think one of the things we have to put in proper perspective is the fact that in a segment of time, DYCD, along with other city agencies, of course, had to undergo PEGs. And we're not excluded.
Some agencies have been excluded, which is part of the problem.
Well,
And you should be excluded.
I recall being on the call and the mayor saying all hands on deck. 183,000, as you mentioned, an influx of migrants asylum seeking in the last 2 years. That is a very much serious strain on any city and city's resources. And the mere fact, coupled with the fact that we have to balance the budget, which is based upon our local law, as you know. I don't have to tell you anything that you don't know. No agency head is excited about PEGs or service reductions. But this time, in what was happening in the previous PEGs, it was some serious fiscal crisis that was happening in the city. So I just want to start on that preface alone, that DYCD is not excluded from reviewing and making sure that the city as a whole is fiscally sound, and all city agencies are required.
Again, I hear you and I understand. However, we know that that has not been the case, and all city agencies some agencies were excluded. One being NYPD, because, you know, they go over their overtime all the time and have no consequences. And so we find money in those agencies, so we need to find money for our young people. So that's always gonna be my stance. And so I understand there are places we can't tighten up, but I'm never gonna have it be acceptable for it to be for young people. So I get it. We do have to make reductions, and we gotta tighten our belts, and we have to live in reality, but we also have to live in a reality that we can't always take the hit in agencies that are serving young people, because these are the agencies that typically have to take the hits and get the deeper cuts. We were already struggling before, and we can't continue to struggle with our young people. So I understand we are in tight times, but I'm still gonna push, because a budget is our moral priority, and it always sets the tone for what we deem important. And to me, our young people should be our main priority. So I get it. We have tough times, but I'm gonna push back each and every time, especially when other agencies aren't taking the cuts.
And we appreciate it, and that's why I started off in my opening statement saying that you've been a real champion in being able to advocate for young people and youth and families. I mean, that's a given. You and I have had offline conversations. We've had on the record conversation. Your effort to SYEP is on the record.
Absolutely.
So you're getting no argument here. In terms
Absolutely.
of
We're on the same page. So
we're
I'm always going to
definitely-
push. And so, like I said, the Young Men's Initiative Program, we had a hearing and they were part of our portfolio. It's a small portfolio. They've been doing really good work. And for a small program to get a cut, that's deeper than some of the bigger programs. And so that's why that's something that is a concern for me, especially when we have continuously seen increase, especially men and Black men and Latino men going into the juvenile justice system. So for me, we have to make sure we're investing where it makes sense. So I'm just going to go on to some more questions. The preliminary plan includes a reduction of $10.3 million in fiscal 2024 for the Preventative Employment Initiative Civilian Climate Corps program. The program's objective is to provide jobs to up to 3,000 individuals. How will this reduction reduce this goal? Why are those funds being eliminated?
You mentioned a number of savings, so can you just cite them?
Oh, I'm sorry. The preliminary plan includes a reduction of $10.3 million in fiscal 2024 for the Preventative Employment Initiative Civilian Climate Corps program. The program objective was to provide up to 3,000 jobs to individuals. How will this reduction reduce this goal, and will those funds, and are those funds being eliminated?
So I'm not familiar with the position,
The PEI.
you're talking about PEI, Precision Employment. So you mentioned a number of other initiatives, so I just want to make sure that we clarify that. And so the program that's being reduced is a Precision Employment Initiative, and that's due to accruals as a result of changes to the program design.
What were those program design changes?
I'm going to defer that to our Associate Commissioner Daphne Montanez, where she can expand more on what the Precision Employment Initiative is doing in fiscal year 24.
And while you're coming up, I guess also just what boroughs are these programs offered in, and how is the agency publicizing these programs?
Thank you, Chair. So the Precision Employment Program was designed to target communities most affected by gun violence by providing job training, including certifications in construction, HVAC, low voltage electrical skills, as well as work readiness and wraparound services. DYCD, the program actually transitioned to DYCD at the start of the fiscal year, and since that time, we have been evaluating the program model, and the trainings as we look to the future of the program.
So how is these reductions, is this going to change the goal of helping 3,000 individuals? And were these funds just like totally eliminated? Because I know you're saying you were evaluating the programs. Like, could you give us some more details
So
about?
it streamlined some of the training offerings provided. So because of those streamlining of
And could you be more
courses.
specific about when you say streamline, what does that mean exactly?
Sure. So we define the program length. We can define the certifications offered. There were more certifications that were offered. And so with the reduction of those training, that reduced the actual overall budget.
So when you say you streamlined, you kind of like folded it into some of the other things you were already doing currently with DYCD because you already were offering some of this stuff. Is that?
Well, I just want to also clarify that when the program came over from the Mayor's Office of Criminal Justice, Mark J., one of the reasons why it came over is because it's one of the preventive initiatives to attract and to deal with young people who are justice involved. The reason why it's over at DYCD is because we provide programming support. And so what Daphne is talking about is the basis of being able to provide an infrastructure that the program did not have.
What boroughs are these programs offered in?
These programs are situated in Brooklyn and in the Bronx. However, they target communities that are most affected by gun violence citywide.
And I don't feel like this question was answered at all. So will you still be able to offer other 3,000 jobs that were initially thought of for this program?
So we're working with ONB to have those conversations on what the program is going to look like as we move forward. We are in full support of having a program that deals with justice-involved young people. Those conversations are actively happening with ONB.
So the 3,000 jobs isn't a target anymore.
So I think we need to be clear as 3,000 slots that can lead to potential employment opportunities. So we got to be clear on exactly.
Okay, so are you going to
those
serve
are
the 3,000 people? 'Cause I feel like it's semantics right now. So
Well, I just want to be clear about
I'm being
the
clear
goals of the
too,
program.
and you're not giving me the answer. So
Well, we're still working with ONB to see exactly.
so no. So the answer is no. So let's just say no. Like I don't know why we gotta go around, and it's okay. Like it's okay. It's been transferred over. It's a new program. You're figuring it out. So no, you're not gonna serve 3,000. It's okay to say no sometimes. Like it's okay.
And I just want to add that we're still evaluating the program.
Great. And so it's still no.
So
Like, I don't know what we're doing.
we'll leave it there.
I'm not leaving it there. We're leaving it at no, you will not be serving the 3,000 people that it intended, and you're trying to figure that out. And so I will make sure we will come back with the question at a later date so we can figure out if you didn't hit the 3,000, what do we do to get there? And it's okay for it to be no.
And
That's it.
again, the program is still being evaluated.
Great. It could still be being evaluated, but you still ain't getting the 3,000. So I don't know why we're going down. I don't know why y'all always do that. Like, it's okay. Like, say no. During the previous oversight hearing for the Committee on Youth Services Aging and Contracts, Mox addressed the delay in contracting process, stating that there were a backlog of $4.2 billion that the nonprofit organizations were unable to access. What is DYCD's current contract backlog?
Good morning, Chair Stevens. DYC
Welcome
did a lot
back.
of work. Welcome back. DYCD values the nonprofit sector, and we have recognized that they are doing the work on the ground in the communities. And so we have done a lot of work over the last year to ensure there are no backlogs for our contracting, and we should have a very small amount in FY24.
Do you have the number, the amount, the
I
number?
don't believe at this time there's any backlog for FY24 as far as
No
the base
backlog?
contract.
All right, well, all right, I'd love to hear that. So you should have led with that. We don't have no backlog. Y'all should be bragging if you don't have a backlog, right?
Yes.
That just, you should be saying it with your chest, like, we ain't got no backlog, we did it, like, what's happening today with y'all? It's okay. Celebrate your success.
I'm going to say something, and I know you're going to disagree because you disagreed the last year. But I also want to pay special attention to the fact that last year, with the 12-week sprint, we were able to work with our nonprofit entity and City Hall and OMB to release at least $4 billion, to the nonprofit sector. You're going to tell me, as you often have, that that's money that they've already had.
I love when y'all answer my questions for me.
But I can tell you it was a streamlined approach, and it was something that was long overdue, and it was something that the first deputy mayor and also the mayor had recognized, and the level of investment that was needed in order to make sure nonprofits got paid on time.
Listen, it's not that I disagree. I just want to be clear. Like you remember said you want to be clear? I want to be clear that we can't always celebrate when we are giving people the money they owe. Because if I owe you $100, you want your money. And you're not going to say, like, okay, it's a backlog. You're like, no, I want my money. So the nonprofits want their money. That's it. That's all I want. That's all I'm saying. But like I said, if you guys are saying that there's no backlog, I think that you should come in and make sure that's a celebration because that's an achievement, right? So since she says no backlog, I'm not gonna spend too much time on that then. So we're gonna go into some programs. Can you provide the committee with total enrollment in fiscal 2023 and current enrollment in fiscal 2024 for Compass, Sonic, Beacon? This is a lot, so y'all might wanna write it down. So it's pretty much all the programs. Compass, Sonic, Beacon, Cornerstones, Learn and Earn, Train and Earn, Adult Literacy, and give a breakdown by borough. It's a lot, I know. And we could do it, take it one by one.
Yeah, so you want to know the enrollment by program area?
Yep.
Okay, so I can give you enrollment by program area. I cannot give it to you by borough.
So after this, if you guys could send that over, that'll be very helpful.
Okay, and so this is year to date, and again, things always point in time, so things may change in flux. And so I'm going to start with Compass in FY25. Our current enrollment is around 94,000, 94,069. For Beacons, it's 110,400.
You said Beacons, 110?
Yes. For the Cornerstone program, 19,269.
You said 19?
Yes. RHY, I'm sorry, I'm going to clarify my numbers again. I gave you FY25, I'm going to give you FY24.
Okay.
Apologies. So for Compass, it is 96,714.
96.
For Beacons, it is 116,178. For Cornerstone, it is 19,269. RHY, 813. Is there any other program area that you're asking?
Train and Earn,
Train and Earn.
and Learn and Earn, Adult Literacy.
Okay, Train and Earn is 1372. Learn and Earn, 1056. Adult Literacy, 16442.
Okay, thank you, and you can get back to with the borough breakdown at a later date, please. What is the current budget for each of those programs at baseline? That is in this baseline. It is
So I'm going to reference FY25's budget. Okay, and so for Compass, it is 385. Beacon, 61.3. Cornerstone, 59.2. RHY, 50.7. Train and Earn, 17.4. Learn and Earn, 3.5. And I believe the remaining one that you asked about was adult literacy, which was 13.4.
Is the agency eliminating the Compass Explorers program? And if so, why? Especially since though there has been basically participation, there has been significant participation in those programs.
So DYCD, again, valued our core programming, and we strongly believe that Compass Explore does phenomenal work in communities, and so we are not minimizing that, but we wanted to ensure that key comprehensive services will continue, and so we are in ongoing conversations with OMB. Again, this is a preliminary budget, and so, but at this time, the Compass Explore program is not funded in FY25.
I have real issues with that. I mean, and listen, I get it. We have cards that's dealt, but I think, especially even when we're looking at the budget, we also have to be looking at the correlation of what's also happening in the city, right? I have the fortune of sitting on the Public Safety Committee, and they talked about how there's such an increase in crime with youth, and specifically this age. And so when I'm seeing that a program that at the same time that are targeting that same age group, and then crime is rising for that age group, and then even with Summer Rising, we're eliminating Fridays, and we already know that SYP, that they're only gonna pay $750. It's like, do we not see the correlation? And so how are we not investing in a group of young people who at the same time the numbers in our juvenile justice systems are like rising. So I'm really, really concerned about that. And I understand it is tough times and we have to make sacrifices, but I think when we're looking like holistically, how does this work? And this is why I'm happy that ACS is now under my preview, because I get to see the full circle of like, oh, wait a minute, if we are over here with these programs and this is not helping them, like they're gonna end up here. And so my job now is to make sure that we are stopping that connection. And if we are eliminating programs, especially for our middle school kids, then that is going to continue. And one of the reasons why we champion middle school programs, because for years there was no programs for them, and now I'm seeing it being rolled back real slow, and I'm uncomfortable. And I'm not saying it's y'all fault, but what I'm saying is we got to figure it out. And this is going to be something that I'm going to keep yelling about, because I'm not okay with this.
Well, let's put a pin in that for a minute, right? Because if DYCD's budget is 77.7% in city tax levy money, 77.7%, and we have to go through service cuts just like any other city agency.
Stop saying like any other city agencies,
No,
because I told you all
no,
city agencies
let's
aren't.
be clear. Those are painful decisions that have to be met based upon the fiscal condition of the city. So if we have to go through service cuts, it's going to affect programming, period.
Great, but if we're not investing in the front end of our young people, we're going to invest in them in the back end. And if we prevent them from going to the juvenile justice system, it actually saves the city money. So if you want to talk about savings, the programs are actually going to save the city money. So if we want to think about long-term and savings, that's where we need to start. And so yes, do we need to tighten up? Do we need to go into the reserves and figure it out? But I'm telling you now, if we're not investing in our young people, we're going to spend so much more money on them while they're in the juvenile justice system. And once they're there, they're going to end up in rackers. Like, it's a continuous cycle. So we cannot say that like, oh, we're in a fiscal crisis. Yes, but we're going to be in a worse crisis in 10 years. So I hear you, and we're on the same page, but I'm talking about what it looks like of like making sure that we're not spending way more money on the justice system.
And you're preaching to the converted.
Great.
Okay, but I do want to add this, that, and I'll repeat what the mayor had actually said. Let's talk about what programs to cut. I'll be glad to sit down with you, go through the list of programs, and say, okay, tell me exactly where there should be cuts. Because any cut is going to be detrimental.
You know I can give you some cuts. So don't tell me to sit down with you, because you know I'll sit down with you, because there's some programs we could cut, and we could start. You want to start there? Because I could start the programs that we could cut.
So let's do it.
We could start, because you know Saturday Night Lights should be on the chopping block. So don't go there. So we could start with that. We could also start with some other programs. We could also start with Summer Rising and how the $80 million is going to DOE. We could actually put it into providers and have a much more robust summer camp. So you know I can go down the list.
Saturday Night Lights.
I could go down the list.
Is a safety.
Again, if you actually rolled it into the programs that you guys are already doing, it would actually save the city more money. So we could do this, but like, you know I know these programs.
You do know.
And so I can tell you there is places we can cut and we could find savings instead of eliminating programs that is going to continuously put our kids in juvenile justice systems. So I want to be clear, we're on the same page around like we don't want kids to end up there, but I don't think we're on the same page of how to get there. And so there is places we can find savings. There are things that we can look at to make sure that we can maintain programs at this time and figure it out, but we're not. We are literally gutting a program that I believe that is going to, if one kid ends up in jail or ends up shot this summer or ends up in these things, it's one too many. So that's where I'm at. And so I get it. There are places we can save, but eliminating programs at this time when these census are rising is not okay with me. And so we're on the same page. I just don't believe that this should be cut. That's all I'm saying.
I hear you.
What type of evaluation takes place when determining whether eliminating a program other than savings?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
What type of evaluation takes place when determining whether a program should be eliminated?
So I thought we just had this little.
No, you
back and
didn't. You
forth.
said it was for No, you said it was for savings. So what other than savings, how did you determine that a program should be eliminated? What else other than because from my knowledge is these programs are actually not actually well attended. They didn't have any other things. So other than savings, why was this program eliminated, or any program? Because I don't just want to talk about this. I want to talk about how do we prevent this. So what processes is in place that you put in to ensure that if you're eliminating a program, what are you looking at other
We
than savings?
look at the impact
And how do you do
across
that?
our program's area to determine whether or not we can still provide the critical services.
But how do you look at impact? What does that mean? Give me a breakdown of if you're saying you're looking at impact, what is the impact? What does that look like? I need more details because impact that can mean a lot of different things.
It can, but it still doesn't answer the question. The question is, based upon the fact that we are heavy in tax levy money, how do we decide based upon critical data that we have?
So where's the data?
Looking at critical impacts on critical services and making sure that
Commissioner,
we can still
I'm asking a specific
provide
question.
a
What
robust
is the impact
program.
you're looking at? I understand, other than savings, because I said that, other than savings, what else did you take into consideration? That is what I'm asking. So yes, I know that you had to have tough times. Other than impact, how did you determine that this program should be eliminated?
So, Chair Stevens, we look at who the persons are being served. We look at program performance. We look at utilization in the area. We look at key services. There are key core services that we provide. Again, we're trying to alleviate poverty, and so we want to make sure that our key marquee programs, after school, workforce programs, SYEP, our cornerstone programs, our programs on NYCHA, our ONS programs, those are key programs in our agency, and we want to make sure that we keep them whole as possible, especially if they have comprehensive services. We look at how programs are performing again, like I mentioned. A lot of our program managers go out and do site visits, and then we ensure to see how the program's performing. If they're underperforming, maybe that program can be up for a PEG if it comes up. And again, utilization. So there's a whole host of things. Again, we don't want to reduce programs. It is not our goal. It is not our intent. But again, if there's a tough fiscal climate and things are hard for us to do, we kind of figure out where can we make the best decision. But ultimately, it's never our goal to ever reduce services. We want to keep programs whole as possible. And again, most of our plan, we're trying to either maximize revenue or maximize accruals in our programs, because it's our goal to not cut slots or services. Because again, we recognize the importance of the work that these nonprofits do. And so again, we're just trying to figure out how do we maximize funding where it's been given.
Is there any other programs that have areas that have underspending in any of the other programs?
Well, over the last couple of years, we've done a number of accrual pegs, and so we are continuing to do that. And so as reflected in the peg, there are some accrual pegs in some of our other areas, and then we did that this year.
I'm going to go into Sonic. What are the current number of seats in the Sonic program, and how many seats are being reduced?
The Sonic program, I do not have that in front of me as far as the number of slots for this upcoming summer, but I know that we reduced a little over 3,000.
Well, we can give you that
So we can
information
give you
offline.
that, yes.
Okay. Will there be participant rate of increase for Sonic and Compass programs? What is the current rate, and what could be the potential new rate?
Are you talking about the rate of participation?
Yeah.
Okay, so are you referring to the school year program or the summer program?
We
Because
can break it down between the both, yeah. I'm sorry, I should have specified.
So I believe for the school year program, the middle school program, the target is 75% on rate of participation, and for elementary programs, it's 80%. There is not a specific target for a rate of participation for summer programming.
What is the attendance for the Beacon and Cornerstone programs, the rate of participation?
I don't have that information right in front of me, but I can give you that.
Okay. Do you feel that there's adequate space for Beacon programs? And if not, what changes are being made to implement more space?
Well, Beacon programs are located in school buildings, and so we believe there's enough space for Beacon programs, but if there's any issues at a particular site, we will work with them and work with the DOE to see how we can best make sure that we can serve participants.
The preliminary budget includes an additional $4 million for Cornerstone mill rate increase. Why? Could you talk a little bit more about what those additional funds would be used for, and how did this come about? Because I know there's been a lot of talk about meals on the DOE side, and so I want to have a moment of time to talk about it on our side.
$4 million is supplemental funding to allow cover the cost of the increased rate for the reimbursement for meals. And so we had other funding that came in that's not city tax levy, and so the administration and their commitment to ensuring that all participants are fed provided additional funding to make sure that we are whole on that budget, on that contract.
How many young people are being served through this program currently?
I don't
think you
have
said-
that
I think you said-
information in front of me, but I can get that for you.
So the funding increase for fiscal '24, will the mills rate increase require funding in the overlapping years? Because it was only for fiscal 2024, so what are we going to do
I
moving
think this is the
forward?
first year of the contract, and so we're looking at utilization, and so we just wanted to make sure that we had enough funding to cover this year, but we're in ongoing conversations with OMB to ensure that this is funded in the out years, and we're confident that if a participant needs food and they're in our program, that they will get the food that they need.
I'm going to ask a couple more questions, and I'll hand it over to my colleagues. Advanced and Earn, how many providers are in the Advanced Earn program?
The Advance and Earn program, I don't have it right in front of me as far as the number of providers that we have. But we can give you that after. I'm going to defer to our Associate Commissioner, Daphne Montanez, who can give you that information readily.
There are 5 providers within the Advance and Earn program, and we have 7 programs.
7 programs. Which borough and district has the highest attendance rate for the program?
I'll have to get those numbers by borough for you.
Okay. And how many adults are currently in the Advance and Earn program?
Currently, for fiscal year '24, we are enrolled at 1,077
Bless you.
young people.
Thank you. I'm going to ask a couple more questions. I'll hand it over. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that. So the preliminary plan includes fiscal 2025 budget headcount of 13 positions for the Office of Neighborhood Safety. Is the budget headcount significant to meet the needs of the program? And what is the current headcount for these programs?
So with the Office of Neighborhood Safety, we're still transitioning that program over into DYCD. The conversation and the MOU that we were able to sign was in February of last year, and July is when the programs and the contract also transitioned as well, along with the staff. So we're still in the transition year with the staffing and the programs for the Office of Neighborhood Safety.
So you're not sure if that is significant, and in the last year you haven't been able to say yeah or no, you need more, or you're still?
We're still evaluating, and we're in conversations with OMB to make sure that the program has the resources that it needs.
This program was transferred from MOX and adopted last year. Were there any major contract issues with the organizations who had not received funding? What improvements have been made to address the contract problems that the program occurred?
So again, this is a transitional year, and so DYC did a lot of work to ensure that we try to ensure cash flow to these providers. And so for fiscal year '25, as part of the transition year, we are moving to our CMS portfolio to have direct contracts so that they will be able to have a much more intentional and direct relationship with DYCD, and that way we can provide much more support for fiscal management.
Have any providers experienced any delays in receiving funding? Because I know that was a huge issue when it was on the other side, and I know that was one of the many reasons why it was transferred over. So can you talk a little bit about what the transition has looked like, and have we seen less delays?
So what we can honestly tell you about the transition is that most of the organizations in CMS require technical assistance and capacity building to be able to build out their front office.
And can you talk about the technical assistance that you guys are actually providing to those programs?
Well, basically, improvement in their governance policies. We're talking about improvement in their front office processing. We're talking about improvements in being able to submit invoices in a timely way and Passport. Those are some of the system building that is required when as we made an assessment of the ONS. And we're still, again, transitioning and helping those organizations which are vital to public safety.
I know, but I know y'all doing so much more, so talk about it. Like, y'all doing so, I know the work that y'all doing, so talk about the stuff that you guys have been doing with them to like help build out their capacity.
So Chair Stevens, DYSD is, we're a contracting agency. We do a lot of work with program management, and so DYSD has been a lot more intentional work regarding, again, he mentioned TA, organizational development, work around ensuring that the fiscal team is much more robust. I think there's a lot more work that's been going, looking at program design and program model to see what's effective, what is not, and again, we're in a transitional year, and so this is a year to just kind of do an assessment of the program and figure out what is the best approach to do moving forward to make sure that we're meeting the goals of the program area.
No, I agree, and I know y'all been doing that, and I'm giving y'all a moment to brag about the stuff y'all been doing.
I understand.
Well, it's not bragging. It's
No, it is bragging, and this again, brag about the stuff you've been doing. Like, you've been doing some stuff, and I know what you guys have been
So
doing.
I'm gonna allow, Associate Commissioner Darrell Rattray to.
But before Darryl gets on.
Okay.
I'm like giving y'all alley-oop.
So I appreciate the alley-oop. We're going to make sure we slam dunk it once you give us the alley-oop. But also, we want to also understand that in terms of the infrastructure, for us, we were able to right-size it by giving these organizations advances. And these advances help them to be able to continue programming in terms of their continuity of service. And that was one of the major things that these organizations needed. They needed advancement, they needed technical assistance, and they needed help in invoicing and budgeting. That was very key. Dal, you want to add to that?
Good morning, Chair Stevens. So in addition to what the commissioner and following his vision, we made sure that as we entered FY24, that every CMS provider had advances on their contract. So they had cash flow to go into the summer, which was really important in their planning, in their, we also did the Labor Day weekend, which was important. So again, having cash flow during the hot months of the summer where, unfortunately, at times, historically, crime could be up. We made sure that Labor Day weekend was one of the safest in New York City's history, and that our CMS providers were supported. In addition to that, we are also connecting them to our ecosystem. So part of the goal was, how do we take the CMS provider who's used to working within a catchment, but may not have access to all of the other opportunities and resources within that catchment, whether it be other nonprofits, community centers, what are they connecting these young adults that they're coming into engagement with? What are they connecting them to? What are they connecting their families to? We've been running a campaign ensuring that we are having those meet and greets on the ground. Chair Stevens, I know you've been to some, where we are connecting them to those resources and opportunities, whether it be through co-location. Hey, here's now the opportunity for you to utilize some of that space. Bring your services into that community center. Provide an activity within the center that also engages young adults from that either natural development or neighborhood. So we've been intentional about making those connections. And again, to what the commissioner is saying and what I want to say Deputy Commissioner Naveed, I just upgraded you, I think.
All right, congratulations. Hope she get a pay increase too.
And to what Navita is saying, we've been also working with them on the capacity building, their internal supports, the supports for organizations, and more importantly for me, we're bringing them onto direct contracts with DYCD so we could be more intentional about supporting them.
Yeah, and I mean, I know that it's been a great effort around like really trying to get the collaboration to go on around the different programs in the DYCD portfolio, which makes sense. Like, I was at one of them and they had homeless runaway youth programs there and all the things. And so those things to me are really important. But even thinking about like within DYCD, can you talk about, and now especially because I'm also the chair, what the cross-agency collaboration looks like as well? And how can we talk about that? Because I know one of the things that I've been really pushing for is talking about like, ACS has a lot of programs that they're working on and, they refer to you guys, and I know you guys refer to them. And so could you talk about what agency collaboration looks like as well, because I think that, especially with the CMS providers, it is important for them to be in like those spaces. And when we're talking about the juvenile justice system, and even when they're coming home, could we talk about what that full circle looks like as well, and how we can use the CMS providers to help with some of that work, and especially around recidivism?
No, yeah. So let me start, and Darryl, you can definitely jump in. One of the things that the mayor was very, very intentional about was the fact that city agencies, commissioners, and line staff and senior staff work collaboratively together with other city agents to make sure we share resources. We have a very good relationship with ACS, being able to meet with them on a regular basis, along with public schools, because I think with the CMS, we have to be able to be invested in public schools. So we're literally in public schools working with the chancellor and his team. We have direct communication and relationship with Department of Social Services to be able to provide those benefits and those supports, victim services as well. So and Maya, I add you also with the Office of Emergency Management as well, looking at exactly responses and things of that nature. We also have a good relationship with NYCHA in terms of CMS, because when we look at the Mayor's Action Plan, we have to look at the 30 precincts, NYCHA areas, excuse me, NYCHA areas, yes, that has the highest level of violence. So it's a multi-agency approach to the crisis management system and all of the levels of investments that we have there.
No. How many staff currently work on contract evaluation for the ONS programs?
1, 2. So we currently...
two?
No, 1,
Just
2.
you?
I was testing the mic.
Oh, I thought
I'm
you said
from the
just you.
Bronx. This is how we test the mic. So we currently have 18 staff working in the ONS program.
18? Do you think that's significant to evaluate the significant portfolio that just was like transferred over?
I think we're still going through a transition a year, and we're evaluating those programs as we speak, in addition to having those conversations with OMB.
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 I was not saying it in a good way, because you know how. I'm gonna pause here. Y'all know I got more questions, but I like to leave some space for my colleagues. But I would like to also acknowledge Councilmember Williams and Councilmember Brewer also joined us, and of course, Councilmember Williams is the first one to have questions. So, oh, she didn't. Oh yeah, you were there. I'm sorry. Hey girl, how you doing? But I'm gonna turn it over to Chair Joseph, followed by Chair Lee. Oh, Councilmember, I'm the chair today, I'm sorry.
We're the co-chairs today.
You are not the co-chair. Just sit down.
But we love our kids because I'm the education chair, so our work is entwined, so I love that. And that's why we fight so hard for young people. Good morning.
Morning.
I have a few questions around.
It was Williams.
Oh, was Councilmember Williams?
Yes, I don't.
My bad. Go ahead.
He skipped you. She is 3 on the list. You're not here. Councilmember Lee, it's you. Everybody's so polite here today.
You may go.
Oh, because it's a panel full of
No,
women.
I'll go after you. Go. No, Chair Joseph, go. I'll go after you.
I like the way they fight. You see how we get along, the sisters over here? Take some notes, y'all. I wanted to talk around the DYCD literacy RFP included 11.9 for adult literacy education, 3.6 for adult basic education, high school equivalency, and 8.3 for basic education in native language, English as a new language. However, the mayor's preliminary budget for FY25 includes $21.7 million for DYCD adult literacy. This is a difference of nearly $10 million. What are those additional funds going towards?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hi, how are you? So essentially this is a technical adjustment. The funds are not in the appropriate area in the budget, and so we will be making an adjustment to move it, but those funds are accounted for and they support our Advance and Earn program and YMI.
Quick question, what was the rationale in determining the change in the RFP though?
Can you elaborate on what you're referencing when you say change?
you change the RFP, how many new students would this new RFP would serve?
So we do not anticipate any loss in slots with the new RFP that's being released.
Okay. The RFP provides per student reimbursement rate?
Correct. Per participant rate.
Okay, about 1,300, or is much, okay, much lower than the 27 requested by the council and the New York City Coalition for Adult Literacy. Do you feel per student rate, reimbursement rate is sufficient?
We believe it's sufficient based on the funding that we have in our budget, yes.
I know that was coming. Was there any consideration made for the 2,700 rate?
I think we recognize the challenges, and we looked at the services that we're offering and the cost of, and we believe that the 1,300 is adequate to support what we are reflecting in the RFP.
This agency likes to save money. So by limiting the adult literacy program to only 41 neighborhoods, though, the RFP limits which program can apply as only program located within the 41 designated NTA will be eligible. I know that was one of the things we got from the providers, that the RFP was located in certain areas that normally are not.
So, Council member, help me understand this.
Help you understand? You're here to tell me.
Please help me understand this. Because I'm still trying to wrap my head around the process that we're all familiar with, right?
Right.
So we know that there's a concept paper that gets issued. We know that in that concept paper, there's an exchange with all of the stakeholders based upon exactly what we feel and what the stakeholders feel should be a robust program.
Mm-hmm.
Based upon the concept paper, that's where we have that equal exchange. So we also are aware that DYCD is a anti-poverty agency, and that we're focusing on participants who are in neighborhoods who are at the highest level of poverty.
Right.
So it's interesting to me that when the concept paper came out, we did have engagement from our stakeholders, and we did have engagement from certain members of the council. But the way that the RFP has landed deals specifically with our investment in order to address inequities.
Gotcha.
So I'm trying to understand, why is it that there are issues with organizations or advocates saying that they've been excluded? No one is excluded from the RFP. Everyone can apply to the RFP.
Well, I'm happy you're saying that on the record, so maybe they did not know or they missed it. So that's why we're asking this question, because we did get a lot of calls as to why certain groups felt excluded. So now you're clarifying it, and that's what we're doing. I love that.
Well, everybody could apply, but I think some of the issue is around not just being able to apply, but not being considered because they're not in the right catchment areas. And so there is some confusion around that. So if you can clear that piece up, because I think that that's where some of the confusion around adult literacy is, that
That was
yes,
my
everyone is open to apply, but providers feel like they will have less of a chance if they're not in one of the NFTs. So if you can clarify what that is then, because that's where a lot of the providers are having pushback.
Okay. Dana?
Dana can tell me, our agency chief contracting officer will respond to that question.
Good morning, Chair. So you're right, everyone can apply to the RFP, but as the Commissioner said, our priority is to ensure investments are going to the most needed neighborhoods. So at this time, we can't predict who's going to apply to the competition, how the scores are going to happen, right? But they can apply, and depending on how the awards come and their scores, DYCD will make the awards on the best interest of the city, ensuring that we are taking those 41 neighborhoods into consideration.
Is there a list of those 41 neighborhoods?
It's in the RFP, yes.
Okay, I'll look it over.
We can give it to you.
I know you would. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
This was not a part of, hi, everyone. This is not a part of my questions, but an issue that I always have with RFPs and in working in city agencies is, we all know, like when you craft an RFP, you can intentionally craft an RFP to ensure that there are opportunities across the spectrum, or you can curtail an RFP that only allows either for certain providers to actually be awarded the contract. And so it's always interesting to me, and I know you guys put out these concept papers across different agencies, but to me, it's always focused on whatever the intention is within the agency that isn't always reflective of community need and equity amongst the different providers. So I don't know if you have any further information on how, I guess, moving forward in the future, how you could curtail the criteria and the scoring of these RFPs to increase opportunities across the spectrum for providers, because that's the problem. Because it's a little disingenuous to say, like, oh, everybody can apply. Yeah, of course, we know it's a public RFP, but if you don't meet the criteria to actually even be in the running for it, why would you waste your time to apply for said RFP? And there's been a ton of RFPs, not just with DYCD, but other agencies that disproportionately affect certain nonprofit organizations. And if you look across the board, the nonprofits that are actually being contracted these awards kind of fit the same mold. And so, I just wanted to know within, how you guys craft the criteria of the RFPs. Are there any considerations around equity and opportunity across multiple providers, and not just, again, curtailing the RFP to fit, what your intention is? Like, RFPs can be biased. And I think we don't talk about that because we hide behind the RFP because it seems like a democratic process, but the RFP itself can be biased. So just wondering if you have any feedback on that.
Let me see how I can explain this to you, because it's very, very important that I put forth this clear message that we are guided by procurement rules, and we are guided by a robust system of engagement based upon community and community needs. Some of the RFPs that we're talking about haven't been procured in 9, 10, 12 years. They are old program models that we're looking to be able to right size. This is why it's critical that we have an engagement with all the stakeholders, both small, large, mid-sized organizations. We have engagement with the council. We have engagement with stakeholders in the community through our concept papers. And those engagements and those conversations actually wind up crafting what the RFP looks like and what communities are served. We're also doing a very, very robust job in bringing those small organizations, those BIPOC organizations, into a competitive situation where we are providing capacity building and we're meeting with them in real ways to make sure that they are strengthened enough to be competitive in this space.
Okay, I feel that. And, I've worked with very stringent procurement processes for a bi-state agency, and still I know in working with procurement offices that you still can curtail RFPs that do follow procurement procedures to maximize opportunities across the spectrum. So I hear you. I just think oftentimes, if the agency or whomever is thinking that they have the ideal opinion about what it should be, you check those boxes, but after you've checked those boxes, the RFP still sometimes reflects a dynamic that isn't necessarily equitable for agencies or organizations across the spectrum, but I'll move on. So back to ONS. So the budget cut close to about $90 million. Can you provide more details on what exactly will be impacted? I think there is some discrepancies around what specific services will be impacted from the budget cut.
So hi, Councilmember Williams. Can you elaborate on what you're referencing regarding a $90 million reduction?
I think I just saw it.
Because to our knowledge,
It's not? Okay.
Yeah, so there was a reduction to the Precision Employment Initiative that was referenced, and that was a 1-year reduction for this current fiscal year. And we have not taken any other substantial reductions to the program. I think that, so I just want to be clear about what you referenced,
Right.
$90 million.
So the FY24 adopted budget for ONS was, I guess, roughly $216 million. The prelim plan has it at roughly $194 million. FY25 is $125 million, so it's a difference of about $90 million for ONS specifically.
So what I can do is I can provide a walkthrough for you after the hearing.
Yeah, that would be good because $90 million feels like a lot of money to be cut from a particular program. And so just wanted to have more details around what will be impacted by way of the $90 million.
So we are committed to not doing any reduction to this portfolio. Again, DYSD understands the importance of this portfolio and the work that they do in this community, and so we're in ongoing conversations with OMB to ensure that funding continues next year, but I'm not familiar with the $90 million reduction, so we can follow up with you offline.
Okay, still on ONS, what is your relationship with the czar that was appointed about 2 years ago? There was like a czar of gun violence that the mayor announced, so just wanted to understand how you're working with the czar.
So we have a very good relationship with A.T. Mitchell, who is the czar for the gun violence task force. We meet on a regular basis. I have weekly meetings with A.T. Mitchell.
And what do you guys discuss?
We discuss programming. We discuss investment in the CMS. We discuss training for CMS. We discuss a lot of technical assistance that's needed to grow out CMS. So it can be in a range of topics. We also meet with a core group of some of the CMS providers every 3 weeks on a Saturday to make sure that we're hearing from them as well on how do we grow, how do we provide resources, how we continue services as well.
Councilmember, we'll do a second round if that's
Yep,
okay.
all right, thanks.
Have you come back. Could we, Councilmember Lee, and then followed by Councilmember Brewer, and then Menor.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm over here. Just wanted to ask a couple questions also about the adult literacy RFP, because I used to run DYCD funded, adult literacy programs at my former nonprofit for many, many years. And this is going back to like Mike O days, who then moved on to become director of MOX and all of that. So very much familiar with all the procurement contracting processes, and just wanted to dig in a little deeper for the record about how what criteria were you guys using in terms of creating more equity across the city for these RFPs? Because I know that in my communities, especially a lot of the like the languages that we serve in our communities are more niche, and it may not necessarily fit into, the communities that we serve may not fit into those zip codes that are outlined. And so just wondering how you're going to accommodate for that, because going back to Councilmember Williams' point, if I'm a nonprofit executive and I see that these are the requirements and the criteria, I may not have capacity to have staff apply for these grants that we may not get awarded for. And I brought up the same point actually to Commissioner Vassan yesterday about the clubhouse RFP, because in trying to recreate the landscape of the clubhouses, they set the minimum number of attendance, daily average attendance, higher to 300 when the national average is only 100. And so you have to, and so I know that the smaller clubhouses, many of them actually did not apply because of that requirement. And so in changing the RFP, I think we also need to recognize that there are certain groups that will be left out. And I just want to know what the intention was there, and also what the outreach was to the current and former providers for adult literacy, and how that conversation happened and how that was factored in.
So we can talk to you about the engagement that actually happened on multiple levels. We can talk to you about the methodology, as I had indicated before, that we are an anti-poverty agency. We rest solely on guidance from Executive Order 45 in terms of equity that all city agencies are required to adhere to.
But I just also want to point out, I'm sorry not to interrupt, but I also want to point out that in some communities, that poverty is very hidden. So it may not be reflected in the data that you have. And that's my point, is that especially a lot of these families in the Asian community, for example, they are multi-generational, living in the same home. So that poverty is not showing up in the same way. So I just wanted to put that on the record as well.
Oh, no, I appreciate that. And what we did is we landed on the census report, ACS to be able to, and NTA to be able to guide us in in crafting exactly what the RFP is actually going to speak to. But I'll let Mike Bobbitt, our Deputy Commissioner, also talk about the engagement part as well.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, Councilmember Lee, for the question. As the Commissioner correctly references, we did rely on the most recent American Community Survey data and neighborhood tabulation areas to try to inform program citing where it's likely that there are persons in need. But under the program design, participants can hail from anywhere in New York City, so no one is precluded from participating or presenting for services if they need services. Poverty was the main criterion used, and it's part of the methodology that DYCD is using going forward, as the Commissioner referenced, having an equity approach and trying to have a poverty alleviation approach. For the literacy RFP, 70% was based on the highest poverty rates, 30% was based on specific literacy-related indicators. So for adult literacy, it's the number of English language learners in New York City public schools. For the ABE and HSE programs, the number of adults over the age of 25 without a high school diploma. And for ESOL and BENL, it's the number of individuals over 5 years with limited English proficiency. So given the amount of resources available, we did try to target and inform program site decisions with those criteria in mind. But again, as I said, participants are not excluded from being served anywhere in New York City.
And Mike, could you also speak to the investments that we have in other program areas like the HERC?
Sure. Well, one other thing I meant to mention earlier, because you had asked about what informs, and also in support of the Commissioner was saying, there's extensive stakeholder engagement that is done. That includes current DYCD-funded providers and other providers in the space. We also made a point for the concept paper and the RFP of talking to folks who may have given back contracts over time. How can we right size, look at staffing models and program models so that it would be less likely in the future that providers would want to give back a contract, and look at trends both within New York City as well as outside New York City, and talk to advocates and others in the space who are informed. I'm sorry.
And the HERCs.
Oh, yeah. There are also other current investments outside of this prospective RFP. As the Commissioner mentions, we're providing ESOL at 6 of the humanitarian emergency relief centers. So that's a different, serving a different need through a different methodology.
Yeah, I have a HERC in my district, so. Okay, and then just really quickly, out of the 41 NTAs, how many, did it decrease or increase from the previous round of RFPs? And then also, if a group, if an area is showing high percentages of LEP, but not the poverty, then how does that get factored in? And then I'll save my second round of mental health questions for later. Sorry.
I think that's a level of detail we want to have a sidebar conversation with you after the hearing about, but we can unpack it for you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We're going to go to Councilmember Brewer and then Mena. And I would like to acknowledge Councilmember Aviles, who's also joined us.
Thank you. Just also on the adult literacy, I mean, I thought that NYCHA would also be, because many of us have huge numbers of NYCHA, will not be included in your census because the other neighborhoods around it will outlie the NYCHA number. So you take that into consideration when you're doing the RFPs, NYCHA?
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to get back to you then on council.
Okay, I've been asking this question for about 40 years, so it would be great to get an answer. Number 2, on the adult literacy, the wait list, is that something that you look at? Because obviously I have about 7 hotels, everybody wants adult literacy, everybody wants to learn English. Is that wait list, nobody can get an appointment. Is that wait list taken into consideration when you're doing the RFP? Or do you have wait list information?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Brewer. I'm not as familiar as perhaps I ought to be about the wait list you're referencing. Could you say a bit more about it?
Sure. I'm just saying, I would assume that many of the programs that you fund, particularly today, they've always had, but they have even more wait lists for people who want to get in and there's no room. So that's what I'm saying. Is there any information along those lines? Because I have to say, as others here feel, the adult literacy at all levels, whatever program you're talking about, from libraries to DYCD, nobody can get an appointment. So because understandably, good programs and great need. So I'm just wondering, do you keep track of the wait list?
Thank you, Council Member. Yes, one of the things that we appreciate about the council's support also making additional slots available. And so with the one-shot funding that's been available for the past several years, it has been our practice to poll the providers and to find out what their additional capacity is beyond what they procured initially under their RFP. So that's a practice that we've had in place for the past several years, certainly.
So at another time, if you could let us know what that wait list is, we'd appreciate it.
Sure.
Number two, NYCHA. So when I go to Rikers, not everyone, many of the detainees know me. Hi, Gail. Hi, Gail. Hi, Gail. Why? Because I am a huge supporter of NYCHA and the residents, as you are. But too many of them are at Rikers. Too many of them. So my question is, despite the fact that you mentioned in your testimony and in responses that you're working with NYCHA, I would love to see a lot more of your programs. First of all, NYCHA is NYCHA, and they don't have community centers open enough hours. I've put more money into hours in my neighborhood. I do know the whole borough of Manhattan. I don't know anything about other boroughs, but I know about Manhattan. And I know that many of the community centers are not open long enough hours, that there aren't enough programs. And I'm just wondering, as you have and the mayor has said correctly, doesn't want silo agencies, but somebody has to say that NYCHA is a priority and we're going to do all the programs that the chair is talking about plus in those NYCHA developments. They're just not there. So I'm wondering, what do you do to focus on NYCHA?
And Deputy Commissioner Susan Haskell will talk about NYCHA, but NYCHA is a real partner in the DYCD space. As you know, Council Member, we do run programs in NYCHA.
I know.
A significant amount of programs through our provider network, but specifically, as Deputy Commissioner Haskell will mention.
I think you raise a great point about additional hours, and our investment in DYCD in NYCHA community centers has continued to grow, started with 25 cornerstones to 45. We're now at 99 cornerstone centers, about to be 100.
What are the ages of Cornerstone, the ages that you can address at Cornerstone?
K through adults, all ages, different periods of the day, focusing on different ages, childcare priority in the 3 to 6. We also have been expanding hours, not just the locations of the NYCHA community centers, but in the summer, programs are running 7 days a week until 11 p.m.
Yeah, but we need winter and summer. So at some point, could you give us a breakdown as to what you understand, what NYCHA developments you're in and the hours? Because it's my understanding, at least in Manhattan, it's not as comprehensive as what you're suggesting, and that we do need a lot more programs at NYCHA. And unfortunately, DYCD is the place to go to get these programs.
Yes, we can give you the complete list and the comprehensive hours.
Okay. And then just finally, I also want to just mention as an example on the adult literacy, Riverside Language would be an incredibly good program that is not in one of the 41 neighborhoods, but I assume that they could apply and they may or may not get selected. Is that correct?
That is correct. They can apply.
And then the financial literacy that you do, and generally, does it get evaluated for the SYEP? And just generally, how do you do evaluation of your programs? Is it done internally? Is it done externally? And what's the cost?
So, hi, Councilmember Brewer. I don't have the cost necessarily in front regarding the evaluation, but there are multiple evaluation modalities that we take, whether it be internal or external. We have external vendors who also conduct evaluations, and we have our internal team who do evaluations via site visits.
All right. At some point, could you get us the outside, because that might be easier, cost of the outside evaluation vendors and what they evaluate? All right.
Sure.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I just have a quick question. Deputy Commissioner Haskell, you just said that there are 90 cornerstones, soon to be 199? What? Yeah, no, I can't hear.
99 now.
Oh, it's 99 and it's about to be 100?
Yeah.
So you're getting one new one? What is it? What's the new one? Where is that?
Oh, Gowanus, yes.
Oh, okay. Okay, I just want to know. Councilmember Minna, thank you.
Great, thank you so much, Chair. So in your prelim budget, you have funding for just one new need. Obviously, we're in tough fiscal times. My question is, what new needs did you submit to OMB that were not granted?
So we didn't, the preliminary budget was not necessarily a new need plan. It was a plan to submit for savings. And so we are in ongoing conversations with the OMB regarding service levels for next year and to make sure that there are no changes to them.
But, okay, to be clear, what new needs does the agency have moving forward that you are going to be pushing for? I mean, clearly your mandate is enormous. It's so important. I'm concerned that with just one new need being funded, what are you going to be focused on moving forward to get the new needs funded?
We have a strong relationship with OMB, and so we are in ongoing conversations, and so we want to make sure, like, for example, the financial literacy, which is a mandate that came last year, that will continue next year. So that'll be part of our new need conversation. I think that it's in flux, and again, as I mentioned, we have a number of program models that have had changes, and so it's hard to pin down the exact amount as we're still going through ongoing conversations about what we're doing next year and how we're going to best fund them.
Speaking of the financial literacy, who is running that?
Well, DYCD provides additional funding, and then our nonprofit providers implement those services.
Are you working with the Department of Consumer and Worker Protection on that?
Yes, we are.
So is DCWP's Office of Financial Empowerment actually doing the financial literacy?
I'm going to defer to our Deputy Commissioner, Susan Haskell, to further elaborate on what financial literacy is being done at these programs.
Yes, our relationship with them is really close. When we launched that program in the last fiscal year, they helped us to develop the curriculum. We're working hand in hand. We continue to have a very tight partnership with them on the financial literacy program.
But I feel like that's great that you've got a partnership. What I'm trying to get to is you've got an agency who has a whole Office of Financial Empowerment who runs over 30 financial empowerment centers. Are you partnering with them? Are they the ones that are providing that?
Yes, and we have put financial counselors in each of the drop-in centers for runaway and homeless youth, and they are helping to train, provide curriculum and train those workers so they can be doing it on the ground. I don't know that they have capacity to meet, to do individual counseling with every runaway and homeless youth. What we're trying to do is build capacity and knowledge and resources in the drop-in centers with their support.
I just want to make sure that the agencies are not siloed and that you're working collaboratively and not, in tandem.
No, we're not. And in fact, we just recently had meetings with the commissioner and her team, and we're looking to see how we can expand what they do in terms of financial literacy to other parts of DYCD, specifically just as involved young people as well.
Okay, one last quick question. On summer youth employment, the November plan includes a reduction in $5.5 million for MetroCards for fiscal year 2024. Can you talk about that reduction and how many participants last year received the MetroCard?
Sure. So the reduction was the savings because we were able to obtain accruals for it. I do not have right in front of me the exact number for the MetroCards last year, but we were able to distribute a large amount last year to our providers who were able to make sure those participants were able to go from their employment.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Aviles?
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, DYCD staff, for being here. Apologies if I am repeating a line of questioning you may have already responded to, but this one is very important to me, and we've been engaged in dialogue around it, the adult literacy program. Hugely important, and for the record, I have said over and over again how underfunded this work is. And how critical. And given the increases in the immigrant population in our city, we've seen upwards of 40% of our city's population are immigrants. Huge language needs. So in terms of the current DYCD literacy RFP, right, it has a total of $11.8 million in funding. For adult literacy, for adult basic education, high school equivalency, and ESOL. That's nearly $5 million less than the current fiscal 24 funding for DYCD adult literacy. This $5 million reduction means that services will be cut for 7,000 students, just over 16,000 students in 2023 to 9,000 in 2025. The RFP will also likely lead to at least 12 city council districts that currently have DYCD RFP funded classes to lose those classes. Yet the fiscal 25 preliminary budget includes $21.7 million earmarked for DYCD adult literacy, which is 10 million more than what is in the RFP. Help us understand the numbers here. So what is the intended use of the additional 10 million that was added in preliminary fiscal 25?
Hi, Councilmember Aviles. Councilmember Joseph asked a similar question regarding the variance in the funding. And as I mentioned to her, it's due to a technical adjustment that needs to be made. There's additional funding that's reflected in the budget function that is not necessarily allocated to this program area. There will be no reduction in slots to the adult literacy program moving forward. And again, the funding that you're referencing is associated with our Advance and Earn and YMI program areas.
So the current 11.8 million, there is no reduction.
The RFP currently that's out there reflects the baseline funding that DYSD has. DYSD, due to PPP rules, cannot include one-time funding in the RFP. And so what's reflected on the street right now is baseline funding that the agency currently has. As common, we get one-time funds every year, and when those one-time funds come in, they will be added to the RFP, and we will ensure there'll be no reduction in slots. So what you're seeing right now is the baseline funding that's reflected in our budget.
Okay, so in fiscal, what we're seeing in fiscal 24, the allocation in the preliminary plan was 46 million.
Correct.
For adult literacy. And what we're seeing in the 25 preliminary plan is 21 million, and that's a $20 million reduction. But you're saying 10 million.
10 million of it is associated with another program area. So that's reflected there. And then again, there's one-time funds that happen every year that come into our budget that is associated with the adult literacy program. So that's where you're seeing the gap.
So that 10 million could not be, wouldn't we want to baseline that 10 million so that we're not having these discrepancies?
I think DYC will always encourage baseline funding to our budget, but that's not our current, our current status right now. And so we're moving forward with the funding that we have currently in our budget.
So for the record, there were also discrepancies between the between what is allocated in the RFP and the overall program. How do you explain those discrepancies? Does it take $10 million to provide $10 million in funding for the RFPs?
I'm not understanding your question.
So what's the total amount allocated for funding to providers in the RFP?
The RFP currently reflects 11.8 million for the providers for the adult literacy area.
Right, so that's the total RFP. So 21.7 million, that's in the preliminary plan.
And as I mentioned, the $10 million variance is associated with a different program area.
What's the program area? I'm sorry.
Advance and Earn, and the YMI funding is reflected in that area. And so
why is it in the adult literacy program?
It's a technical adjustment.
Okay, I'm sorry. This is so difficult, but it would seem to me we also have a different line item. It should be there.
That's why we're going to do a technical adjustment.
Okay, I got it. You know, the numbers don't math all the time, and we've got to keep asking these questions. In terms of the RFP process, I know you've talked a lot about it. We also have been communicating by letter, so thank you for your response, Commissioner. Unfortunately, the response did not fully answer one of the objections or the real concerns here around eligibility and the NTAs. So in the example of my district, we have several eligible providers who could apply. One of them will get the bonus. There are other very qualified providers that are also outside that have long histories of providing in the district. Given that criteria, all those providers will be ineligible to apply. Is that correct?
That's not how we. That's not what the RFP indicates. It indicates that.
Okay, I'd love for you to correct it because even in your letter, it did say that eligible providers within the NTA and everyone else can apply outside of the NTA, given if there are no eligible providers within.
So it also indicates that based upon the RFP, that number one, I repeated this before, and I'm sorry I have to repeat this again, that we're looking at.
Yeah, we've been repeating this on letters,
I
and
understand that. Yeah, we're going back and
providers are very concerned, as we are.
I think that the best thing moving forward is for us to have a meeting so that we can explain exactly how community-based organizations that are doing this work, how they're not going to be impacted in the way that it's previously described.
I think that's what we've been trying to do over the last couple of months. I guess lastly, I think obviously all council members, your team, we are all pursuing equity, right? I think it is absolutely important. I think what is amiss here and how this RFP has been constructed, and I would probably argue this could be applied to the other changes in our government, right, that we need to do in order to front load equity and really lean into that, is somewhat of a disregard of the reality of the infrastructure that we currently have on the ground. And so what I mean by that is, right, we have an infrastructure, and if we are trying to shift that infrastructure to lean into equity, it seems to me that to get there, we'd have to invest in moving the whole infrastructure to produce more equitable outcomes. But it seems to me what this RFP is doing is using kind of the data points of equity, disregarding the actual infrastructure and challenges on the ground, and then not investing actual additional monies to fortify and move the infrastructure to appropriately lean into equitable outcomes and equitable services. There just seems a real disconnect with our intention and the practical realities and the fact that we're actually cutting services and not investing and expecting because we move a program or expect them to be within a geography because of an ACS that we're actually pushing equity forward in meaningful ways. So I feel like the statement here is, I would really like us to really interrogate this beyond just these kind of data points without the real realities of what is happening on the ground, because this is the pushback you're receiving from providers, from council members, from people who are not gonna get access to desperately needed services that the city is cutting, quite frankly. When we know we're only, what is supporting, 2% of the need for adult literacy, right? We know, and we have an increasing community, English language learning community that we need to service. So I would like us to really look at this again. I really appreciate the agency over the last several years who've really been looking at equity and trying to adjust its own internal operations to lift that up. I recognize that work is happening in earnest, but something is really missing in this analysis that has us all very deeply concerned.
And I understand that, and one of the things that I appreciate is the fact that we can agree that the equitable approach is what the methodology when we are issuing the RFP, since this RFP has not been procured since the Bloomberg administration, right? We also can agree that some of the infrastructure that you just referenced in terms of building capacity for organizations, but not only capacity, but also to serve the people of the highest need, are in communities that are already pre-existing programs in which organizations that we've issued, I believe, 2 or 3 addendum to make sure that we're fully communicating to the community-based organizations in the network, saying that it's inclusive. We're not excluding any organization from applying, but more importantly, we're making sure that participants who need the service has access to the services in those communities. And one of the other caveats that's part of the RFP, and I'm pretty sure, Council Member, you would agree, is that we have in there, as part of the building of the infrastructure, for nonprofit organizations to be able to lease commercial spaces in those communities and pay for it in the RFP process. So the investments in community and community needs are what the ultimate goal is.
How much additional money did you add so that nonprofits can now lease commercial space in different neighborhoods? What was the addition? Did we add several $1 million for that? Because the reality on the ground is to get space in any neighborhood almost, to set up infrastructure, to bring staff in any neighborhood is quite significant.
I wouldn't say any neighborhood. I would say neighborhoods where the highest concentration of need. So that's there. And where we increase it is with the PPP.
Councilmember, we're going to do a second round of questions if you want to continue. I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Williams. Stay focused. Councilmember Lee, are you ready? You can go to Councilmember Lee.
Sorry. Okay. This time, I just wanted to ask a few questions, and I don't know if there's a way to extrapolate this in the budget, but one of the things that, as Chair of Mental Health, Disabilities, and Addictions Committee, one thing that I wanted to focus on this year as part of our mental health roadmap is youth this year and mental health. And so between all the different programs with Beacon, ISY, the Runaway Homeless Youth, as well as Out of School, and then of course Office of Neighborhood Safety. Are there components of programming in there that are focused specifically on mental health? And how closely do you guys work with DOHMH or DOE? And because I know a lot of times there's different silos that are usually up, and I love breaking down silos. And if there isn't that conversation, is there a task force of some kind or something between interagencies, which I believe there is, but I just wanted to see if there were more specific numbers.
There is a mental health council that we're part of with our agencies, and yes, we work very closely with the Office of Community Mental Health. You named some of the program areas where it's increasingly important for us to have mental health services, and in many ways just to make sure that there's training and resources and referrals happening in all our programs, in the Beacon, in Cornerstones, in Compass programs. There are more explicit mental health services available in the Runaway and Homeless Youth program area. That's been in place for quite some time, but Commissioner has been clear from his early charges that we're going to have to do more integration responding to the needs of young people on mental health initiatives. So I don't know if you were asking about numbers, but it's absolutely a priority across program areas. I'm only talking about my own portfolio right now, but also workforce and our community development programs.
Okay, yeah, if you can, the reason why I'm asking is because I want to know if there are specific, and this is where I'd like to hear from you all in terms of specific requests or recommendations on how we can better partner, where you think there needs to be more funding asks or legislative changes that would be helpful to your programming. And so just wanted to sort of put that out there because that's something we're going to be looking to do along with Chair Stevens over here. And so that's going to be a big focus this year. So I just wanted to let you know.
So I just
That's why we got you on the committee.
Council member, we are working with a focus group of young people. We had a convening in 6 of the precincts with the highest level of gun violence. And in our town hall with the mayor, there were two topics that the young people brought up as possible issues for them. The first one was mental health and trauma. How do we provide both mental health services to young people and meet them where they are? We've been convening, and we would love to have you be a part of that as well. Focus groups of young people where we are bringing them in and having real conversations on how to craft policies, besides the investments that we have and the working relationships that we have with Eva Wong and most of the organizations, and also having our community-based organizations to be able to provide, if it's not direct services, referral services with young people as well. I also want to add that with incentivizing the young people to speak and talk about their mental health has definitely allowed us to grow in this space to the point where the staff and DYCD, as a policy shift, when we procure these RFPs, especially those that have old program models, you're going to see, based upon the mayor and the mayor's charge, you're going to see mental health services and trauma services as one of the key components.
Thank you. I love that, and I think that's the way to do it, is to ask the youth, because that's where I feel like the community is where the best policies come from. So thank you for that. And does OCMH also give funding for those programs, or is it, how does that? Or is
So
it,
we're working collaboratively on exactly how to fund a joint program. Okay.
oh, that's it. Thank you.
Oh, Minna's not here. Hi, I'm back. You're almost done. You're almost done. I mean, I got a couple more questions, but we're almost there. We're almost there. I do want to spend some time on homeless runaway youth. Everyone knows this is one of my areas that I've been advocating really hard for, because I don't feel like enough and support is done with our young people. So in this area, it's been reported that DYCD is currently providing services under homeless runaway youth programs for asylum seekers. Last week, the city reached an agreement that would modify the longstanding requirements for the city to provide shelters to whoever asks for it. Under the agreement, asylum seekers between the ages of 18 and 23 would be allowed to remain in shelter for 60 days before they are required to move out. The city may grant an exemption for example, individuals who demonstrate that they have been trying to secure housing and were not able to. How many asylum seekers are currently residing in DYCD facilities? Oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, Susan, stay, because I got a whole bunch of questions for you.
Good morning. We, in Runaway and Homeless Youth Services, we are working with any young person who comes through the door.
Yep.
Many young people enter through the drop-in centers, ages 14 to 24. For young people who need residential services, we're going to try to find a youth-focused program but we don't track immigration status. We don't have hard numbers on asylum seekers in our programs. However, we are in constant communication with our providers. They know who they're working with. We do get estimates, projections from them. This time, it seems like a little over a quarter, a little more than 25% of the young people residing in the programs are asylum seekers.
Yeah, and I do know that you guys don't track the immigration status, so I am concerned about like how this agreement impact services for young people who are coming there. So, because now with this agreement, they have 60 days unless they're demonstrating other things. So, could you talk about like what things are being put in place and how's this going to play out?
I don't know if that will have a direct impact on RHY services. I think for young people who are certainly going to potentially require more resources, more time, more support, to be able to have a longer stay will help them in exploring other resources and other alternative housing. I think that's a great move for young people. I don't know that will have a direct impact on RHY services, but I do think it's going to be very impactful on the young people who benefit from the longer stay.
What do you mean a greater impact? Could you explain a little bit more?
What did I just say? I think for a young person who may take longer to identify additional resources, other housing resources, so having that additional length of time is going to be great for young people.
Yeah, I mean, we know that one of the reasons we fought for young people between that age to be in DYCD shelters is just because it's just a different level of empathy and love and support that they get that they don't get at other places. And so, I just want to make sure that we continue with that path and not get to a place where it doesn't feel that way anymore. So aside from the Covenant House, what other safe housing location, if any, are currently occupying asylum seekers? Because we know that there's been a huge influx there, but could you talk about some of the other places that are also seeing a huge uptick?
I think it's across the board. There is variation program to program. Some of the other providers that come to mind, I know Rising Ground, Safe Horizon, Project Hospitality. I really think that it's across it has impact across the board, but I can give you more details about those surveys reporting and where there may be like more demand.
Okay. The PMMR stated that in the first 4 months of fiscal 2024, 1,720 youth and young adults were served through case management at RHY drop-in centers, a 19% increase from fiscal 2023. What is the length of time someone is allowed to stay in a drop-in center?
There's no limit to the amount of times you can come back to a drop-in center for resources. I think in this way, it's a great support for all young people, including migrant youth, because it's a place you can go to get resources with no limit on your time.
Mm-hmm. Are there enough beds to serve youth and young adults, considering the influx of asylum seekers?
We are, more than ever before, I would say we are maximizing the resources that we have for runaway and homeless youth.
So we're gonna say no, it's not enough beds.
Well,
gonna
I
agree?
think we also have to acknowledge that with the 183,000 that for the past 2 years that have come through our shelter, and I know you've acknowledged this as well, that with 813 beds, DYCD is a small player in this whole.
So we're gonna say no. So we agree. So why y'all don't ever wanna agree with me? Just say no.
But I also want to highlight the fact that
I've been yelling
the
about these beds
system
for 2
wasn't meant
years.
to handle 183,000 people seeking
Even
shelter
before the
in our
asylum seekers
program.
was here, we didn't have enough beds.
Yeah,
So I'm never gonna let that go. Even before that, when I got here, it was not enough beds. So could we all agree? Do we have enough beds for young adults? What's the answer? No. No, y'all not gonna say it? All right. I tried. I'm never gonna give that up until I get more beds. So I don't care. Huh? They don't want to say no. Dang it! I want them to say no. How many beds are providers for each age group in RHY?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part.
How many beds are provided for each age group in RHY?
It's 813 beds in total, and
813.
Yep, 60 of those are for 21 to 24-year-olds.
So again, if the answer is no, 60 beds is not enough. Is there a current process in place to address the need for beds at the drop-in center? Because I know that was a whole thing. Young people are not supposed to sleep at the drop-in center, and especially with the increase in influx. Has there been anything to address that?
No, drop-in centers are not shelters, and they don't have beds, and there's not like planned overnight sleeping going on at drop-in centers.
Is the agency aware of young people or young adults being turned away at drop-in centers? If so, why?
And so this is an article that came out in the paper in which we totally 100% disagree with some of the facts that was cited in the article.
All right, talk about it.
In fact, young people, because of the amount of asylum seekers that we've been getting, the city has seen, we try to make sure through our drop-in centers that young people, if beds are not available, that they are referred to a DSS or homeless services beds, or they are referred to reticketing beds.
But we know our young people don't want to go to those shelters because they experience trauma.
So again, our shelter system weren't meant for this large capacity.
But that was even before.
We are overrun, and we're at a crisis in terms of the level of services that are being asked for without investment that we need from the federal government.
Let me tell you, we are on the same page. The federal government needs to do their share, right? You will never get me to not agree with that, but I do still think even before this crisis, this was still an issue. And, even in a crisis, we got to walk and chew gum at the same time. So we really need to spend some time really thinking about this, and even thinking about, the vouchers that we could be giving out with City FEPS could help alleviate some of this, and that hasn't been happening either. So, I think the council has been really trying to help support some of the alleviation in the shelter system. So maybe if we can all get on the same page with that, and not DYCD, because that's not y'all, but on the same page with the administration to start issuing these City FEP vouchers, we could probably make some space for our young people. My next question is, has the agency been able to address the need for permanent housing specialists in DYCD-funded drop-in shelters? We know that this has been a successful thing. It's been really great to have these peer navigators to kind of help, and we know that was like temporary funding, but what does this look like moving forward, and is there any desire or appetite to have this be baselined and
So
put permanently?
we recognize that the housing navigators are important to the Runaway Homeless Youth Program, and we're currently working and talking with OMB to see exactly how we can continue that level of investment.
Okay. Thank you. I'm going to talk about summarizing. Y'all know how I feel about summarizing, but don't get me started. All right, the November plan included a reduction of $19.6 million in fiscal 2025 and the out years that will greatly impact all New York middle schools by reducing the hours of eliminating Friday services and summarizing. What other impacts will this have on middle school students? Because it's my understanding that Fridays were some of the highest attendance. So can we talk about that? And we know why it's the highest attendance, because they don't want to go to class.
So again, we're back to the budget and being able to make these hard choices, right? So I just think that we need to understand that the fiscal conditions of where we were before and the way that we had to navigate in this space to be able to look at service and service impact. The good thing is that we're going to be able to serve 110,000 young people this summer. You and I are going to be out in the community, as we are every summer, looking at programs and understanding exactly that young people are going to thrive in the enrichment program. But I honestly want to put a pin on the fact that during this whole fiscal crisis, which we're still in,
I'm aware,
that service impact was real. But we are able to provide the critical services in support of summarizing and also working with our partners over in New York City Public Schools.
I am sure that $80 million that we're sharing with DOE could have been used and could have served the Fridays so young people could have programming Monday through Friday. You know, I remember camp used to be a good time. They used to go on trips and do all these great things, and you know.
I think they will be continue to do that.
Not the same. Not the same. What other services will be eliminated or reduced because of the fiscal crisis that we're in, and specifically talking about summarizing?
Hi, Chair Stevens. There are no other reductions to the summarizing program other than what was reflected in the budget.
Does the agency have any other plans to change any type of summer program offered to middle school students?
Could you be more specific?
Just meaning, like, I know, like, we're reducing Fridays, but, like, you know, Fridays was the day where they actually did, like, more recreational, did the trips. So are we thinking maybe one of those days, because I know we've, even in the conversation I had in the meeting, we talked about what does it look like in having more flexibility with the DOE schedule and not being so rigid? Will we be allowing, you know, maybe longer enrichment days or something like that to give young people some reprieve and not just the, you know, morning half sitting in the class and then the second half doing recreation?
You know, one of the things I have to give Chancellor Banks credit for, him and his team, is that we work very collaboratively together to make sure that the issues surrounding summarizing that you had brought to our attention last year in terms of, and the year before that, in terms of recruitment, in terms of exactly what a good program model looks like, we've been able to work through those issues and we've been able to land in a good space. Summarizing last year was one of the most amazing programs and experiences that I have been a part of, and I know you have as well, because we went out together. And I don't see any changes in terms of being able to offer the same service levels.
Yeah, I mean, and you know, I think the other piece when we talk about collaboration, and I still feel like it doesn't feel like 100% partnership when it comes to the sharing of loads, and I still see DOE taking much more of a lead, and that's still a concern for me. And I'm going to always advocate to make sure that our program providers are having a say in the same way, because those things are still happening. I know that there's been great efforts to try to make it seem more collaboratively, but from talking to providers, it is still feeling very heavy-handed on the DOE side, thinking about providers having to have staff there to help teachers in the morning, and then at 12, the teachers are out the door, and thinking about what does that really look like, and principals having a lot more say over what's going on because they're in charge of the building and not really being collaborative. So, as we are continuing this summer, I want to make sure that we continue to make sure that our providers have a voice and have a say, and I know that things were put in place from the meeting. They were saying that there's what I like to call planned forced collaboration. And there's some forced. You got to do some forced collaboration sometimes. But it has to happen sometimes. But I still see the gaps, and talking to providers, they are still feeling that it is not as equal as it is being portrayed. And that's a disservice, right? Especially because we know, even when we think about the recruitment, providers are doing recruitment on a regular basis. And as we can see on the DOE side, no disrespect, that's just not where their specialty is. They don't do recruitment, we do recruitment. And so I'm still confused on why DOE is taking the lead on recruiting and inputting that information when it just does not make sense. I think we are expert in a lot of places, and that's one of them, and we gotta get to a place where we are leading into things and leading into them. And so I don't think y'all could disagree with me on that, right? Y'all agree with me, right? We are the experts, right?
We agree that
I forgot, y'all can't talk crap about
we
your
are
peoples.
joined at the hip, and we do collaborative programming together, and we don't separate the two in terms of wins for the city, right? So public school, New York City Public School, DYCD, we're joined at the hip, we work collaboratively together, and we run a very robust and good programming. If you have providers that are still having issues, because Susan and her team, they have regular meetings with providers to deal with specific issues, I would love to hear about what those issues are, and perhaps you and I can tackle those issues with providers and to make sure that they're getting the right guidance to make sure that these programs continue to be robust.
Yeah, and here's the thing, y'all know I will call y'all in a minute, but I think some of the things, but especially microaggressions, and especially in the building, and so some of the things could be addressed by us going in and having conversations, but some things shouldn't have to be addressed, and we shouldn't have to be there to let a principal know that they can't just supersede a program director, or kick a kid out because they have an issue with it. And so some things we do address, and we always work in collaboration, but we know that it's still a little lopsided.
And that's why Chancellor Banks, to his credit, has elevated that decision-making to the superintendents. And the superintendents are who we meet with on a regular basis, just to make sure that the senior leadership within New York City Public Schools are having more of a say-so.
I'd like to add, our collaboration with DOE does get better every year. I think you'll see more improvements this summer in terms of like CBO access to enrollment information and some of the things you've been asking for. You acknowledged that things seemed like they were going to look better.
I did. I'm acknowledging it, but it's still not there. I mean, I just can't wait to the day where we're back to where only thing they do is manage the buildings. But that's just me. I want to go back to camp. I want my kids to have fun. But it has been getting better. Each year we address different things, and we did have a meeting the other day, and I can see that the efforts are being made, and things are being taken into consideration. So, but I'm still gonna push for summer camp. So I have a couple more questions on Summer Rising, and I have a few more questions, so bear with me. Almost done. We're at the home stretch. Does the agency have a process to address students enrolled in the Summer Rising program that requires to move from shelter? So is there like a plan to put in place, especially with some of our young people being asylum seekers and, with the 60-day, moving? And I know this was the issue in my district specifically. We had a couple of young people that were moved from a shelter to shelter. Do we have anything in place to kind of support and help those young people?
Yes. For example, transportation. If you've registered for a Summer Rising location and your home location changes, your shelter location changes, you'll have transportation to go to the program of your choice, the program you applied to and got a seat in, and we'll be giving supports to students in temporary housing, yes.
Okay, thank you. Is there additional support for providers that are serving students with disabilities?
Yes, I think we, again, continue to strengthen our relationship with the Office of Students with Disabilities at Department of Education in planning trainings, in collaborating on program offerings in sites, especially where they're co-located maybe with a District 75 school. We continue to strengthen the process for requesting paraprofessional support when it's required for a student to be successful. We we will continue to work on supports.
What is the rate of pay for students with disabilities and the difference between the regular rate? Is there a change in the rates for Summer Rising working with students with disabilities?
No, I will acknowledge every Summer Rising program every DYCD funded program is working with students with disabilities. DYCD doesn't have a different rate, but we absolutely will offer support to help programs make sure that young people get the best service in their program.
Interesting. All right. That's interesting because they have additional needs and you need to have more staff and those. So there should. I thought that.
Well, I think I mentioned we could provide a paraprofessional through Department of Education. There are nursing, there are other supports, and those are costly. They're just not showing up in, they're not DYCD budget.
But what happens when paras aren't available? Because we know there's a para shortage, and that's been challenges and issues in the past.
I'm not anticipating any challenges with that this summer.
Maybe I'll ask DOE. They should be anticipating that challenge. All right. Well, what are the additional outdoor activities provided for students and during Summer Rising programs?
Outdoor activities. We love it when young people get outdoors, in particular during the enrichment portion of the CBO activity. There are local field trips, there's play. We will support providers to identify nearby parks if they don't have, like, something happens to their recreational.
Yeah, or they don't have a playground in their school, because that's one of my fights. I have a couple of schools in my district that don't have playgrounds.
That's right. We want to make sure that they have access to a nearby playground. Commissioner mentioned exploring futures for middle school youth. We want to make sure that they're integrating career exploration in their outdoor activities, including virtual and in-person visits to CUNY. The opportunities to explore New York City outdoors are unlimited.
Okay. What are your thoughts on why OMB reduced DYCD's budget for the programs supported due to a low utilization rate while increasing DOE's budget for Summer Rising programs? Did any discussions take place with OMB prior to reducing the reductions being made?
So you're asking us to provide an opinion on OMB and New York City Public Schools
I'm asking
investment in a funding source that sunsetted?
I'm asking you to comment on a reduction in your programs while another program didn't. And was there discussion? Did you guys have a discussion before? Was that made, or was that made for you?
We were not in the discussion regarding the restoration of DOE, the New York City Public Schools budget.
Okay, that's it. See, it wasn't a hard one. See? I have a couple more questions, but I have I have Councilmember Minute and then Councilmember Vilas, and I'll come back for my last other question.
Thank you so much. I did have a question that I felt was not answered that I asked in the last round, and that again relates to summer youth employment. The fact that the November plan includes a reduction of $5.5 million for MetroCards for fiscal year 2024. So I'd specifically asked, did all participants last year receive a MetroCard? And I feel like we did not get a clear answer on that.
All participants who requested a MetroCard or received a MetroCard for our summer program last year.
But when you're saying all who requested, how is everyone supposed to know that that is available?
So as I recall that the issuance of the MetroCards was provided to our community-based organizations, and they had direct responsibility to issue it to students who actually was of need. Now, in terms of what's happening for this Summer Youth Employment Program, we are still in conversations with OMB to make sure to see whether or not MetroCards will be issued again this summer.
But just to be clear, when you say last year, how many specifically young people received?
We can get a number for you.
Because I feel like you're kind of dancing around this and not giving us the number.
Actually, we don't have a number for you right now. We can provide you with a number unless Davida was able to look through her notes.
I looked through my notes and find them, sorry. So, and we also have Associate Commissioner Daphne Montanez up here who can also expand on the slots that were given out last year. But last year, DYC distributed 91,000 MetroCards.
91,000,
That's
great.
correct.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I'll be very brief. lightning round, no long tomes about how I feel about what we're doing. So today, related to the literacy program, so today you noted the current RFP served 16,000 people for the ALP contract?
The current RFP for adult literacy?
Yeah.
Adult literacy currently serves around 978 per participants. That's currently what our funding supports.
900 and...
I'm sorry, I apologize. A little over 11,000.
A little over 11,000.
Yeah.
What's the projected service level under the new RFP?
The same. We anticipate no service loss in the new
The
RFP.
same. So 11,000 will be
Approximately
the same.
11,000. There'll be adjustments based on the awards and how it's happening, but we do not anticipate any service losses in the next RFP.
Got it. And in terms of how much funding was dedicated to support literacy in the HERCs in fiscal '24?
A little under $1 million, serving about 900 participants.
I'm sorry, a little under 1,900,000 participants?
A little under 1 million, and it's about 900 participants.
Okay. I'm repeating because it's hard to hear in this
Not
room.
a problem.
And in terms of the projection of funding for literacy services in the HERCs for fiscal '25, what's the projection for that?
At this time, that's still being discussed as far as negotiations for next fiscal year. And so the HERCs funding was supported with the one-time funds that we received last year, and we're hopeful that we'll receive it again this upcoming fiscal year so we can continue providing our service.
Okay. And then a quick shift in terms of the cuts to Compass Explore. You'll hear testimony from a local organization, but we have, related to NYCHA, we have an organization that surpassed all of its attendance requirements, is overperforming, and yet is going to be faced with extreme cuts. Can you tell us what is happening here?
Again, this is not a reflective of their performance as a program. We value all of our Compass Explore programs. As the Commission has indicated throughout the testimony today, that DYCD was faced with fiscal challenges, and we had to comply with the guidance that we received. And so, again, we prioritize keeping whole our comprehensive services. And so for the Compass Initiative, we wanted to minimize reductions in our portfolio. And so, unfortunately, we had to target the Compass Explore program area.
Do you take into account the compounding effects of other RFPs that cut services and how they hit the same geographic community? So, for example, with Red Hook, NYCHA, they also got programs cut through the Department of Transportation, who claims there was an abundance of services that don't exist, and they were duplicative contracts disappearing there. Not having access to a library. Like, the community has compounding problems and cuts all over the place, and it's the same kids, our most deeply impoverished children in the district. How does that factor into these assessments?
Well, Chair, Councilmember Aviles, DYC is not privy to the information that other city agencies use when it comes to making budget reductions, so we can't speak to how other agencies do in the investments in those areas. What we can say is in DYCD, we looked at across the board, again, as I mentioned previously, attendance, participation, keeping whole, or making sure that we minimize any disruption to our core programs. And so what we'll try to do is, as mentioned, we use accrual pegs, we use revenue maximization. Where possible, we really try to minimize any kind of service reduction. And where, as the Commissioner mentioned, for summarizing, we prioritize keeping the same service levels. We made adjustments to the model, but we kept the same service level, because where possible, we'd like to minimize any kind of service reduction to our participants.
Great. Thank you. I know you don't have access to everything else in the city. I would just suggest that perhaps conversations with the council members who are seeing the multiple cuts and how they're hitting, particularly our most impoverished, right? The community that we're working so hard to support, and yet we're all cutting them in different ways. So there should be a more comprehensive, maybe intergovernmental look at all those communities to see what we are doing to them, instead of like You know, everyone's kind of worried about their own budget and not realizing that it's the same families we're cutting across the board. So thank you so much for your time.
You're welcome.
I'm back. Hold on, I gotta put my earpiece on because I can't hear. Hold on. He's falling out. So I have a follow-up question for the Metro cards. So, and you just stated that you guys had gave out 91 Metro cards, but in 91,000 Metro cards, sorry. 91,000 Metro cards, but in FY24, you had a peg for the 5.5 because of non-utilization. So can you talk about how did you still give out the 91,000 cards?
We used there was $11 million that was given to DYCD to support Metro cards purchasing. 4.5 was in FY23, 5.5 was in FY24. The $91,000 that's referenced was using the money that was associated with the 4.5.
Oh, and so that was just under the 4.5, not the
Right.
5.5. Okay. All right. I have a couple more questions. So, Daryl, you could just start making your way up here because he's all you brother. Because I'm talking about Saturday Night Lights, so you could just start making your way up. All right, we'll just sit there. You got to come up at some point, so, because the next question I have are O&S too. We're at the home stretch. We're almost done, I promise you. So Saturday Night Lights, what is DYCD and NYPD's budget for Saturday Night Lights program?
Saturday Night Lights. Chair Stevens, you're throwing curveballs at me.
Y'all know I ask about this all the time.
Saturday. I don't have that right in front of me. I can get back to you on that.
Okay. How much overtime was utilized for this program? You might not have this number for
In terms of
NYPD.
DYCD staff?
Oh, I know we don't get overtime, so that's not that's on the NYPD side. They don't want to get the
Very
overtime.
little in DYCD.
We don't get overtime. We do this for the love. We get overtime in love. What are the locations and activities provided at these programs? And so I know we have, what is it, 136 now?
136 locations.
136 locations. Could you talk about some of the activities that are going on?
So, Chair Stevens, just for clarity, there's 141 sites that are operating.
Oh, look at that.
136. I'm seeing 141, but that's fine. I think there's also include the parks.
It is some parks locations.
Yeah, we have directly 120, and there's 16 sites for Parks Department.
Correct.
So 136 total now.
Go ahead, Daryl. And
Told you to come up.
No, so we, SNL, and Chair Stevens, you know this well, a mix of activities. Primarily, they should be concentrating on a sport. From 5 to 7 middle school young people, from 7 to 9 high school age young people. For the first hour, it should be some type of intensive skills and drills learning of that sport. And the second hour should be some competitive play. With that being said, it's enveloped in a mentoring style component, youth development infused, connecting to young people, creating a safe space. NYPD officers are in those spaces, Chair Stevens. They're also connecting with young people to create that environment.
Yeah, let's pause for a minute there because I know where this is going. So
I love when y'all answer my questions for me.
if you are aware of any sites in which you see NYPD officers not engaging
They don't, but
with young
continue.
people, we would like to know
All of
why.
them.
And perhaps you and I and Commissioner Caban can go to those sites and see exactly what you're seeing and what is being told to you. So I'm offering that up.
And Chair Stevens, to the Commissioner's point, some of the FAQs around this is both, one, if any sites have concerns, let us know. We are doing an extensive look at sites to ensure that they're vibrant, they're active, and these are the right locations. Two, if you have any providers in mind or any locations that you think could use the SNL program, let us know so we can put that on the radar.
I will give y'all that. Y'all did when I called y'all out a couple, but you know how I feel about this program. So what are you doing to evaluate the success of this program?
So we heard you from the last, preliminary budget testimony. So we are actually working to try to procure a program evaluator to make sure that we evaluate the.
So you're trying to find a program evaluator currently, or?
We're researching that as we speak.
Do you have any specific SNL programs that's dedicated to girls as far as sports?
think we're.
We have several.
Because that's some of my concern, where
we
it's
have
like
several. We have
a lot of the SNL programs are boy heavy.
Yeah, we definitely have several. The two off the top of my head right now, one in Far Rockaway that does girls volleyball, and then we have a girls soccer program. But look,
So you got two programs out of 136?
136.
You got 136 programs,
yes,
and
yes, yes.
you can name two programs that are dedicated to the girls?
Right in the here and now, I can get you a list. We can
I
get you
want
a
a
list
list.
of which locations have which sport and then which
And
concentration.
I would like a breakdown of attendance with boys and girls in these programs.
We can
do that.
actually, we
Because
can.
I know y'all don't have it now.
Absolutely, we can do
I
that
would
for
like,
you.
I would like that. Thank you. Are there any program activities available for students with disabilities? Like specifically for SNL?
I think we can provide that to her as well.
Let us respond offline and get back to you with a list of locations.
And that's a curveball, because I don't think I've asked that one before, too. All right, this is my last set of questions. Oh, look, these council members are coming back around, so I'm gonna ask my questions and I'm gonna let them close out. All right, so Mayor Eric Adams committed to funding crisis management system at $86 million for fiscal 2024 by investing an additional $8.5 million. Those with additional funds, CMS expanded to 40 sites operating in 31 impacted neighborhoods borough-wide, creating a greater demand for strategic legal wraparound services by CJU. CJU has been an integral part of the CMS since its inception and has helped. So my question is, in reviewing and fulfilling CJ contractual obligation, what factors were considered when reducing CJU funding as it relates to the PEGs? Mm-hmm.
Are you referencing the reduction to the legal aid?
Mm-hmm. I heard y'all whispering. Y'all mics was on. Y'all can cut the mics off when you whisper.
So yes, that was a reduction for, I believe FY '25, are you referencing? Yes, so that there was a reduction to that contract in FY '25 to meet our PEG.
Right, we also acknowledge the fact that, of course, it was very hard because we understand how impactful legal aid is in terms of the, providing legal services as well. But again, it's one of those decisions that had to be made in terms of how do we maintain critical services during this fiscal crisis.
So the CJU funding reduced CMS direct legal services, like we just said, and obviously it's a big, but they also included a 24-hour hotline, safe surrenders in collaboration with NYPD, emergency transfer housing for New York City NYCHA residents. So what, in considering, obviously we are in a crisis, right? But when we're reducing those services, are there other things that's going to be able to be put in place to kind of fill that gap? Because those are crucial and critical things, right? And so what are the things that are going to be put in place to kind of like fill those gaps? Because it's going to be a gap.
Well, let's also recognize the fact that legal services are also offered by other institutes, and also there's a lot of private entities that do pro bono work. We know that I believe it's DSS and public libraries and some other
Well, the
agencies
public libraries is being cut too, so we might not want to
legal
talk about them.
services as well. So we just want to put that out there as a placeholder that, funding is available and services are happening in the community in terms of legal services, but also understand the fact that we do have city agencies like DSS when it comes to victim services that we lean on and we collaborate with to make sure that some program gaps that you just identified, that we can work together with the
So have those
families.
things already been identified? Because like the 24-hour hotline, the emergency transfer, like
So emergency transfers, we work collaboratively with DSS and also NYCHA as well.
in those cases.
And again, understanding the program gaps that you just mentioned and highlighted, we are leaning on other city services and other agencies to be able to fill those gaps.
And Chair Stevens, adding to what the commissioner is saying, the tough cut that we had to make with Legal Aid Society wasn't a 100% cut. They still have funding in their budget. We're following up with them to ensure that that funding is maximized and getting to the young people who need it the most.
how did you come up with the 1.5 million amount for this cut? And what data did you rely on to support the cuts for this amount?
So again, when we look at program cuts, I believe Navita mentioned, we look to make sure that critical areas, critical services still can be maintained.
But did you talk with like the provider to like kind of see and like say, okay, what services, like did they have a say, or did you just like make the decision without even like kind of talking to the providers? How was that conversation had, or was it the cut made and then, other than the data?
I'll defer to Deputy Commissioner Dara Rattray to expand more on how the saving was identified.
And in this case, and the commissioner said it earlier a few times around the state of the city in the moment in November where we had to make these tough decisions, we wanted to ensure that we weren't cutting core direct services. So those are the boots on the ground, the staffing that we have for cure violence, the crisis management system, and we had to make some really tough decisions around the peg that we put in. So we did cut Legal Aid Society. Were they part of that discussion? They were not. We are meeting with them now. Again, they still have a significant budget, $1.5 million, for services. We're meeting with them to follow up to ensure that we maximize that $1.5 million and getting those services to the young adults that need it the most, in addition to understanding the other services throughout the city that we can connect to our providers.
I think that, and just thinking about good partnership, right? Like, I think a conversation even before when you're having, because they could probably give you insight on a program that could have been, that made a little bit more sense and could have figured things out and had a more conclusive conversation, understanding we are in a crisis and we have to see each other as partners. And a partnership looks like we have conversations before things happen and not after. So I would like for us to get into a practice of like, when we have these tough decisions, bring them into the table. You're still gonna have to make the decision, but I think having the decisions together, it just looks a lot better and the cut isn't as deep because they can like figure it out. And maybe they can like juggle some things around and provide those services. And so I think that's part of the issue that's going on right now. And so thinking about how do we not only just use data, but also see our providers as partners in these conversations. Because I'm a little sad to hear that now we're having a conversation about it. And so it's like kind of like going back, because it's like, all right, well, we did it, but like we could have just had the conversation. So my last question is going to be with CJU providing legal services and to expanding CMS partners participating in cure violence and community members, how does this reduction in funding affect CMS expansions to 31 neighborhoods? Because I know you guys are in the evaluation stage and the program just been, being brought over to you guys. Like, what are you guys gonna do around some of the other stuff? Because I think the other piece is, in thinking about a conversation we had like very early on, this is a new program and coming under you, now it's gonna be like, oh, now we don't get these legal services and the blowback. And so could you talk about like what this is gonna really look like? I mean, because obviously we're in tough times, and I want to also make sure that like as we're making these decisions that it's a little bit more holistic, because like you guys said before, you're in evaluation stages, so to have to make a cut like this, it's really concerning that like it wasn't a conversation with the providers because you still are evaluating the programs.
So I think you actually provided the things that we need to do, right? So we need to go back to the provider and have those conversations to make sure that program gaps are being addressed, and that we need to look at those critical services that legal aid also provides. And I think that they are one of the vital agencies out there that's doing the real work. So to your answer, I think that we need to seriously have conversations with them, in addition to letting them know exactly where we're looking to refer those clients to who they may be able to have resources towards.
I'm going to turn it over to Councilmember Brewer, then Councilmember Williams, and
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So I think earlier you said that about 18 staff people are working on contracts. So I guess my question is, it sounds like a small number because you have so many contracts. So I want to know how many contracts you are working on, how many contracts does each staff member have assigned to them? Maybe there's a variety of numbers there. And what's the timing to get those contracts done? Seems to me that's a small number of people for all your contracts. That's what I'm asking.
Councilmember Brewer, thank you for the question, and let me clarify. The 18 members are actual staff who work directly with the programs and sites. They also assist with the contracts, but we have of course, they came into the DYCD ecosystem, so there's a larger number of people who work on contracts. I'll hand it over to our first Deputy Commissioner to expound on.
Yeah, I just want to add that, just to clarify, we have separate units that work on the payments as well as developing the contracts and getting them registered. So that's separate and apart from the team that Daryl's talking about, which oversee just the program. They go out, do the site visits, do the technical assistance and all that stuff. So we have whole unit, I want to say like in finance, we have what, 70 or
Yeah,
so?
so we have at least 50 staff that are dedicated strictly on processing contracts.
Okay. Okay, and how many contracts do they process?
Well, it ranges. DYC has over 1,000 contracts.
I'm wondering.
So it ranges, and we've done a lot of work over the last year to streamline our processes to kind of expedite it, to minimize the chance of any kind of backlogs.
And so the 18 just go out to the field? What do the 18 actually do?
I think he's referencing more of program oversight and support and technical assistance on a day-to-day basis.
All right, so how many programs do they have, each of the 18?
They have a mix anywhere from, I want to say 12 to 15, based on their portfolios. It could be crisis management system. It could be map providers. So they have combinations within their portfolios.
Okay, so there are other people in addition to the 18 who are doing that work? Because if you're looking, I'm trying to figure
Who are
out.
doing the actual contract development, budget development work. That's correct.
So, Councilmember Brewer, DYSD has our finance office has almost 80 staff. Our procurement office has almost over 40 staff. So we have a good over 120 staff who are dedicated strictly on financing and contract processing for our providers. What Daryl's referring to is our day-to-day program management and oversight to our providers, and referencing the 18 staff for that.
Okay, and you feel that that's enough? I mean, there's never enough, I understand. But do you feel that's not something that needs a new need? That, because, we do get complaints, as you can imagine, mostly, just takes a while. Your services are extremely needed, and small groups and groups that are doing God's work in many cases. So I'm just wondering, how long does it take? Or is there any improvement in the streamlining as a result of streamlining and getting these contracts out the door?
Yeah, sure, Councilmember Brewer. DYSD last year registered over 600 contracts for FY24 to make sure that providers were able to get their funds at the beginning of the year. As Daryl mentioned, we had a 25% advance that we initiated this year. As we're transitioning to a new fiscal system, we prioritize getting cash out the door, and so we made sure that we released additional $139 million just in reflection of the Summer Rising, SYEP, and a whole host of other things. 95% of our budgets are approved, and so we believe that we're currently adequately staffed to make sure that we can process our contracts and budgets effectively.
Okay. Maybe others would feel that you need more, but I appreciate.
There's always room for improvement.
But I appreciate that OMB is hovering somewhere. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councilmember.
Thank you. One question. Thank you so much, Chair. In fiscal 2024 adopted budget, it included terms and conditions, and as of February, the agency did not submit two reports, one on adult literacy, but I'll just talk about the one on Saturday Night Lights, where you were supposed to submit daily attendance numbers disaggregated by location. Do you know if it's now been submitted?
We can ensure that we can follow up after this hearing to submit any kind of documents that are due.
Yeah, I just thought it was important to ask that question on the record because the chair spent a lot of time talking about her opinions about Saturday Night Lights and not really understanding how the programs are being evaluated. And the council put in terms and conditions last year, but you all haven't submitted that. And so I think a lot of times with agencies, we don't know everything. You guys know most of the things. Well, Chair Stevens does. But a lot of us are generalists. We don't have details of what's happening within your agencies. And so when we ask questions or we're asking for data, it's so we can better ask questions and better understand what's going on. So it's a little disappointing that we don't get the information in a timely fashion.
I clearly understand that, but I don't know if you were in the room when that question was raised, and we.
I wasn't. I had to.
And we acknowledge the fact that the chair mentioned that she wants a program evaluation for Saturday Night.
I heard you say that, but outside of the program evaluation,
but that's going to include the numbers.
I know, but whether or not you have a program evaluator, last year in the adopted budget, the agency, by way of terms and conditions, was supposed to submit this information. So in absence, whether or not you have a program evaluator, you are still required to submit that information.
So we'll take a look at exactly what we're required to submit based upon exactly what was asked of the council, and we can get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm back. I do have 2 more questions. So this is homeless runaway youth. Do DYCD's homeless runaway youth program have referral access to city-funded legal services for new arrivals? And what is DYCD doing to ensure that youth have access to immigration legal services? Yes, that was for you, Susan.
Yeah, we absolutely are connected with all city legal services to make sure runaway and homeless youth are having access to that. We meet regularly with our agency partners around resources to make sure that we're giving the most up-to-date current contact information and status. That's a really important part of the work with runaway homeless youth, even before the migrant crisis, just making sure that every young person, not knowing when somebody comes through the door what their immigration status is, what their legal needs are, just making sure that all young people in runaway homeless youth know where those resources are.
Yeah, I know this was a huge thing that for the, is my time up? It's a huge thing in understanding, especially with asylum seekers. This has been a huge uptick, and I know that it's been hard for everyone to get legal services, and I know that some other legal services have been put on the back burner because of the uptick with asylum seekers. So definitely want us to continue to think about what it looks like to make sure that young people have access to that and continue to expand on that. And just one more question. The local law 79 of 2018 reports that the Shelter Access Report, July through December 2023, shows that almost a 7,000% increase of youth being denied youth shelter beds due to the lack of vacancies compared to the same report for the first half of 2023. What is DYCD doing to expand RHY bed capacity to meet the increased need?
I think we discussed this a little bit earlier when we were talking about whether there, the number of runaway and homeless youth beds and the demand on those beds. I don't know, 7,000 sounds high. We definitely.
I know it does.
Sure.
I think that's why they sent it to me again, because that I know it was high, but I didn't know it was almost a 7,000 increase.
Yeah, I think we had a couple, like 100, 200, roughly 250. That's not something very close to that. Unable to access in the July to December period that were reported, and so it was a big increase from previous reports.
Yeah, but I also want to indicate, and I think we addressed that our drop-in centers were able to make sure that young people are getting referred, and I don't think that was reflected in the article that came out. Young people were being referred to Department of Homeless Services and also to the reticketing to make sure that those beds are available.
I hear you, but the kids don't want to go there. So we could refer them to the DHSL, is all we want, but they don't want to go there. And so what happens is they end up in the hospitals, they end up at the McDonald's, they end up everywhere else other than there. So we can refer them, but we know that that's not where they want to be because they are not getting the support that they need. So I definitely want to make sure that I'm going to continue to say I'm going to continue to fight to expand this and make this a huge issue because it is necessary. So yes, we can say they can go to DSS, but we know that that's not where they need to be. And we don't want them to go there. None of us want them to go there. So I will leave it there because I want to make sure that our young people know that they are being heard, and especially our homeless and runaway youth population that we don't focus on a lot in the city. And it is important that we know that there's a need, we know that we're in crisis, and we can't just say that it's crisis for some. But you guys made it. How was that? Was it too bad? We made it through.
Thank you so much. We appreciate you as always.
Thank you guys so much.
All right. Councilmember Williams, thank you so much. We appreciate you.
Oh, look, she's still here. I think she's I'm done. We have to take a recess, right? So we'll be taking a recess and waiting for our next group of folks to come in. Thank you guys so much. Really appreciate it.
Good afternoon, everyone. For those of you who have just arrived, a couple of ground rules. Please do not approach the dais at any point. If you have a question need to be asked, find one of the sergeant at arms will relay the message. Also, no food or beverages allowed. If you have coffee or any type of open containers, please remove them from the chambers at this time. We should be starting in about 5 minutes. If you are here to testify and have not filled out a witness slip, please do so at this time at the back table for the sergeant at arms.
Folks, if we could please find your seats. We're about to begin.
Good afternoon. All right, so we are going to get started. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the second part of today's budget hearing. I'm Councilmember Althea Stevens, and I serve as the chair to the Committee of Children and Youth Services. The second part of today's committee hearing is the fiscal 2025 preliminary budget and the 2024 preliminary mayor's management report, or the PMMR, the Administration for Children's Services, or ACS. Thank you to Commissioner, how do you say this? Daniser, for joining us. We are also joined by, Councilmember Williams. Oh, just you. Oh, not just you. Thank you for being here. Everybody else is downstairs. Following testimony and questions with ACS, we will be hearing public testimony around 3 p.m. So that's the goal. Thank you to all the advocates and community members who have joined us today. I will keep my comments here brief and request that the commissioner keep his oral testimony to not 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes, that's crazy. We can move forward to questions, so we can move forward to questions with council members. ACS fiscal 2025 preliminary budget is $2.71 billion, a decrease of $3.3 million from the November plan. The preliminary plan includes increased investments in child care and foster care, but does not restore cuts included in the November plan for programs such as close to homes and preventative services. In fact, the preliminary plan includes additional pegs on preventative services that start at $2 million in fiscal 2025 and grows to $8 million by fiscal 2028. I was delighted to see that the data in the PMMR shows a 25% increase in child care voucher enrollment in the first 4 months of fiscal 2024 when compared to 2023. Due to the successful outreach and educational campaign with the state for New York raising the income eligibility for child care assistance from 200% to 300% of the federal poverty lines, and then again to 85% of the state median income. I believe more families, especially those in high-needs community, will benefit from the much-needed child care services. In fiscal 2023, ACS saw an increase of nearly 20% in the number of children adopted as compared to prior years. Additionally, the number of children to close-to-home placements in the first 4 months of fiscal 2024 increased by 30% compared to fiscal 2023. Unfortunately, the close-to-home programs was subjected to a PEG in November's plan that was not restored in the preliminary plan. Juvenile justice is an area of ongoing concern to the council. According to the PMR, ACS saw an average of daily population in juvenile justice rise 37.1% when comparing fiscal 2023 to fiscal 2022, and by an additional 11.6% when comparing the first 4 months of fiscal 2024 to last fiscal year. Administration to juvenile justice increased by 34.5% when comparing fiscal 23 to the prior fiscal year, driven by the increase in arrests. I would like to learn more about ACS strategy to stabilize the juvenile justice system to ensure that the trauma-informed, community-based treatment is provided whenever possible, as well as that ACS vision for keeping the city kids in the right track out of criminal justice system. I also look forward to hearing from ACS in dealing with staffing issues as well as capital upgrades to the 2 secured detention facilities, Horizon and Crossroads. I look forward to today's discussion, the budget's actions, including the preliminary plan, the PEGs in both the November and preliminary plans, performance matrix, including the PMMR, and the vital ACS programs such as close to homes, preventive services, child care, and foster care. I'm particularly interested to hear how ACS is strategically meeting the multiple facet needs of at-risk families across the city, and working to increase the utilization of preventative services that ensures the health, safety, and stability of families and children. It is the council's responsibility to ensure that the city's budget is fair, transparent, accountable to New Yorkers, and as the chair of Children and Youth Services, I will continue to push for accountability, accuracy, and to ensure that the budget reflects the needs and interests of the city. This hearing is a vital part of this process, and I expect that ACS will be responsive to questions and concerns of the council member. I look forward to an active engagement with the administration over the next 4 months to ensure that the fiscal 2025 budget meets the goals of the council that the council has set. I would like to thank both my staff, my committee staff, and my staff in helping to prepare for today. I'm gonna mess your name up. Simul Hamid, Julia Haydes, unit head, and Christina Yamiti. Oh, okay, I'll leave you off. Elizabeth Arts, and my entire team who are here with me today and back in the district office.
Hi, good afternoon. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth before this committee, and to respond honestly to council member questions? Thank you. You may begin.
Good afternoon. I'm Jess Danhauser, the Commissioner of the Administration for Children's Services. Thank you, Chair Stevens, and the member of the Children and Youth Services Committee for holding today's hearing on our preliminary budget for fiscal year 2025. I appreciate the opportunity to share the important work we are doing at ACS to help make New York City a more safe, just, and equitable place for children, youth, and families to live and thrive. I'm joined today by First Deputy Commissioner Wynette Saunders and Margaret Pletnikoff, who's the Deputy Commissioner for the Division of Finance. I want to take a moment to recognize that this is ACS's first hearing before this new committee, formed to specifically focus on the children, youth, and families of New York City. Thank you to the chair and members of the committee for your commitment to children and families. We at ACS are grateful and look forward to working together with you in the coming years. At ACS, we envision a New York City where children and youth are safe and thriving, and families are supported as their most important resources and protectors. My testimony today will focus on some of our many accomplishments from the past year, as well as our budget plan for the upcoming fiscal year. As you may know, ACS is required by law to respond to all reports of suspected abuse or maltreatment forwarded to us by the New York statewide Central Register. SCR reports, this past year, ACS responded to 61,505 SCR reports, of which 38% involved Black families, 45% involved Hispanic Latinx families, and 7% involved Asian families. 5% involved white families. We know that in New York City, a Black child is nearly 7 times more likely to be the subject of an SCR report than a white child, and that a Hispanic child is nearly 5 times more likely to be the subject of a report than a white child. ACS does not control the front door of the child protection system because we do not and cannot control what calls are made to the state, nor what reports the state accepts. Nonetheless, this administration has decided that we must play a vital role in informing the decision-making of mandated reporters through new trainings and by widening pathways to family support without an investigation. To be clear, many reports we receive are entirely appropriate, called in by people who in good faith believe a child is in danger or at risk of maltreatment. There are also situations where we believe that there would have been a better option to support families, because even though a family might need some help, a child is not in danger. Given this, we are taking a number of steps to reduce unnecessary calls to the SCR and increase supports for families without the need for an investigation or without a report at all. Our job at ACS must be to get this right, to help reduce the volume of unnecessary reporting on the one hand, and on the other to ensure our child protection teams have the training, support, and resources to identify the children who are in danger, make sound decisions, and ensure families who need help get it. With the support of our Deputy Mayor, ACS has embarked on a citywide strategy to reduce the number of unnecessary child welfare reports and replace SCR reports where appropriate with supports that can meet the needs of families further upstream. This is how we can reduce the number of families experiencing the formal child protection system, prevent child maltreatment, and help families feel and be comfortable and safe enough to ask for and receive help without judgment or fear. Specifically, we've been collaborating with city agencies whose staff and mandated reporter roles generate the highest volume of reports to provide revised training and supportive materials so that they better understand when a report is necessary and when it is not, how they can support a family without reporting to the SCR. For example, we have jointly trained over 6,000 staff in New York City Public Schools, the largest source of reports citywide, in more than 65 sessions, and have developed a training that reached tens of thousands of school-based personnel last fall. As a result, we have seen the number of SCR reports from schools drop by more than 10% so far this school year, alongside a substantial increase in referrals from schools directly to prevention programs and other supportive services without involving the child protection system. We have also been training Department of Homeless Services shelter staff and DYCD after-school providers, and we help provide the training for health and hospital staff. These tailored sessions provide mandated reporters with tools they need to not only assess whether a report is truly needed, but also how to connect families with services and supports outside of the traditional child protection system. For those cases that are called into the SCR, we have increased the percentage that we assign to the CARES track, which is New York City's version of a state-authorized non-investigative child protection response in appropriate cases. With CARES, there is no traditional investigation, no court involvement, and no determination. In CARES, specially trained child protective staff assess the safety of the children and then partner with the family to identify their needs, empower the family to make decisions that address their needs and the needs of their children, and connect families to appropriate services. The CARES approach is family-centered, family-driven, and solution-focused. In just 2 years, we doubled the number of CARES units from 31 to 64, and the number of CARES cases opened rose 150%, from 4,000 in calendar year 2021 to 10,000 this past calendar year, with now more than 25% of incoming child protection cases diverted to the non-investigative CARES track. This past October, we initiated a pilot to standardize the information child protection staff provide to families at the start of investigation, so parents are explicitly informed of their rights at the start of investigation. We're the first in the state to provide a standardized printed plain language notification of rights to parents at the onset of an investigation. In January of this year, we determined the pilot was successful, and we are expanding the use of this notification to be citywide before the end of June 2024. We want to minimize the involvement of families with child protection and the family courts whenever safely possible. With the expansion of CARES and the implementation of a state law that's changed the standard of evidence in child protection cases, we have seen the number of families with findings of abuse and neglect drop steadily in recent years, down 14% from 2021 to 2023, which is nearly 2,000 families fewer. Since 2017, it is down 45%, about 10,000 families fewer getting an indicated case. We have reduced the number of ACS Article 10 filings in family court seeking court-ordered supervision even more sharply, down by 25% since 2021 and by more than 50% since 2019. As a result, the ACS financial plans better align our staffing models as we've been able to decrease headcount for both the family court attorneys who would have handled these cases and the child protection staff and the family service units who would have supervised these families. This is a $1 million gross reduction, 430,000 CTL for 15 lawyers, and a $2.9 million gross reduction, 1.1 million in CTL for 40 child protection staff. These vacancy reductions reflect our reduced involvement in families with no impact to current staff. We're also working hard to reduce families' interaction with the child protection system by providing resources and support up front. We are taking intentional efforts to increase the number and percentage of families whose prevention program participation initiates with a community-based referral rather than following a report to the SCR. New York City has one of the most robust prevention service arrays in the country. Our prevention services can provide help with concrete needs, parenting skills, service referrals, and counseling, and are also available regardless of immigration status. We have been adjusting our prevention programs to reflect the changing needs of communities. This has included taking steps in the past few financial plans to close the most underutilized programs and right-size slot capacity in our intensive family treatment and rehabilitation model, while also launching a new respite program and a new school-based early support prevention model with contracts that will begin this July. We have been transparent and collaborative with our prevention partners throughout this process, and we have significant capacity available in all program types throughout the city. In calendar year 2023, almost 15,000 families were served in ACS contracted prevention programs. Our new school-based early support prevention programs aims to provide families with meaningful and effective support while avoiding unnecessary child protective responses by more easily connecting families in need to services and resources. The new program builds upon ACS's ongoing work with New York City Public Schools to reduce unnecessary reports to the SCR. The school-based early support program will address stressors, economic, academic, or behavioral, that may impact the child's well-being, help address families' concrete needs, and help strengthen social connections and engagement with the school community. Families can be referred to school-based early support programs by school personnel or community-based service providers, or seek services on their own. Beginning in July, the school-based early programs will serve approximately 1,280 families each year at elementary and middle schools. As part of their contracts, provider agencies offering these programs will identify at least 3 partner elementary and/or middle schools in their districts and must maintain a presence in each school. Providers are also required to collaboratively co-design at least 4 school-based offerings per year based on the needs and priorities of the school community. This may include school outreach efforts, youth development activities, peer support groups, cultural celebrations, and other types of events that may connect families to other community resources. As part of this new program, a portion is being funded with just city funds, which will allow some families to participate in services without the need to open a traditional preventive services case. We have also continued our work to expand the family enrichment centers. Last month, we announced the next 9 providers recommended for awards. FECs are welcoming walk-in centers that are co-designed with community members to enhance child protective factors, like social connectedness, access to sports and concrete needs, and parental resiliency. Key to the success of the FEC model is that our provider partners work hard to ensure community members play a central role in each center's unique design to meet the wants and needs of local children and families. There are currently 12 FECs that are open throughout the city, and we'd be very pleased to arrange a time for the committee to visit some. Our Office of Child Safety and Injury Prevention is continuing to lead efforts to provide parents, caregivers, and child-serving professionals with the information and resources they need to avoid unintentional injuries and keep children safe. This week is National Poison Prevention Week, and tomorrow we are once again reminding parents, family members, and other adults about the poisoning risks associated with medications, household chemicals, button batteries, cannabis-infused edible products, and other toxic household items. Tomorrow, along with our partners at the New York City Poison Center, Anthem Blue Cross Blue Shield, and Life of Hope Center in Brooklyn, we will share information about the risks and symptoms of poisoning in children and provide guidance on how to safely store medicines, cannabis-infused products, and other potential poisons, and what to do if you know or suspect a child has been exposed. Participants will receive free lock boxes to keep medicines and potentially toxic household items locked and out of sight and reach of children. We're also focused on increasing access to childcare by providing families vouchers that help them pay for care. ACS currently provides childcare assistance through childcare vouchers supported by the state Child Care Block Grant, as well as other state, federal, and city funds. Child care assistance from ACS is available to eligible low-income families with income at or below 85% state median income, or $99,250 for a family of 4, as well as families with child welfare involvement. ACS has been working hard to expand support for low-income families, and from January 2023 to January 2024, the number of children enrolled in care with the support of an ACS-issued low-income voucher rose 134%, from about 13,800 to over 32,000. I want to take a moment to thank the child care staff who've been processing this new volume of applications and the City Hall team for creating the new My City portal so families can complete their applications online. Our commitment to providing families with the services and supports they need as far as upstream as possible has led to a continued decline in the number of children in foster care, with a historic low of under 6,400. For those children and youth who do need to come into foster care, ACS has maintained our commitment to placing children with kin, meaning family or close friends, with 45% of children currently in care with family or friends. ACS is also committed to work with our provider partners to provide children and youth in care and their families with the services and supports they need to thrive, and in most cases, return home. To accomplish this, ACS reprocured foster care with contracts that began this past July 2023. Throughout this transition year, our provider partners have brought on a new workforce of parent advocates with lived experience to help parents navigate the child welfare experience and safely unify with their children more quickly. They've also implemented a new trauma-informed training for foster parents and staff and incorporated the new Enhanced Family Foster Care Program, which blends the traditional, regular, and therapeutic models into one program with more substantial resources and supports, and which will increase stability for children even as their therapeutic needs may fluctuate over time. The EFFC model also embeds parent advocates on case planning teams to increase parent voice in service and permanency planning. We are continuing to strengthen our programs and initiatives that have demonstrated success, including Fair Futures, which provides coaching and tutoring to thousands of youth up to age 26, and College Choice, which is now providing housing, tuition, stipends, and other supports to more than 350 youth in foster care, up from under 200 when we launched the program who attend college. ACS also oversees services and programs for youth at every stage of the juvenile justice continuum, which includes community-based alternatives for youth who are at risk, as well as for their families, alternative to detention programs, secure detention services at Crossroads Juvenile Center and Horizon Juvenile Center, non-secure detention services, and the close-to-home juvenile justice placement system. Our goal for all of these programs is to provide youth with the education and behavioral skills and supports they need to thrive while preventing further or deeper penetration to the justice system. The juvenile justice system has transformed, and thankfully, we rarely see youth with minor offenses in our detention programs, as they are diverted towards community-based therapeutic interventions. Upon opening 25 years ago, Crossroads and Horizon Juvenile Centers serve youth who are on average 14 and 15 years old. The vast majority of those young people were remanded for less than 60 days on family court charges. As a result of Raise the Age, 16 and 17-year-olds charged in the youth parts of Supreme Court and ordered to be detained are now more appropriately held in juvenile facilities instead of adult jails. And these young people can remain in ACS facilities until they turn 21 years of age. Today, there are 238 youth across 2 secure detention centers, which are now approved by the state for a total combined capacity of 267. About half of these young people are over age 18, and about 70% are being detained on allegations and charges related to gun violence. Acknowledging this older population of youth and longer lengths of stay, we are taking steps to transform our detention centers to comprehensively meet their needs and capacity for insight, growth, and change. To better serve young people in detention, ACS is working to build an annex at the Horizon Juvenile Center. The annex, which will be constructed with the current footprint of Horizon, will include larger classrooms, including specialized arts and science classrooms, and trade workshops to allow us to offer new and innovative vocational programming, an industrial kitchen with an expanded serving area, and additional dining halls, 8-bed residential units, an expanded medical and mental health clinic, and improved spaces for outdoor recreation. Moreover, modern design will engender a developmentally appropriate trauma-responsive environment. These enhancements will help us meet the unique needs of the young adults in our care today. The fundings for the annex are in our capital budget. ACS is continuing to strengthen our community-based programming and collaborating with our city partners to do the same. It is important to note that New York City's juvenile detention population is smaller than other large American cities. Chicago, which is 1/3 the size of New York, has a population of detention that is more than 65% of New York City's secure census. Philadelphia, which is 5 times smaller than New York City, has almost the same number of young people in secure detention. While most of the youth in our secure detention facilities have cases pending in the adult court system, youth with cases in the family court system are also now older and have more serious cases. Many of them have had their cases removed to the family court from the Supreme Court. These youth can be ordered to be placed in our close-to-home system, which is limited to youth classified as juvenile delinquents in family court in order to be in residential placement. Close-to-home programs offer structured residential care for youth in a small, supervised, and home-like environment. In contrast to the traditional larger juvenile placement facilities model so common in other jurisdictions, close-to-home programs have been intentionally designed to enhance participation in programming while preserving the safety and security of youth staff in the community. Today, there are approximately 90 youth in close-to-home. Over the past several financial plans, ACS has reduced unused close-to-home capacity, and in the most recent plan, our budget for close-to-home is aligned with our new contracts for 147 beds, which will go into effect this July. Earlier this month, ACS announced the programs recommended for the new close-to-home awards. The foundation and mission of close-to-home remain in place as the new contracts are implemented. Programs will be evidence-based and effective in addressing the needs of the population served. In addition, the youth, their families, and communities will be the primary motivation in making sure that services and resources offered include behavioral support, educational specialists, recreational staff, and aftercare services. Youth treatment will start the first day of placement, focusing on successful reintegration within their families and communities. Close to Home will continue to provide Fair Futures coaches to our youth to help with reentry to the community beyond completion of their Close to Home program. ACS's proposed budget for fiscal year 2025 is $2.7 billion, including $830 million in city tax levy. This represents a 1% decrease from FY24 adopted budget and is due in large part to savings measures instituted in the November plan, this January plan, and one-year council and administrative funded initiatives. As you can see in this testimony, our implementation of the citywide PEGs in both the November and January budget plans have been as thoughtful and as strategic as possible. focusing on reductions that are consistent with our priorities and will not negatively impact our programming to support families. In addition, we have closed the remaining gap through revenue maximization. As you can see, ACS and our providers have continued to make progress in our efforts to support children, youth, and families in the least intrusive manner possible. As Commissioner, I have the opportunity to meet with, shadow, and learn from staff throughout the city, including our Child Protection Borough offices, legal units, detention facilities, the Children's Center, training sites, child care resource areas, and the hardworking administrative teams. I continue to meet with and visit our provider agencies, prevention, foster care, FEC, community partnerships, and juvenile justice sites. I continue to be deeply moved by the commitment and passion the staff have for supporting families. I want to take a moment to thank all of the staff from ACS and our provider agencies for the work they do each and every day. I also have the opportunity to listen to those with lived experience with the child welfare and juvenile justice system, along with advocates, legal service providers, the philanthropic community, and communities themselves. We know that there is more work to do. We remain committed to listen closely, particularly those who have firsthand experience with our system, and to continue to learn so that we can deepen our understanding and evolve our work even forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. This is our first hearing together, so I will be nice. But I do have a number of questions and some concerns, frankly. I mean, you know, I know even before I took over this part of my portfolio, we had a conversation about the detention centers, which I'm very concerned about because I truly believe if we build it, they will come. And I know we were in a very interesting predicament because the census is rising and we want to make sure kids are comfortable, but I just have to go on record for saying, like, I feel like we got to figure this out because I don't want the facility to be nicer or bigger. I want us not to have young people in the facility. So I just wanted to make sure I stated that before I jump into some of my questions. But I'm going to start with childcare and new needs in the voucher program. The preliminary plan includes an 81 million new needs for childcare in fiscal 2024, as well as a 3 million other adjustments for childcare. Both adjustments were made in fiscal 2024 and were not baseline. How were those funding amounts determined, and what are the funding sources?
Thank you, Chair Stevens. So we've been doing a lot of work, our childcare teams, to expand voucher enrollment. Overall, total voucher enrollment just in the last 2 years have gone from about 48,000 children enrolled in vouchers to 74,000 children. That includes, on the low-income vouchers, an increase from about 7,000 to over 31,000, actually about 35,000 today as of today's report. So spending is increasing. Most of the funding for childcare is through the state CCBG block grant, and so as we enroll more families, and we have permission from OMB and authority to continue to enroll children, money gets moved from the block grant into our budget, and so it's an ongoing assessment with OMB. We've seen really wonderfully high increases in demand for childcare vouchers since the launch of My City, and our team has been able to improve the application processing from about 1,200 children a month to almost 5,000 children a month. So there's also a CTL portion that you referenced, the 81 million, that typically relates to vouchers via cash assistance. There's a CTL requirement there. And so HRA is also processing vouchers and enrolling families. So we're in ongoing conversations with the Mayor's Office, Office of Child Care and Early Education, with OMB, and we are absolutely going to continue to move forward in the year ahead in enrolling more and more families in child care.
Why was the amount added for only 1 year, not baselined?
Mostly because it's been a real surge in demand. We're assessing what that looks like. Most of the money, as I mentioned, comes from the state. We will see what the state puts in their budget, and so the money will be there, but it is something that's still being assessed.
By how much is it currently demand outpacing the baseline budget? And when does the agency plan on adjusting the baseline budget to more align with the current level of demands?
So I'm going to ask Margaret to speak to that a little bit. We are on pace to spend over $800 million this year for voucher spending, which is up over double, $400 million in 2022. We expect those conversations only to continue about adding it to the baseline.
Great. Hi.
Hi.
Hi, council member. We continue to evaluate the need, and we continue to increase provider rates. We've actually managed to increase the rates for 93% of our providers, and those rates go retro back to October, so it constantly changes our projections. We've been working very closely with OMB to identify what our need is going to be for the current year and to work with them to ensure that we have sufficient funding to meet those needs. In terms of our out-year planning, we are working very closely with OCFS to understand what funding is going to be made available and continuing to work on the projections as we see vouchers increase in both the low-income side and on the mandated population.
Thank you. What is actually spent on childcare? What was actually spent on childcare in fiscal 2023 and in fiscal 2024 thus far?
So in 2023, on the voucher spending is a little about $670 million, and we're on pace for $830 million plus this year.
I'll say that it looks like we could even spend slightly more at 880. That's our current projection.
Okay, thank you. Can you walk us through the different childcare voucher programs that ACS offers? What are the applicable age ranges and eligible criteria for each program?
Sure. So there's low-income vouchers, which a family of four making about $99,000 a year is eligible for. Those are based on income, and there are a number of families who access a child care voucher through involvement with prevention or protective. And so we make sure that any family that we come into contact with, we can offer them a voucher immediately. That is charged to the preventive state dollars, what was once $65.35 and is now $62.38. There's about 16,700 families in that program, and about the 35,000 families in the low-income vouchers. Those are the two primary pathways to a voucher.
Okay. What's the current enrollment levels at each program, and how much additional capacity is there for new applicants?
So the current enrollment for child welfare is 16,700, and for low-income...
You said 16,700?
Mm-hmm. And for low-income, it's about 34,500.
34,500?
Correct. And, as of some of these numbers are a couple weeks old and we're processing them very quickly. So the other question that you had, Chair?
And how much additional capacity is there for new applicants?
Yeah, right now we are have authority to continue to enroll applicants for the year ahead. We are working to look at those projections. We're trying to hear more about what the state is going to invest. It's really important. Most of the money here comes from the state via a lot of federal funds, and so what they end up putting in the budget is going to determine some of those capacity, but we're analyzing this as we go. But we are absolutely remain open for enrolling families in vouchers.
Thank you. In the preliminary plan, preventative programs saw a $2 million reduction in fiscal 2025, $4 million in fiscal 2026, $6 million in fiscal 2027, and $8 million in fiscal 2028. Preventative programming provides vital services to valued children and at-risk families. What programs and services does this relate to? And how was the funding amount determined?
So we took a look at our preventive services system and what families were needing. There's been, as I was referencing in my testimony, significant changes in our child protective practice. And so we've been working with providers on new pathways to prevention. Over the last few months, we've seen a stark increase in families coming to prevention through community referrals and overall increase, but we have a lot of capacity. We have over 3,500 slots that are available today. So when we were looking at the PEG, we looked at providers that were running programs that had utilizations that was very low. In many cases, in less than 20%. So we first closed programs where there was not sufficient demand. We then worked with our providers most recently across our family treatment and rehabilitation programs. There seemed to be, in many of the programs, demand that was smaller. And we said, we want to make sure you can still meet your fixed costs. We want the programs that continue to be very strong. And so we created a new model budget with them for a 96 slot program. It was traditionally a 128 slot program. About 10 providers went down to that 96 slot program, but we actually made sure that all of the fixed costs, and they could still pay their staff, et cetera, they could pay the rent. It was a really collaborative process with our providers. And that was the way in which we did the most recent PEG. We think we have sufficient capacity if we get to a place where we are needing to wait for preventive services. We can always go back and look at ways in which we can expand it. We're also trying to change preventive services. I think it's been a vital, vital service for families for so many years, but we've heard from families, we've heard from advocates that want to make sure that families feel safe pursuing preventive services. So one of the new things we're doing with city tax levy only in our school-based early support programs is that we are allowing providers to serve families without opening up a preventive services case. When you open a preventive services case, that's how we get reimbursed by the state. To be clear, when you open a community referral preventive service system, that does not go into the child protection system. There's a separate, long-time lawsuit called the Advocates Lawsuit that sort of protects those, so families are not being connected to the child protective system if they seek. But we also just want to make things as nimble as possible. A family might need help for a couple weeks. And so we're going through a strategic planning process around preventive services, but we have the capacity that we need.
Yeah, I mean, I'm happy to hear that other things are being put in place, like, you know, the school-based stuff, because I think that sometimes is a good point of contact for families to be able to access some of the things. And you know, one of my running themes have been for a long time has just been, you know, you guys have so many services and sometimes you can't access it unless you have a case. And so I'm happy to hear, like, with the enrichment centers and now with the school point of access, like, families will be able to get access to some of the services that they haven't been able to access before. But I also just want us to also make sure that we're being cautious, right? Because when we think about how the numbers in foster care has been down tremendously, and a lot of that has been because of the preventive services, right? And so I think that we have to just make sure that we have a balance and we are consistently evaluating and making sure that those numbers don't start to increase, because we know that that work in the preventive services space is so vital, important in that way.
Absolutely.
So I think you kind of already kind of alluded to this, but I guess just a little bit more detail, because some slots have been eliminated already. But in how many programs in specific programs have there been elimination of slots? Because I know you spoke a little bit about that already. And what is the breakdown of slots being reduced in each program or location?
So we're going from about 12,700 slots to about 11,500 slots. That is across all of the fiscal plans since we began making these pegs. So the new capacity, again, will be 11,500. We have about 3,500 available. And so we are, they're across the city. There was some in a variety of neighborhoods. We can get you the exact number. Some of them were in different sort of types of programming or family support programs. Some were in evidence-based programs that just weren't being utilized. It really was about utilization at the front end where, and sometimes there's more than one program in a community. So we looked across that community to make sure that there was available slots. There's available slots in every community that we serve. We can get you the exact numbers of the breakdown.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want me to give them to you now?
Oh, if you have them, sure, why not? Let's do it.
November plan, FFT program in Brooklyn of 144 slots, and a family support program in Brooklyn of 96 slots. Both programs are very underutilized, about 20% utilization. Total slot reduction for November was that 240. January, we did not eliminate any programs. We reduced our FDR program by 320 slots from 2,304 to 1984 in the way I was describing earlier by going from 128 to 96 for 10 of our providers. So total reduction in those two plans was 560.
And so I know that there was some underutilization in some programs, but were there any preventative programs where there are wait lists and we seen like an increase?
We are not seeing any preventive programs where there are wait lists. There are some preventive programs that are traditionally around 100%. Those providers typically have a really deep community connections and offer a whole range of services in addition to prevention, but there's capacity in every community.
Okay, so juvenile justice increase in program information. That's what we're gonna go into. The PMMR reports an 11.7% increase of admissions to the juvenile justice detentions when comparing to the first 4 months of fiscal 2024 to the same period in fiscal 2023, going from 566 admissions to 632. Admissions in the juvenile detentions increased by 34.5% when comparing to fiscal 2023 to prior fiscal years. ACS has also saw an increase in the average length of stay in the security and non-secure facilities in the first 4 months of fiscal 2024 when it was 43 days, up from 27 days during the same time period in fiscal 23. What factors are contributing to the increase in admission to the juvenile justice facilities, and why is the average length of stay increasing?
So we're seeing an increase, obviously, that concerns us into our juvenile justice facilities. Most of those young people who came, the 632 that you referenced, about half of them spend very, very short time, sometimes hours. The police might drop them off at crossroads, medically cleared, and then in non-secure detention. There are young people who are facing very serious charges. About 70% of our young people who are there related to gun violence or allegations of gun violence. They're likely, their trial is going to take some time, and so they are staying with us much longer periods. So about half of our population in secure detention is over 18. I think, for some context, in 2013, there were about 300 16 and 17-year-olds at Rikers. In 2016, there were 200. In 2018, 125. And today, we have about 110 with us in secure detention. So the population has come down. These facilities were not built to fully account for raise the age and then COVID, of course. I'm concerned about any young person who has to come to us, right?
Agreed.
So I think I just want to set some of that context, but whenever we have the discretion, we are moving young people to non-secure environments, into preventive services. We work with our partners at other city agencies, everything from the Department of Probation to working with our colleagues at MOCJ, working with the Sheriff's Office around things like electronic monitoring. We work to talk to the DAs about seeing where cases can get moved along. Of course, we don't want to affect a young person's outcome, so we don't want it to move it in a way that doesn't give them vigorous due process. So we're happy that they're with us instead of in an adult facility, but we are looking at ways to try to reduce this and move more and more of our services upstream.
Yeah, I mean, I just spent the first half of my day talking about cuts in programs that would prevent young people from even ending up there. And so, in my rant earlier, it was just really about if we're seeing an increase in our juvenile justice systems and we're seeing a decrease in the programming, if that's not addressed, then we're gonna just be in this reciprocal cycle. And so, understanding that you guys see them at the end, And I'm thinking about how do we then start thinking about how do we reach them before they even get there, because it's really alarming. Any increase is just unacceptable to me. And I know a lot of times it's like, oh, it's because they raised the age. Yes, that is a factor, but we also still need to be thinking about how do we prevent it. And also because we know once young people get just involved, it becomes a revolving door. And so even as we're thinking about closing Rikers Island and bringing down the population, part of that conversation needs to also be talking about how are we preventing young people from entering the justice system from the onset, because that's also a decarceration plan as well. And I don't feel like the juvenile piece is a part of that conversation, which makes me really uncomfortable. So definitely look forward into continuing to have more conversation about that and thinking about how are we preventing our kids from even ending up in these places? I have a couple more questions on this topic before I move on. What is ACS doing to manage these increases, and is it current levels of expense and capital funding adequate?
So we have capital money that is dedicated to the annex, and I just want to say before I answer your question, to be clear, when I reference raise the age, we think it's a good thing. Raise the age is a really important law, and so we share all of your concern and desire for ongoing discussions. We have capital money that is dedicated over the course of several years to the Horizon Annex, which will allow for and thank you for visiting us along with Councilmember Ressler. It'll allow for the halls that you saw to be much smaller. So there'll be 8-bed facilities. There'll be better classroom spaces. As you know, food is really important to everybody, but to young people.
They were very clear that they want better food.
That's right, and it's getting better when you come back. And
they said they want seasoning and all of it. So
yeah, DC Ginsburg sends us a picture of every meal to make sure that we're on our P's and Q's on that. So we make sure that this facility, I hope, it's 48 more beds. It's on the Horizon space. Our hope is that we can move young people in there. It will give us opportunity and swing space to hopefully in the future create better spaces across all of Horizon and Crossroads. I think it's important to say in close to home, we've seen that even though there's been a slight increase over the last while, we originally had over 300 beds predicted for close to home. And so now we're in a place where it's been under 100 for a long time. And so our commitment is to try to keep the population down no matter how many beds that we have. I totally understand the fear around if you build it, they will come, but we want to make sure that, and it's important, we do currently have 238 young people, to your question about space, who are with us. We have approval from the state to go to 267 in the current spaces. But we don't want to be at that number. We want to make sure that we continue to both lower the length of stay and prevent children from coming in.
What's the current population of both Horizon and Crossroads?
So it is 238 combined. I believe it's approximately 130 at Crossroads, which is the main intake center, and about 110 or so at Horizon.
What percentage of young people at Horizon and Crossroads are going to school each day?
So it's about 80% in Crossroads. It's about 65% at Horizon. We are working really hard. We, over the last year, created dedicated space to, dedicated school liaisons just there to encourage young people to go to school. What we've heard from some of the young people, particularly at Horizon lately, is that they want to pursue the GED track, and we've seen a number of young people be able to successfully achieve their GED. They're 17 and a half, and so we're working with the Department of Education, New York City Public Schools, to increase the number of young people who can be on that GED track with a one-on-one tutor, and we want to be responsive to they weren't in school very often before they came to us, and we're trying to re-engage them in school, but also be responsive to what they're telling us the track that they want to be on.
What percentage of participants participating in non-school activities or other scheduled program each day, and what percentage of youth don't participate in school or programming?
So we don't keep it exactly of those numbers. You know, we saw the question last night, and we'll get you the exact numbers that we can get you. I think there is a whole variety of programming, music and performance art. We have a lot of Carnegie Hall, who is here, does a lot of great work with us. We have spoken word. We have creative writing. We have art. Beyond the music, we have yoga, we have recreational activities, then we have special events, celebrating holidays. And so there's a full program array, and we can get you the details of participation.
Okay, thank you. As highlighted in the fiscal 2024 PMMR, ACS has been seeing an increase in juvenile justice population. In the past few months, reports have emerged citing shortages in beds at Horizon and Crossroad, leading to juveniles being placed in classrooms. How many total beds are there in each site? What is the current occupancy rate for each one? And how often is Horizon and Crossroad at maximum capacity? And when this happens, what is the standard protocol for ACS to follow managing additional placements when beds are not available?
So we have, as I mentioned, 238 young people with us today. We are approved by the state to have 267. That includes somewhere in the range, it depends on gender and placement, but somewhere in the range of 30 authorities sort of to have 30 young people in temporary bedding. We have not used that. It's typically around between 5 and 10 young people. We were primarily relying on classrooms during the evening for this. The young people have been integrated into halls, so they do all their programming on the halls, even if they slept in a temporary bed in a classroom. The young people and the staff said to us, can we actually bring the temporary bedding onto the hall? So they're in the sort of the area, the communal area, and we've accommodated that. And so the young people, once they've been integrated to a hall, they go to school with their hall, they go to programming with their hall. They are more typically sleeping on the hall in a temporary bedding. Typically, it's about 5 to 10 young people a night that are in that situation. It is not a situation that we are, pleased with, but public reports have said children sleeping on the ground or floors. That is not true, or hallways. And the classrooms are vacated during the day when they're used for classroom operations.
Yeah, it's a dilemma.
Sure is. Sure.
Because, we don't want kids sleeping in the hallway. We don't want them sleeping in classrooms, but I also don't want the facility to be built out. So again, I understand that it's a procurement, and also just thinking, like I said, of like, how do we just not have doing more work to prevent our young people from being in these facilities? I think should be our main priority, and I think, we could all agree on that. So I'm gonna move on and go to close to homes. The preliminary plan does not restore the close to home pegs included in November plan. The program saw a baseline peg of over 7.5 million starting at fiscal 2025. What is the reduction amount determined? What services or programs does it relate to? And how did this reduction impact recent MAID awards?
So we originally we've made a few cuts to close to home capacity over the past couple of years. We originally had about 301 slots in close to home. We just awarded 147, and we currently have 90 young people in close to home, so it's about a 70% utilization rate. Importantly, we took a lot of the resources, and many of them will be in the same buildings and home-like environments. We took the great majority of the resources and shrank the size of the program, but kept the resources there, which will allow them to pay staff. It's going to lower the staffing ratio to youth ratio from 6-to-1 to 3-to-1. It'll incorporate Fair Futures, program and ed specialists, and the maximum size of a close-to-home program will go from 12 to 9. So we originally asked for bids for 135 beds. We worked with OCFS in looking at our trends over the last several months, and they allowed us to go forward with 147 beds, which we really appreciate, to make sure that we have the capacity that we need. We don't want to have extra capacity for placement for children. That's not necessary. This is something we will keep a close eye on as well. We're really happy that the new contracts, as you know, contracts take 9
Long
years,
time,
and the
yeah.
providers have made clear to us what would be helpful and some of the things that they're challenged by, and we think that the new contracts are responsive to that.
Yeah, I mean, even with meeting with some of the providers, and I know we actually have a whole hearing coming up around this. Even with they understand the need for the smaller environments, and they actually encourage it. But even with the smaller numbers, mean that their contracts are lower, but the costs of running the facility are pretty much still the same, right? Because the rent doesn't change and those things. And so, how was that taken into consideration in thinking about when? Having these contracts, right? Like, a lot of, they have to have facilities, which takes up a lot of the budget, even before you get to staff and all the other things. Can you talk to me a little bit about like what the consideration was around there? Because I think that's where some of the challenges I'm hearing from providers with this new.
The awards were just shared with them, and I think as they see the budgets and complete their budgets, they'll see that there is a significant increase in the resources available per young person, and includes fixed costs like whether they're renting or they have other facility-related costs. So we think this is, I don't have the exact per youth, maybe Margaret does, cost for young people, or it's a significant enhancement.
Sure. I can share for our non-secure placement, the daily rate has moved from 943 to 1,011. And for the limited secure placement, it's remained about the same, but it has to do with the type of setting and the children placed there. And additionally, we now have a new TRC. So that the TRC program is 6 beds at 1,153 as a daily rate.
Okay. What is the budget for the Close to Home program in fiscal 2024, fiscal 2025, and in the out years?
Close to Home, I believe 2023 is 118, and 2024, and it's going to go to 110 and stay there in the out years.
What funding sources support these programs?
Primarily city tax levy. We do not receive state funding for, there was no increase for Raise the Age, and there has not been any new dollars for Close to Home.
Definitely sounds like the state needs to kick in a little bit more.
That'd be nice.
Wouldn't it? We should really talk to them about that, huh? I hear you, Lincoln. Don't worry. I know you're ready. Oh, I didn't even acknowledge you. So sorry. We have Lincoln, Councilmember Lincoln Ressler joining us today. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah, she was already here. No one cares about her. Okay, given the PEGs, how does ACS plan to determine in the events that demand increase beyond the current budget? Is this agency planning to request a restoration and executive plan?
We are not for Close to Home.
Okay.
And we will continue to assess. As I mentioned earlier, we initially were going to contract for 135 slots. We were analyzing the trends, and we met with OMB, and they allowed us to add the additional 12 slots.
How's the Close to Home connecting with Cure Violence sites to ensure youth safety when transitioning back into the community?
So there are Cure Violence providers who come to the Close to Home facilities themselves, and there's also Credible Messengers that work with young people on aftercare. And then we're also providing, for the first time, the Fair Futures programming for young people post-aftercare who are living close to home. So Cure Violence is in the facilities themselves, developing relationships with young people and sticking with them.
When was the Close to Home's tutoring contract ended, and why did ACS choose not to continue this program? And how much does the Close to Home tutoring program cost, and how much would it cost to reinstate?
I believe it was about $1 million. The tutoring was ended when we did our workforce contracts, which were awarded last year, and so they're providing a lot of tutoring in secure detention. This is an issue that we've worked with New York City Public Schools. They have Saturday tutoring, so the young people, most of the young people in Close to Home go to Bronx Hope or Belmont, which are Passages Academy, very high attendance rates, very intensive work with the young people. So this came to my attention. We'll take a look at it and explore ways in which we can support the providers to make sure there's sufficient tutoring.
Yeah, because it's going to be important to make sure that young people are getting the support that they need with their academics while they're in these spaces. Capital commitment plans. So an ACS preliminary capital commitment plan funding in fiscal 2024 increased by 144%. Since in the fiscal 2024 adopted commitment plan, growing from $61.5 million to $149.9 million. Additional total commitments for ACS across fiscal 2025 to 2028 of the preliminary commitment plan increased by 8% when compared to adopted. Many agencies saw a reduction in their commitment plan in the preliminary capital plan and deferral of projects further into the further future. Why is it the reverse true for ACS, and how were those adjustments determined?
So our budget is a 10-year capital plan, and so what you see, there actually was reductions, but there was money moved from the sort of out years, 30 to 33, to the front end.
Mm-hmm. What causes the significant increase in the capital plans? Is this the additional?
It's just moving the money from, and
but this is for the Horizon expansion.
This is for the annex. There is money there for work at the Children's Center. There's some IT money there mostly for cybersecurity, and there's a move of the ACS headquarters, which will be more efficient space over time.
One of the largest projects is the 110 William Street relocation with a total commitment of $43 million. Can you provide an additional information regarding this budget, including the scope and timeline?
So ACS is moving from 150 William Street, which it's been at since I've been around at least, and we are moving to 110 William. This is something that DCAS has worked on for a number of years. Moving to a more efficient space design, open floor planning. We'll be moving over the course of the next year to 18 months.
Another large project titled Children's Aid Society with a total commitment of $24.5 million related to the construction and design of 13 classrooms. Can you provide additional information regarding this project, including the scope and timeline? Where will those classrooms be located? If possible, please provide a breakdown capacity of each classroom and how many ACS experts to utilize those rooms.
I can't, but there's a good reason for it. This is a
tell me
Manhattan
the
Borough
reason.
President initiative. It's managed by EDC. The funding just flows through ACS.
Interesting. Well, I'm going to pause here and pass it to my colleagues. And first on the list is Councilmember Ressler.
Wonderful. Well, I just firstly want to congratulate you, Chair Stevens, on taking on this expanded role. I think it was a really smart decision by the Speaker, and am excited that ACS is going to get the attention that it deserves. I think sometimes in general welfare, with so much going on at HRA and DHS, ACS would get lost, and it's really important that we're in active communication and conversation as a council, providing the oversight and the input that's needed. And so congratulations, and we have the right person leading the helm. It's good to see you, Commissioner and team. Thank you all for your work. I just wanted to come back to the issues relating to secure detention that Chair Stevens was asking. So we're currently at 238 kids in Horizons and Crossroads, is that right?
Correct.
And you said that the state has expanded the legal capacity to 267 across the two facilities. That includes 30 temporary beds. So the legal capacity was what when you were appointed, Commissioner?
The legal capacity when I was appointed, I believe, was somewhere around 212. We did a number of things within the current space to bring rooms that had been mothballed, so to speak, back online within the halls, and that sort of was a first level increase, and then we have been having this waiver from the state over the past several months.
And there is significant capital funding in your budget for improvements at Crossroads and Horizons. Are you anticipating expansion of the capacity for each facility?
Only for Horizon in this current plan. The annex would be 6 8-bed units, so much smaller units, and allow us to, have the right ratios. And right now we have about 12 to 15 young people in a hall, and so the smaller halls would be much more appropriate.
What will be the new anticipated legal capacity at Horizons?
It will be somewhere in the range of 270, 280.
270, 280
Yeah.
total. Okay.
Not
Across the
counting.
boat.
Hopefully, we won't be using any of the temporary temporary bedding that I was mentioning earlier.
Right. So, we all know the unfortunate stats. In the last year, the de Blasio administration, there were 108 kids in secure detention. Now we're at 238, more than doubled in a very short period of time. Number of kids getting sent to jail, to me, is the phenomenal increase in the number of kids getting sent to jail is the single most disturbing statistic of the Adams administration. And, we've seen the legal capacity at Horizons and Crossroads grow by 26% already, with a planned further expansion with the investments at Horizons. I as you acknowledged, and Chair Stevens said so eloquently, we're concerned about the reality that if you build it, they will come. We're building it. We're expanding it. We've already done a 25% expansion, and there is yet more to come. I would like to ask something that's not that I think is in your broader expertise, if not in your full narrow mandate as ACS Commissioner, and would welcome team's input as well. What are the preventative and diversion-oriented investments that you think would be most helpful? And have the cuts at the Department of Probation, the $5 million in aggregate cuts to the impact program, to Next Steps, and to Arches, have they been responsible for helping to drive the increased census?
Thank you, Councilmember, and thank you for your attention on these important issues. There's a lot of conversations going on about youth services, and now that the budget has been more stabilized, looking at where we want to make sure there's the appropriate investments. The majority of this increase happened before those, so I don't think we can attribute it. I've had conversations with the commissioner there. We've heard from the courts an interest in making sure intensive case management is available, and she made sure that that was up and available in both the Bronx and Brooklyn. And so we are looking as carefully as we can across the administration and conversations to make sure that we have the appropriate youth services.
Can you offer any specific suggestions of youth services, diversion programs, ATI, ATDs that you think would help?
Yeah, I think it's a broad range, right? So everything from the work that New York City Public Schools does with young people and making sure that they have the best pathways to education. It's all of the great youth work that DYCD does, all the way to sort of further upstream when a young person has been arrested and is diverted into court. If you look at our services that we provide, they're primarily attached to family court. So as an alternative to close-to-home placement, we have our JJI program, we have our FAP program. In those programs, we've added things like Fair Futures, which provides coaching to young people and develops relationship-based services, is what I believe in. I think that obviously it's a whole approach. There are times when family therapies are best indicated, and we have a whole plethora of those where families really want help, where parents are feeling like they're struggling. We once had hundreds of young people coming into foster care through PINS petitions. We have almost none now, and that has been because of concerted services. I know that's different than juvenile justice, but just to concerted services, family-led services, and so those are the kinds of things that I believe work for young people and for families.
Well, much of what you described sounds a lot like the impact contract that DOP released an RFP for, selected cases. They were taking over, I believe, from Esperanza, supposed to serve 175 kids in our family court system, provide them with the access to care and support that they need, therapeutic programming, mentoring, support the kids and the families, be a really effective diversion tool. DOP, for no apparent reason, cut the program and never actually enacted the contract. And I'm deeply concerned that you're the one on the receiving end, you're on the end of the line and have to manage this increased census and don't have the tools at your disposal to actually help drive it down, which I believe you want to do. And so I hope that the administration, then the mayor and the OMB director in their wisdom empower ACS to do more to help us reduce the number of young people who are being incarcerated in New York City today. Certainly the folks who are responsible for it are not responsible for that work are not taking it as seriously as they should. So I really appreciate the extra time, Chair Stevens. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks, Councilmember.
Well, thank you for being here. Thank you. Next, we have Councilmember Williams, followed by Councilmember Joseph.
Thank you. Hi, Commissioner. Happy to hear about your work around STR reporting issues. Hopefully there's more that we can do there. And was really happy to hear about what you discussed with reducing families' interaction with the child protection system by providing resources up front, so prevention. But I did notice that a few preventative programs were slashed, and I think prevention is critical because it presents future issues that might be more costly down the line. So I just wanted to know if you can share some more insight and details on the decision to decrease some preventative programs. I know it was cited that they were underutilized, so if you just talk about what those programs were and how you arrived at that decision.
Sure. So over the course of the last several plans, we have made modest cuts to preventive services. In November, we cut an FFT program in Brooklyn, 144 slots, and a family support program also in Brooklyn of 96 slots for a total of 240. Both of them had utilization around 20%. We didn't eliminate any in January. Instead, what we did was create a new model budget for our family treatment and rehabilitation program to have 96 slots for about 10 of the programs. It was originally 128. We worked with the providers to understand their budgets, what fixed costs would need to be met so that those programs are strong and stable going forward. You know, what we're seeing in child protection and preventive services is our preventive services are absolutely vital. At the same time, there's a lot of support and services that parents are voting with their feet to pursue, and we really honor that in our protective work and making sure that families get the kind of help that they need and where they need it. We have still well over 3,000 slots available for families across our entire continuum. We didn't end any program type, and we didn't end any sort of programs across in every neighborhood. There remains programs. We absolutely will watch this. We are encouraged that over the last few months we've seen somewhere about a 15 to 20% increase in families coming to preventive services, and a lot of that being through community pathways, not through a call to the SCR and an investigation. So if there is a need that grows here, we will absolutely, and we are actively trying to fill those slots, be looking at what families want, most importantly, so where they're voting with their feet to go, and trying to move resources to providers that are meeting those families' needs.
When you say where families go, I guess proactively themselves, what type of sites or programs do you find that families are proactively going to themselves?
It's a range. It's a range, but it really comes down to providers who are deeply community-based, have the most consistent utilization. And you know, I was very lucky to go visit a site of Arab American on Atlantic Avenue, and it was such a vibrant place. And their preventive program that provided evidence-based treatment to families was downstairs, but it was booming with folks who were learning language in parent support groups, and it was sort of deeply community driven. And we have so many providers who do that, and we're working with all of our providers to be able to make sure those are the kinds of environments that families can come to.
Okay, I have more questions, but I'm gonna go back. Okay. So I wanted to talk about the escape rate for non-secure facilities. We noticed, and not sure if the data, we have correct data or you have other data, because I know you mentioned that some of the numbers for like close to home was decreased, but we noticed that the rates have almost doubled for individuals who are escaping non-secure facilities, and so just wants to know if you have any sense as to why that is occurring. You know, I know staffing and other resource issues could be a problem, but just wanted to know why you think the escape rate has increased in non-secure facilities.
While it has increased, it's still very, very low. It's sort of a very, very low percentage. I believe we'll get the exact number, but it is not a common occurrence. These are non-secure facilities. We want to make sure we're treating young people who are in non-secure facilities in ways that protect them and protect the staff, but also allow for their liberties. There are times when a young person close to home or non-secure has a home visit and decides not to come back, and we have to go and work to bring them, engage them and bring them back to the facility. And there have been a couple times where young people have, it's more like AWOC or AWOL than escape, because these are non-secure facilities, but it's something we are working with providers to make sure that they have the appropriate staffing. If they're driving, if young people are coming back from home passes, that there are ways in which they make sure they're engaging them and getting them to come back into the program.
Thank you. Just two more questions. And when we just heard from your sister agency, DYCD, we talked a lot about RFPs and how contracts get crafted and the criteria that ultimately makes it difficult for certain nonprofits to be competitive in being granted an RFP. And so can you share how you craft RFPs or not craft them that creates opportunities for a variety of organizations? So not just small nonprofits, mid-sized nonprofits, large nonprofits. Like, how do you ensure that there is some level of equity around who is sort of positioned to compete?
Thank you for the question. It's very important. The RFP process obviously has to be one of the highest values, right, is around the objectivity. And so the results hit my desk, and that's just about it. But your point is we have real opportunity to shape them in how we craft them, right? What we value in the scoring, and how we select the neighborhoods. In the instance, you know, we're looking at where there is need and objective measures across the board, the best way for to engage local schools. In one example, we saw recently in our new Family Enrichment Center contracts, we have probably the widest range of types of organizations that we've had in contracts at ACS. And so we have small faith-based organizations, we have settlement houses that haven't contracted with ACS in the past. I think part of that is for the model. And so it's important to both value performance, but also value community connectivity. And so you can rate based on, you can sort of use different percentages depending on what you value. So in each process, we go through it and try to make sure that we're valuing community connections, community embeddedness. It is obviously not a perfect system, but that's what we try to do.
Yeah, I just have a quick follow-up question to that, because you mentioned like community, I guess, engagement, or how should I frame it? I guess the organization's ties to community might get weighed, but how does that get weighed in comparison to other metrics that you are valuing proposals on? Because, you know, sometimes certain components of a RFP might carry more weight than others, and so that's great that you consider community ties, but if community ties, and I don't know, so I'm asking if community ties get scored lower than some other type of criteria, how does that ensure equity?
Mm-hmm. I mean, it depends on the RFP and whether there's a history of those kinds of services. In most cases, I think it's somewhere between 20 and 30%. There's a portion that goes to things like experience with that kind of work. There's a portion that goes to the scope of services. Are they writing that they'll be able to deliver that kind of service well? So it depends on the RFP, but typically in that range.
Okay, one more question. So out of the 16 contracts awarded for school-based preventative programs, can you share how many organizations actually received the contracts? Because it's my understanding that one organization received multiple contracts. So I just want to know in total, like out of all of the awards granted citywide, what were the number of organizations that actually received said contracts?
We'll get you those numbers. I think it's somewhere around 10 or 11, but we'll get you those numbers.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Joseph.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Commissioner and team. How are you? First and foremost, let me ask you a question. How is the Office of Foster Care in the New York City Public School? How is that working out?
We are finding them to be very collaborative with us, and our education team at ACS is in constant contact with them. They helped us to work on an issue that I know is close to your heart around school transportation. So we've been very pleased that there's been a dedicated staff there.
How is transportation for students in foster care? How is that coming along?
So since our last hearing, and thank you for your question, we sat down, we heard from providers that they were not, in fact, getting reimbursed at the levels that we wished. And so we sat down with New York City Public Schools, created an MOU. They are very clear that for young people who are eligible for transportation, for a bus, during the period that it takes to set that up, typically somewhere around 10 days, but it could extend further, that New York City Public Schools will reimburse providers for the costs of that. So including whether there's someone who's accompanying the young person, the cost of car fare, I believe it's up to $100. And so that has gone, we've checked in with some providers, we know some providers have been reimbursed, and we're making sure that the process is working.
Well, thank you for that. So I have a couple of questions around new needs. In the preliminary plan includes $118 million in new need for foster care in the fiscal 2024 only. How is the funding amount determined, and how will that be utilized, and what services and programs are covered under that amount?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember. This is another thing that relates to the state. So we are, we're thrilled a couple years ago when the state settled and started to enhance the rates for foster parents, along with adoptive parents and guardianship for families who are no longer connected to the system. They didn't put any money in, though. And so we are regularly analyzing with OMB. The $118 million really is to pay for those rate increases, and we're very glad that we're able to do it, but hope the state will contribute in that regard. So the RFP that was recently awarded in foster care, all of those services are supported with this $118 million, but it's primarily for those rates.
Thank you. Can you walk us through the state mandate this relates to, and what amounts are covered by city and state? What amount is covered by us, and what amount is covered by the state?
So the state has a block grant, right? So that's how they fund foster care primarily. And so only when they increase that block grant, which they didn't do in a large way, I think they might have added a few $1 million. So this is all being covered by city tax levy.
Wow. Well, the state got to come up. Have there been any recent rate changes? If so, what were the changes and where were they instituted? When did that go into effect, the rate changes?
Those rate changes went into effect, I believe, at the end of calendar year 2022. But we'll get you.
You get me that answer.
And it's across. As you know, Councilmember, and thank you for your dedicated service. There are different rates for different types of foster care, and we've changed. We're moving from sort of a very distinct between our therapeutic and what used to be called regular family-based to one program that's enhanced family foster care. The rate is based on the need of the child, as you know.
Okay, correct. Thank you. How much is the full budget for foster care in fiscal 2024? What was the baseline budget for fiscal 2025 and in the out years?
The fiscal 24, our expenses look like they're going to be, the budget's $800 million. Out years, FY25 is $669, and this is OMB put this money in to address 24, the 118 million, and we're in conversations with them how to address 25.
I was about to ask about the gap. Okay, thank you. So what did you spend in 2023, and so far in 2024?
720 million in 23, and I believe through February it's 467 million to date in 24.
Thank you. I have one more question, Chair, please. Thank you. I'm looking at we were looking at the PMMR report, and it showed that there was an increase of number of children entering the foster care system in the first 4 months of fiscal 2024, when there were 1,012 children that entered the foster care system. This is a 10% increase when compared to 919 children who were in foster care during the same period in fiscal 2023. What shifted? What happened?
Yeah, it's a short period. From our analysis, it's actually a higher percentage of older young people who are coming in. To set some context here, in 2010, there were around 6,000 removals of children. In 2015, there was 3,600. In 2020, which we know is COVID year, there was 2,803. 2022 went down further to 2,715, and last year we came up to 2,781, still below the 2020 numbers. So since 2010, from 6,000 to 2,781, we never want a young person to come into care unless it's absolutely necessary. And so we are working very, very diligently to keep those numbers down, where they basically have stayed flat since the pandemic. And our intention is to make sure that children are safe, and at the same time to do it as often as possible by supporting their families.
How often do you check into a child that was in care for a certain amount of time? What's the cutoff time that you stop checking in on a child that entered care?
Never.
The timeline? Never, right?
No, we don't stop checking. Do you mean after a child leaves foster
After a
care?
child leaves, return homes to the family, what's the support system that's in place?
It depends. There are instances where a judge determines that ACS's involvement is over immediately. There are children who've come into foster care on an emergency basis. Something happened in the family and they need that support for a short period of time. There are others where there's a trial discharge, and that typically is somewhere around 6 months, and where the providers remaining involved with the family and supporting the family. Most trial discharges are successful. As you know, for young people, we are offering them coaching until they're 26 years old. We're glad to see a decrease in the number of young people who are aging out of care, but we know that those young people need us, and if they so choose, and many are, we're going to be there for them through College Choice, through Fair Futures, et cetera.
Of course. How is ACS ensuring foster care system adequate capacity to funding to address this increase without reducing level of service available to children in foster care?
So we have contracts for about 6,300 in our EFFC program, about 500 for children with special medical or other special developmental needs, and a little over 750 for residential. Today, across the two types of family-based care, we have under 6,000, 5,821 in family-based care, and about 516 in residential care of the 767. So the number of young people in residential care has steadily been declining as well.
It's also been declining. I know one of your goals when we spoke the last time is to increase the amount of King Gap foster parents. How is that looking? How's that data?
Yeah, so we are seeing this year we ticked up yet again in the number of children who are with kin. So we're about 44% of children. This is up from the low 30s 5 or so years ago. We want to continue to push that and further in the direction above 50% and higher. We just changed business processes to get the Child Protective Specialist some support on supporting kinship parents, because it's really important that when a child is initially placed with them, they get their support as fast as possible. And so much about whether that works is whether we're able to deploy that quickly. So we have redone that business process and are continuing to find ways to make sure if a child does have to come into care, they're with family.
Yeah, with family. That's great. Really good. How about our unaccompanied minors? How many do you have in custody?
So we don't have a exact number of unaccompanied minors, but what I can tell you is we've seen an increase in the number of young people who are brought into care on destitute petitions.
Correct.
And so in 2021, there was 49 in that calendar year. In 22, there was 64. In 2023, there was 94. And we've seen 17 through February. So it is not a huge number, but it's a very important number. And these young people we're working with, as any other child in foster care, to get them the supports that they need.
Absolutely. I know you said the numbers have increased. What referral services are you providing? What kind of support? Is there petitions being filed for them in court within the 14 days?
We are able to file the petitions on time. We are providing them all of the services that we provide all of our children in foster care. In addition, we've been able to make investments to make sure that translation services and interpretation services are available, as many of the young people speak languages other than English.
And mental health support and all of that.
Indeed.
I'm going to ask a question that is on everybody's mind. When I go into the subway system, I'm seeing young children selling candies on the train and on the bus. How is that being addressed?
You know, we want to make sure we're deploying help to those families, and so obviously that's happening on the subway system, but families are living in communities all across our city, and so whether it's the family enrichment centers, we've been working with the HERCs to provide preventive services where families are interested in that and where we can be supportive. We've been working with DHS and the shelter providers, and so we don't want children coming into foster care because they're subsisting, right? And their parents are trying to make ends meet. But we want to make sure we're out there supporting families in the best way. And so what we have found to date is to be available in communities on site at the HERCs and on site in the shelters where possible.
And while we're doing informational sessions for the parents that 5 years old, they should not be selling candies in the subway. I'm seeing them, and my colleagues are also seeing them as well. So
we're working cross agencies and be really interested in having conversations with you about what
I would love that.
Great.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Chair, thank you.
Thank you. I have a couple of more questions, and I know we have a second round, and Councilmember Williams has some additional questions. I'm going to start with Promise NYC, because I know this was a huge council initiative, and folks who are really excited about this. So in fiscal 2024, the adopted budget included 16 million new needs for Promise NYC in fiscal 2024 only. The preliminary plan did not include any additional funding for the program. What is the program continues? Will the program be continued in fiscal 2025 and beyond? And if so, how much additional funding will be added? And can you provide the most recent slot utilization data for Promise NYC and breakdown by borough?
Yes, thank you. Promise has been a terrific program. We appreciate the council's support and the mayor's support of it. There's not money in fiscal year 25 at this point, but know that there's going to be ongoing conversations about that. I'll walk you through the numbers of enrollment. In the Bronx, there's 123 children enrolled. In Manhattan, 109. In Brooklyn, 197. In Queens, 204. And 20 on Staten Island. There's 130 children who have been newly enrolled this year, and about 630 who are enrolled total.
Does ACS or the providers keep a wait list? And if so, how many families are currently on the wait list?
They do not keep wait lists, but they do. Many of the providers are providing other services and keeping track of who might be interested, but it's not a formal wait list.
Interesting. ACS budget includes $3.1 million in fiscal 2024 and $3.4 million in fiscal 2025 for costs related to city asylum seekers response efforts. What is this funding rate for? And are any other services contracted? If so, how much, and to which groups, and for which services?
So this is, Children's Village runs a successful program for families, relocation program that we've been funding through ACS, about $800,000. There's one staff member at the asylum seeker operation. It's state funded, but it comes through ACS. And then we've been working on translation through Accurate. So the money has been for those activities.
So most of those are contracted out so you don't have positions directly in ACS that are?
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. The preliminary budget includes a baseline peg of $1.4 million starting at fiscal 2025 for the Family Service Unit. This savings is also included in the baseline headcount reduction of 20 positions starting in fiscal 2025. What programs and services does this relate to, and how is the reductions amount determined, and how will this impact services and programs for families?
So this is related to the Family Services Units are child protective specialists who are responsible for working with families during their court-ordered supervision. As I mentioned earlier, we have dramatically reduced the use of court-ordered supervision, and so we took vacancies from those units and just not going to fill them, and so that's where that cost came from. I think this is consistent with our priorities and consistent with our values, and one of the places where we think it's an appropriate cut.
The November plan included a PEG of $10.1 million in fiscal 2024, $5.2 million in fiscal 25, and $5.4 million in out years related to out-of-state CARTA cases. Can you explain what the savings relate to, and how were those amounts determined? And is this a complete elimination of programs within ACS, and how many slots were eliminated?
So these are programs that operate through public schools. So these are placements that families have worked to get through the Department of Education, and so children are placed in these schools. The money comes through the local social service district, what happens to be ACS in this case. So it's simply a re-estimate of the number of students who are availing of those services.
Okay. The PMMR shows that there's been a steady decline in numbers of families entering child welfare preventative services. In fiscal 2021, there were 837 families, dropping to families in fiscal 2022 and further to 669. What factors led to the decrease of families entering the preventative services in the past few years?
Starting with COVID and then associated workforce issues that have gone on since then. They've gotten somewhat better, and we're really pleased with the mayor's announcement last week about investments in the workforce. So that's the primary reason. We have seen over the last 3 months a very stark increase, about over 20% of families newly coming to preventive services. And as I mentioned earlier, we're pleased that that increase is primarily being driven by community referrals, not by child protective referrals.
In previous years, ACS has voiced its plan to increase the number of family enrichment centers to 30 sites by 2025. I believe you talked about this a little bit in your opening, but how many have we opened up to date? And could you give the breakdown by borough?
Sure. 12 are open. There are 4 in the Bronx. There are 3 in Brooklyn, 2 in Manhattan, 2 in Queens, and 1 in Staten Island. 8 additional providers have contracts since last year, and they're going through the process of engaging community, picking space with community, deciding on the name, and deciding on what offerings will be there. 2 of those are in the Bronx, 2 are in Brooklyn, 1 in Manhattan, and 3 in Queens. And then we just made recommended awards in the last month to 2 more in the Bronx, 3 in Brooklyn, 2 in Manhattan, and 2 in Queens.
And I know that part of with the enrichment centers, there's been a lot of conversation around having community engagement, but what engagements are you doing with like local electeds like myself and council members for them to be a part of the planning and opening process?
Yeah, thank you for that. So what's really important, and we want to make sure that the family enrichment centers are clearly distinct from child protection, from things that anybody would be concerned to go towards. So the providers in each community that are selected do that engagement. They name a local parent advisory committee and develop those relationships. The parents determine a lot of the community outreach. They have an advisory board that gets elected. Many of them reach out to their council member or community boards. If that didn't happen in an instance, we will make sure it gets fixed. But it's really important that they have a broad engagement of the entire community. I was recently out in Far Rockaway, beautiful new opening, and very, very robust engagement from electeds, from the local community, and we want to make sure that happens each time.
Yeah, I definitely want to make sure that happens as well. So definitely want to continue to talk offline and brainstorm about it. And I know I was supposed to reach out to you about one in my district, so we should definitely do that soon.
Great.
The PMR shows the increase in number of CARES cases, which went from 545 in fiscal 2022 to 587 in fiscal 2023, an increase of 54.9%. For the first 4 months of the fiscal year 2024, though there were 884 cases, up 46.2% when compared to the same period in fiscal 2023 when there was only 1,972 cases. What is contributing to the considerable increase in CARES cases, and how does CARES case differ from the traditional child protected cases? And does ACS have a plan to expand the use of CARES system to cover more cases going forward? If so, what is the timeline and how much is this increase anticipated?
So this is about diverting cases from the traditional child protective investigation, which is relatively flat, although we're very excited about the decrease in reports from public schools based on the new training and the accessing family supports. So this has been very intentional. It's up 10 times since 2017. We went in the past year from 48 units to 64 units. These are dedicated units using the CARES approach. So we're about 25%, 1 in 4 responses to a child protective, an SCR call, I should say, are using the CARES approach. We're currently evaluating how much further to go there. It's very important that we distinguish, though, that we don't want people calling the state census registry because they want a CARES approach. We can provide that support through a preventive service or a community-based service. This is just a way to make sure that we're reducing the number of families getting an unnecessary indication of child maltreatment, which can have lingering effects, as you know, and we're really thrilled that the work done in CARES is sort of deeply embedded in good social work principles and practices.
Yeah, and I think, even for me, I think I want us to also be thinking about, because for so long, ACS has been in a bubble and you've only had one route to get some of these services. And so continuously think about what does it look like as an information campaign so families could actually know about the new services that's happening. Because I know we're talking about like the expansions and some of the other things that we're doing to kind of help prevent some of these things. And I'm really excited about the state registry thing, because we know sometimes those are not used in good faith, but also thinking about how do we make sure families know that now there's other touch points that they can use to get some of the services that they desperately need that they didn't have access to before. So I know you guys are probably doing that already, but want to make sure that that is a continuous thing of thinking about how we get this information out.
If I can say, Chair Stevens, I think it's certainly incumbent upon us at ACS. We also know that there are extraordinary community leaders and advocates who want to make sure that there are services developed that you don't have to touch the child welfare system at all to get. And so that is also a really important part of the solution. There are state legislative solutions that we think need to be carefully looked at, mandated reporter laws in particular. So while we really try to have it be used differently, we also think some structural changes are important to consider and explore.
Absolutely. Coming down the home stretch. The end of the pandemic, federal funding is set to expire at the end of current calendar year, and many agencies are working to determine how to address the shortfalls. As the preliminary plan, ACS has $8.6 million in budgeted in fiscal 2024 and $9.1 million budgeted for fiscal 2025 from pandemic sources. What programs or services does this funding relate to? And does this agency expect to fully expand all budget pandemic-related funding in fiscal 2025 and 2024 and 2025? And if not, why not? And how much will remain unspent?
Margaret?
Sure. So the funding in FY24 and FY25 was previously ARPA funds, which are expiring, but the city actually backfilled those with CTL, and those pay for the indirect cost rate. And at this point, I believe we are expecting full spending.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Many families have expressed concerns about ACS investigations conducted in homes. In recent news, ACS has formed a new campaign aimed at informing all parents under investigation their legal rights in order to improve those investigations. And this new campaign citywide, is this campaign citywide? And if not, when will it be expanded to be citywide?
We are about halfway there, and we'll be done. Looks like we're on target for the end of May, and certainly by the end of June, we'll be citywide, where we're providing families with information on the outset of an investigation, including that we need their permission to come into the home, which they can deny, and that they can call an attorney at any point during the investigation.
And does this campaign include like any media outreach, social media, as well as just like on the onset of the investigation?
It's less a campaign and more about this individual information, but we have reached out to media outlets to let them know what we're doing. The Daily News covered it, and we would be happy to continue to find ways to make that public.
Thank you. Councilmember Williams, do you have additional questions?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that my question around the number of contracts, I just wanted to make it clear that the reason why I asked that question is because across many agencies, not just ACS, especially when it comes to like smaller nonprofit organizations, nonprofits that are run by people of color, in the case of for-profit contracts with MWBEs, agencies in government really do have the opportunity to craft RFPs in a way that maximizes opportunities. And so then when you have 16 RFPs and, you know, we notice that one organization got multiple contracts, it just does not feel like an equitable system. So I just wanted to like make that connection, but I look forward to hearing about which organizations did receive the 16 citywide contracts. Two questions that I have is from my colleague, Councilmember Riley, which I was very interested in his questions because I never knew that the Committee on Special Education was in ACS. Is this accurate? What is
the
that?
budget? The
Okay.
dollars flow through us. It is at New York City Public Schools. It is not with us.
Okay, so are you able to answer any questions around expectations with reduction in funding for the Committee on Special Education? The fact that 40% of students in foster care are classified as students with disabilities, more than twice the city rate. So are you able to share or opine on how these impacts might affect students academically? This was two questions from Councilmember Riley.
Not in this officially informed way for Councilmember Riley. I will say ACS pays for, these are typically residential placements that the Department of Education, New York City Public Schools has set up, and the room and board comes through ACS. As I understand it, this was simply a reestimate of the cost. It was not a determination of how many services would be needed going forward.
Okay, and the chair asked questions about the Carter cases. Can you also explain, I did not realize that ACS also had something to do with the Carter cases. I did not realize that.
Sure. So DOE NYCPS is required by law to provide for the educational needs of NYC children, and if the child cannot be served by a school in NYC, then the city is required to pay for the child's education out of state or county.
No, I know what Carter cases are.
Yes.
I think I'm most interested in understanding what is ACS's role.
Our role, we don't have anything to do with the placement.
Okay.
We just have to pay for the care and maintenance costs.
Okay, so similar to the Committee on Special Education. Why? Why does it not just go through?
I believe it relates to the fact that it has to be a local social service district that pays for the room and board component, and the rates are set through that process, and so we are the pass-through there. But we can get you a definitive answer on that.
Okay, thank you.
One more question. The proposed fiscal 2025 state budget includes a permanent increase of $75 million for children welfare expenses for temporary aid to needy families and flexible fund for family services. We are not clear on the implications this would have on ACS and if interacted, an additional increase if there are other changes in a proposed state budget that could impact the agency. Will ACS services or programs be impacted by this reduction? If so, how? And are there other proposals in the recent released state budget that you have flagged that could either positively or negatively impact the agency?
So Margaret, would you answer the piece about the TANF piece, and then I'll talk about the state?
Sure. I think we are evaluating those changes. The prior changes with the Title 20 funds have sometimes been a reduction in funding to other agencies, and then the city rebalances between the agencies. So on the specifics, I think I'll have to get back to you.
Thank you.
And on the state budget, I think, as we mentioned earlier, investments in juvenile justice and services are, we have not seen them from the state. We have not seen them from close to home. And so as we're talking about deeply important services for youth, I think we want to see the state step up there. The preventive reimbursement remains every year brought down to 62% instead of 65%. There's also an important policy that we're interested in seeing pass, which is the delinking of work hours to authorized hours for childcare. So right now, a family can only get childcare for hours that they're working primarily. Obviously, families are doing a lot of other things. They have to go to the grocery store, they have to take care of things, and so we want to see a delinking between the authorized hours. It's in both one House budget bills. The governor did veto it last year, but we're hopeful that we can get it passed this year.
Well, I hope so too, because we know the state needs to do their part as well. So with that, that is the conclusion of my questions. Thank you. I wasn't so bad, was I?
It was a very great conversation, Chair.
Thank you. We're going to take a little break. And thank you to all the providers that have been sticking it out with me all day, because I know some of y'all was out there since 9 o'clock rallying, but I need to take a break, and we will be back with public testimony. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you, council members.
Excuse me. If our translator is in the room, please come see the sergeant at arms.
Good afternoon. We are going to reconvene. We need everyone to please find their seats. Just a quick reminder, no food or beverages are allowed in the chambers. If you are here to testify, even if you registered on Zoom, you still need to fill out a witness slip at the Sergeant at Arms desk in the back of the room. And also, no one approach the dais at any point. Thank you.
Well, welcome back. I just want to say thank you guys who've been sticking it out all day. You guys are the real MVP, and I am here to have public testimony. So I'm going to turn it over to council to start calling up the panels.
Okay, before we turn to public testimony, I want to remind members of the public that this is a formal government proceeding and that decorum shall be observed at all times. As such, members of the public shall remain silent at all times. The witness table is reserved for people who wish to testify. No video recording or photography is allowed from the witness table. Further, members of the public may not present audio or video recordings as testimony, but may submit transcripts of such recordings to the Sergeant at Arms for inclusion in the hearing record. If you wish to speak at today's hearing, please fill out an appearance card with the Sergeant at Arms and wait to be recognized. When recognized, you will have 2 minutes to speak on today's hearing topic. If you have a written statement or additional written testimony you wish to submit for the record, please provide a copy of that testimony to the Sergeant at Arms. You may also email written testimony to testimony@council.nyc.gov within 72 hours of this hearing. Audio and video recordings will not be accepted. We will be limiting public testimony today to 2 minutes each. For in-person panelists, please come up to the table once your name has been called. Our first panel will be Abdoulaye Diallo, Akand Abdul Aziz Diallo, Anthony Turner, Nadira Hakim, Zakana Stevens, Amal Karoufi, and Nedalyn Helena Diaz.
Please step forward. And I just want to remind everybody that we will be sticking to a very strict 2 minutes. We have a lot of folks signed up. I do want to hear everyone, so I will be making sure we're sticking to the 2 minutes today.
One of these people is on Zoom. One is on Zoom.
Okay, hi, good afternoon. I'd like to thank the chairs, Althea Stevens, and the rest of the members of the Committee for the Youth and Children for their commitment to meeting the needs of youth for the opportunity to testify today. Sorry. My name is Aquana Stevens. I am the Youth Advocacy Fellow for Coalition for Homeless Youth and a leader of Project Unite, which is a collaboration between youth with lived experience of homelessness and child welfare system who's advocating for the needs of youth in both systems. As a person who has lived experience of homelessness as a youth in the system for 7 years, it's my peers' recommendations for the following. I would like to talk about city FEPS. Despite the legislation passed by City Council, the mayor is refusing to follow the law and permit young people served in runaway and homeless youth programs to access city FEPS vouchers without having to first enter the adult shelters. And moreover, young people transitioning out of foster care were left out of this legislation, increasing access to city FEPS. It's unacceptable. I've been affected by this policy. I've experienced youth homelessness for 7 years, and though the majority of my time has been spent in DYCD, at a certain point I realized it was my only chance at a city FEPS voucher would have to be obtained through DHS. This policy caused me at least 2 extra years of homelessness due to snowball effects from the mental toll of the DHS system and staff and moving. Had I been able to obtain city FEPS while in the DYCD shelter, perhaps I wouldn't have spent nearly 1/3 of my life in the youth shelter system. I also want to talk about housing navigators for all young people in RHY. We need $1.5 million in the DYCD budget to maintain housing navigators. The implementation of housing navigators completely revolutionized the youth shelter system. They play a pivotal role because they help youth figure out their options and navigate a roofless housing system. And without them, I don't know what our shelters would be doing. They should be baselined.
Thank you, and I agree. They should be baselines, and it's important. Whichever, it's fine.
I'm gonna share my testimony now. My name is Nedeline Diaz. I'm a LIVE expert from the NYC Youth Action Board and Project Unite. Project Unite is a collaborative effort. As someone who has experienced homelessness and housing instability, I am deeply connected to protecting young people and securing housing in a proactive and safe way. The city should create pathways for professional development and economic mobility for peer navigators working with young people. Peer navigators are essential because they provide young people with guidance as credible messengers and are easier for young people experiencing housing instability to relate to. Despite this, they are among the most vulnerable workers in our system, and their positions have been cut in recent budgets. This all takes a toll on young people they serve and illustrates the barriers to economic mobility and professional opportunity for those who enter this career. Restore funding for the 16 peer navigator positions in DYCD RHY system for $1.6 million, and we urge ACS to ensure that all new contracts awarded will allocate funding for one peer position per contract. We also demand that the city increases the number of DYCD transitional independent living programs for homeless young adults ages 21 to 24. As someone who has stayed in a Hill, I can tell you that without one, I would have had to face potential street homelessness or remain in a more unstable environment. There are a lot of young people who don't have somewhere to sleep without adequate space and beds available. Young people used to be able to rest at drop-ins, but they can no longer do that. The city requires a shift to ensuring young people have shelter and housing, temporary or permanent. The city must provide funding for 40 additional 21 to 24-year-old beds at $5,500 per bed, as well as 60 beds for 18 to 21-year-old beds. That brings us to a total of 100 additional DYCD RHY beds for funding of $5.6 million. And it's important that we secure funding for older youth beds as they are closer to entering youth shelter and can't be removed from their bed if there is no space available for younger individuals. If you allow me a few more seconds to finish my testimony, I'm almost done.
10 seconds.
10 seconds. Runaway and homeless youth shelters do not have the funding needed to cover the true cost of running programs. Therefore, we ask for an additional $5.5 million to right-size the DYCD crisis. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Amal Karufi, pronoun she, they. Thank you to the chair members today. I'm youth advocate with Project Unite Youth Empower Transforming Care. And I'm here today standing as someone who has personally experienced the challenges of housing instability in New York City. And even after finally securing housing, I found myself grappling with a multitude of uncertainties and unanswered questions that weighed heavily on mine, threatening to undo the progress I've made. And while some people would say I should be happy that someone finally got back to me about a voucher with an unrealistic expiration date, despite the fact that I displayed 5 years of the longest game of Frogger, all too often once housing is secured, many are left with to tangle a maze of processes and barriers alone while carrying on feelings of isolation and uncertainty. This is where community-based hubs could step in as a beacon of hope and support. These hubs are essential for providing comprehensive support during and after housing has been obtained. As we move towards creating trusted, community-based resources for young people facing homelessness, regardless of the system they are from, we need to make critical investments right now in RHY drop-in centers. Unite is calling for a one-time 30% contract increase for DYCD-funded drop-in center contracts to work with young people who need support right now. That would mean a $1.63 million investment, but we need to think bigger than that. We also want to build community-based hubs that go beyond drop-in centers. That includes peer support to foster a sense of belonging and solidarity, which is essential for overcoming challenges associated with transitioning to stable housing, trauma-informed services that acknowledge and address the unique experiences of individuals who have faced adversity and trauma, housing navigations that services that help young people not only secure housing but maintain it for the long run, financial planning assistance to help young people manage their resources, legal support to protect the rights of young tenants, and educational and employment assistance to pursue their goals. We need to invest in drop-in centers in the city budget. We also need to work together to build these hubs so that we can be beacons of hope, of sources and empowerment for individuals like me who are striving to build a better future for themselves. Thank you.
Agree with everything all three of you have said.
And last in this panel, we have Anthony Turner on Zoom. Anthony, you may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
Thank you so much for that. And I want to say thank you to all the council members. Hopefully everyone can hear me here. My name is Anthony Turner, and I'm the YAB director for the Center for Fair Futures. The Fair Futures model provides one-on-one coaching, social, emotional, academic, career, housing, and life skills supports to young people from 6th grade to the age of 26. The model has been implemented and scaled across all 25 New York City foster care agencies and currently serves nearly 4,000 young people between the ages of 11 to 26. The model is also being implemented across the New York City juvenile justice system. In the first years of Fair Futures implementation, all 25 foster care agencies implemented the model. Over 500 staff were hired and received 7.5 days of training. These staff in turn provided nearly 4,000 young people in foster care with one-on-one coaching, tutoring, and an array of individualized academic, career development, and housing supports. Fair Futures was launched during the COVID-19 pandemic. Despite the significant challenges that presented, early results are strong system-wide. Despite the challenges presented by COVID-19, by the end of the first year, nearly 99% of young people engaged with their Fair Futures coach. I just kind of want to share my personal experience. Having a coach was vital for my success. A lot of times I felt like I wouldn't be able to make it, and I also had a lot of housing challenges, and having a coach was really pushed me to beyond my limits. So I just want to say, for my ask at the Center for Fair Futures, we're just hoping to stay baselined, and I appreciate everyone for hearing my testimony. Thank you.
Thank you so much to this panel. Our next panel will be Samuya Grover, Zeta Rojas, Nora Kuyate, Tidilayo Aluko, and Chonika Roy.
Hi, my name is Emily Gamble, and I am a senior in high school, and I've been a member of Girls Club for the past 5 years. Girls Club has been a constant place of support for me during this time. After a long day, I take comfort in knowing that there's a place I can go to that will greet me with warm smiles, a meal, and the genuine interest of wanting to know how I am. I know that no matter how my day was before, I'll have the opportunity to take part in classes and activities that will give me the choice to discover a new interest without the expectations of who I should be weighing on me. Whether exploring the edges of the universe in the planetarium or harvesting potatoes and strawberries with Mama Jen on the rooftop, I know that for the rest of the day, I'll be doing something that'll make me confident and proud of who I'll wake up as tomorrow. Girls Club has instilled an unwavering sense of determination and pride in myself that I will carry with me through the rest of my life. My only hope is that when I graduate, I can eventually come back and do the same thing for the young girls who will come after me. That is why I am here to ask for restoration of funding to girls and gender-expansive serving organizations like the STARS Citywide Girls Initiative. Thank you.
Hi, Council Member Stevens and committee members. My name is Samia Grover. I'm a Bella Abzug Leadership alumni. Bali has been a member of the STARS Citywide Girls Initiative for the past 4 years. I was not only lucky to attend their summer program, which was incredibly empowering in every way, but also to become a recipient of their leadership scholarship. Bali helped me in so many ways, all the way from finding a community and feeling empowered as a young woman to finding my voice and my power as a leader. I'm who I am today because of the learning and enrichment that Bali offered. Organizations like Bali and STAR CGI member organizations give New York City young women a much needed safe space to be themselves and find their inner voices and courage to achieve things they really want and need. I cannot stress it enough how it would be imperative that funding for future generations of young women and gender expansive youth is restored.
Good afternoon. Councilmember Stevens, great to see you again. My name is Titilayo Luco. I'm a Power Play alumni, STAR CGI fellow, here to share my testimony of the importance of stabilizing the nonprofit sector. Participating in Power Play empowered me to be the woman I am here today. I'm privileged to be surrounded with a support system of strong women and friends who consistently encourage me to speak up and advocate for myself. One of the many programs I participated in is the Youth Leadership Council, which helped me develop my advocacy skills. To be able to speak on issues that impact minority communities, I remember standing out in the program, being very reserved and quiet through small groups and breakout sessions, and became very vocal and confident when speak. This led me to be selected as a STAR CGI Fellow in 2020 alongside 10 other young women from the STAR CGI partner organizations. We worked together to produce and facilitate 100% youth-led town hall conversation with then Council Member Adrienne Adams of the topic of education equity. As a young person who benefited greatly from the nonprofit sector programs such as Power Play and now has the privilege to speak in front of you here today, I can attest to the positive impact that these youth programs have on young people. I sit side by side with other young women in STAR CGI fellows requesting a restoration of funding to girls and gender expansive serving organizations like STAR CGI. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Zaida Rojas. I am 16 years old, and I'm a participant of figure skating in Harlem. I have been a participant for 9 years now. I would like to thank you for the opportunity to testify, and thank you to the City Council for championing programs and services for young people. FSH uses skating to develop leadership and academic achievement in hundreds of girls like me each year. It's a door for opportunity for our young girls of color, the hope of our future, making dreams possible, and a reminder that anyone can do anything, no matter the color or background. Figure skating in Harlem creates a safe atmosphere for young girls to express themselves in ways they'd be suppressed in the outside world. In our program, we use the power of our representatives to reach out beyond the horizons and let the world hear our name. For this, we attend galas and fundraisers, meeting important people to connect with, and spread the word of our amazing accomplishments. I am calling on the City Council to continue making the investments in programs and services for girls and gender nonconforming youth. The STARS initiative is an example of the kind of investments that girls/young people need. Thank you.
Hello, hello, Councilmember Stevens. My name is Chini Garoy. I'm a 19-year-old student from Hunter College, and most importantly, I'm a mentee at Girls Right Now, one of the 10 organizations that make up STARS CGI. Girls Right Now has been the most important thing for me as I transitioned from high school to college. Most people, when they think about support, they think it stops at high school. You're an adult now, you're independent now, you should do things on your own now. The idea that you stop needing support when you're a young adult is not only not true, you actually need more support. College makes me feel isolated and lonely, and it is now that I need connection more than ever. Girls Right Now is an amazing community which pairs young women and gender expansive youth like myself with amazing mentors who do everything from supporting you when you want to cry about an exam to helping you find internships and jobs. Connections are important, and the connections at Girls Right Now are everything. They help you emotionally, socially, economically. I do not know what I would do without my mentor. They make my life richer. Star CGI costs about $1.4 million to fully fund. That is about 0.00013% of the budget of the 2025 fiscal year. Frankly, cutting its funding will not make a significant enough difference in the city's budget to save money. Instead, you're keeping girls away from the connections which not only improve their lives, they improve the city. Fully funding Star CGI allow young women in these programs to enter your workforce, your economy, and your society. And frankly, when the city government is already thinking about cutting funds from libraries and schools, resulting in cuts in after-school programs, is there anywhere else that these young girls can go? Simply, there is nowhere. Please join us at the Youth Town Hall tomorrow, where we will join in trying to fully expand funding. Thank you.
Yes, we know they were all great, and you guys know I love to hear from the kids. And I did hear the invitation for tomorrow. It is on my list, but as you have a lot on the Saturday schedule, so I will try to be there, but I can't make a commitment as of yet, but I'm trying my best. Thank you, though. So thank you, guys. Appreciate you all.
Okay, our next panel will be Erica Gamble, Mackenzie Lewis, Mala Abudu, Marsha Jean Charles, Trenton Price, and Emily Gamble.
Hello, my name is Mackenzie Sherry Lewis, and I am a participant of Figure Skating of Harlem. Thank you for the opportunity to testify, and thank you to the City Council for championing programs and services for young people. FSH uses skating to develop leadership and academic achievement in hundreds of girls like me each year. Each year, we grow confidence on and off ice. Benefits of FSH has allowed me to become a powerful speaker and an effective leader in the community. It has also allowed me and my sisterhood to focus on future goals and develop positive, healthy lifestyles. I am calling on the City Council to continue making investments in the programs and services for girls and gender non-conforming youth. The STARS initiative is an example of the kind and of investments that girls and young people need. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Mala Abdu. I'm 17 years old and a senior in high school. I've been a part of Figure Skating in Harlem for the past 9 years, and I'm proud to say that FSH has been a backbone and has helped me through so many lessons that surpass the ice skating rink. Through financial literacy classes, academic classes, and STEM classes, and college prep, I've been able to thrive as well as be surrounded by a community of sisters. I know after a long day of school, I can come to this program and be supported by fellow council members, staff members, and fellow sisters who will always have my back through thick and thin. As I part ways with FSH, as I'm going to be a senior and going off to college, I know that FSH will always have my back and will always be a pivotal focus of my life. I'm calling on the City Council to continue to fund programs like FSH as well as the STARS initiative to continue to thrive, to help girls thrive like me. Thank you.
Wonderful testimony. Thank you, Chair Stevens, and members of the Committee on Children and Youth. My name is Trenton Price. I'm the Executive Director of the Salvadori Center. I'm a former middle school teacher, school leader, and district leader for arts education here in New York City before joining Salvadori. At Salvadori, we provide STEAM education services, that's STEM plus the A for arts and in our case, architecture, to schools, after-school sites, and NYCHA community centers across the 5 boroughs, focusing on the built environment. For context, last year, Salvadori taught over 8,000 students in 129 schools and NYCHA community centers. Our goal is to make STEM and the arts come alive through hands-on project-based learning that practices the soft skills of collaboration, creativity, and problem solving, just like real-life architects, designers, and engineers. We're grateful to have the support of the Council through many different CASA, Digital Inclusion and Literacy grants, as well as the After School Enrichment Program and the Speakers Initiative. It is this work from the Speakers Initiative that brings me here today. As a longtime partner of NYCHA for over 15 years, we see firsthand the need for robust out-of-school time programming for children and youth. In our programs, young people clamor for the opportunity to work together and build solutions to design challenges that impact their community. These real-life challenges engage their brains, foster collaboration, and make connections to career pathways they may not have otherwise considered. With so many pressing priorities for the residents of NYCHA and other shelters, we know that programming for children and youth can sometimes feel like less of a priority. But to the contrary, investing in pathways for children and youth is one of the most critical things we can do to support the success of future generations. I want to thank the Council for their investment in the futures of children and youth, and I want to encourage you to continue to deepen that support for out-of-school time programming for young people in NYCHA and shelters who need it most through CASA, After School Enrichment, and Speakers Initiative. Thank you.
Thank you so much to this panel. Our next panel will be Yarlin Miguel Duran Lopez, Tiana L. Harry, and Darren Garcia.
You guys can get started whenever you're ready.
Dear council members, it serves me well to advocate on behalf of my community. My name is Triana Harry. It is a pleasure being here. I'm a sales representative and solopreneur. I'm also a resident of East New York. I attend Regent University as one of the members of the Youth Action Leadership Council program. I co-lead the newsletter project. Being a part of this youth development program has impacted my leadership and collaboration skills. I have learned how to foster critical thinking in the workplace and implement problem-solving strategies on issues that affect our social norms. I felt heard because I was surrounded by people who valued my opinions. Through the program, I had the opportunity to receive mentorship, improve my research skills, practice public speaking, teach others younger than me, volunteer at a community local church, attend youth justice events, and facilitate event planning to raise awareness about issues that young people face. Our curriculum provides opportunities for young people to explore their individuality and self-awareness. It improved their educational perspectives on topics like eugenic worldviews, political science, youth activism, behavioral economics, environmental, I'm sorry, guys. Basically, the program helps people to feel safe, educated, and it makes you feel proud about yourself because you're learning a new skill. And that's what this is about. Sir Claus Moser said, "Education costs money, but then so does ignorance." I sincerely appreciate your help. Best regards, Harry.
Good evening, City Council. I hope everything is well. My name is Dons Gracia, a 16-year-old junior at Brooklyn Institute for Liberal Arts, and I'm a proud member of the Youth Action Leadership Council. After being recommended by my friend Anati into CCA programming, I swiftly became a member of the Youth Action Leadership Council, where I immediately started to gain knowledge on topics like servant leader philosophy, the effects of structural racism, the art of debating and public speaking, as well as organizing projects. As it relates to those projects, I am a co-lead of the Newsletter Project and Community Benefits Project. As the co-lead of the Newsletter Project, I focus on bringing awareness to our program, hopefully gaining support towards helping our community. As a co-lead of the Community Benefits Project, we respond to communities that would appreciate extra help with things like pantry work, donating clothing, and helping set up community gardens for later harvest. I humbly present this message to you, hoping to convey the significance of our endeavors. As stewards of our city's resources, I implore you to consider the profound impact of investing in our programs. By supporting initiatives like ours, you are not only investing in the future of our youth, but also in the resilience and vibrancy of our communities. Funding our projects will not only amplify our outreach efforts, but also facilitate the tangible, hands-on support that is vital for the well-being of those we serve. In conclusion, I express my sincere gratitude for your attention to this matter. Together, let us continue to strive towards a future where every member of our community is supported, empowered, and equipped to thrive. Thank you for your consideration.
Greetings, student council members. My name is Yarlin Duran, and I am a 17-year-old student from the Dominican Republic who resides in Cypress Hills. I proudly attend Brooklyn SN High School, and I am a member of the Youth Action Leadership Council. And in CCA, I have attended 2 programs. 1, the Youth Action Leadership Council, and 2, the Community Carpenters Program. 1, the Community Carpenters Program focuses on renovating and rebuilding community gardens to grow fresh produce. And in this program, I was able to rebuild old gardens and plant seeds to grow produce for the community. 2, I am also a member of the Youth Action Leadership Council, where I am a co-leader of 2 prestigious projects in the Youth Action Leadership Council, namely the Community Benefits Project and the Know Your Rights Campaign Project. As a member of the Youth of YAUP, I have had the opportunity to learn how to have the confidence of a leader, help those in need, and how a team functions as leaders. One thing YAUP has pushed me to do is to be creative and have the ability to do critical thinking. We also do advocacy work, such as supporting the Youth Justice Opportunities Act and the Communities Not Cages. Now, the funding would allow programs like YAUP and the Community Carpenters Program to expand and bring more about community benefits. Thank you for your time and consideration in allowing me to testify here at City Council.
Thank you to this panel. Our next panel will be Anthony Posada, Patricia Mullen, Ira Yankwit, Annie Minguez, Caitlin Passaretti, Jamie Polovich, and Nora Moran.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and the members of the committee. My name is Annie Minguez, and I'm the Vice President of Government and Community Relations at Good Shepherd Services. I also serve on the steering committees of the Campaign for Children and the Coalition for Homeless Youth, and I'm the co-chair of the NYC Advocacy Committee for Kafka. Good Shepherd operates many of the programs discussed today. I wanted just to kind of like highlight a few things. I will submit a longer testimony. On ACS, I wanted to talk about salary parity. A youth development specialist at ACS makes roughly about $47,000 starting, compared to $36,000 if they work in a CBO. ACS also offers a signing bonus and annual cost of living adjustments that CBOs just cannot compete with. We want to thank the council and the mayor and the work of the Just Pay campaign for the most recent multi-year COLA deal that will help us recruit and retain staff. and we look forward to discussing salary parity to ensure that the human services workforce makes a livable wage. On DYCD, as an after-school provider, we want to support the need to restore cuts to after-school and summer rising. As a runaway homeless youth provider, we want to ensure that there's an additional investment of $16.4 million towards RHY. And on cure violence, I wanted just to elevate that there is a $5.14 million cut to the Office of Neighborhood Safety, and specifically a $1.4 to legal aid. Our Bronx Rises Against Gun Violence program has been partnering with the legal aid since its inception. They are embedded in our programs in the communities we support in the Bronx. They attend and they table our community events, and they participate in our hiring panels. They also host a series of workshops, and they are building relationships with the community before they are in crisis. And then when there is a crisis, communities trust legal aid because they're there to support them. So thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to taking any questions.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. You are a true champion for young people and communities in New York City. Cutting $1.5 million from the CJU budget undermines the incredible success of the CMS network in eradicating gun violence in our communities. As you know, because you were part of that panel, New York City Data Council report showed that a 19% reduction in criminality in precincts that have a CMS site connected to them. All of those sites are impacted by a $1.5 million cut to our services. Our comprehensive legal services serve to defend, educate, and organize our communities, which are vital to ensuring public safety in our city. As you know, we have a 24/7-hour hotline for legal emergencies such as arrests, housing evictions. We assist community members on obtaining their rap sheets so they can apply for sealing of their convictions, and I can go on and on and on. We educate community members on their rights, on how to navigate legal systems, and their rights during police encounters, which we all know can be life-threatening. Most recently, we were in your district connecting with community members with our mobile justice unit, meeting them directly in their neighborhoods right outside of Lincoln Hospital. The mayor committed to an additional $8.5 million for the crisis management system. So here he is cutting $1.5 million from the community justice unit. In fiscal year 23 alone, we served 7,045 people. This year, in the first 6 months of fiscal year 24, we are at 4,074. We are on track for a 15% increase. You have in our testimony letters from all of our community partners, including Man Up, Bevo, Life Camp, Speak Peace Forward, Drum, 100 Suits. Restoring the funding of the CJU is restoring our communities that are in crisis. Commissioner Howard said that people can go to DSS for legal services. That is inaccurate. Also, people who go to Office of Victim Services are denied services if they're alleged to be gang members, and that is critically important for everyone to know. Thank you for your time.
Oh, thank you. Collaboration already. Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and members of the committee. I'm Rosalind Morrison. I'm a senior attorney at the Legal Aid Society in the Community Justice Unit. I'll keep this very short and brief, but I wanted to provide some concrete examples of what my colleagues on both sides and co-supervising attorney Anthony Posada just shared. Legal aid very much provides direct services. In earlier testimony, there was an inference made that cutting the legal aid budget was a cut made to avoid cutting direct services, and I'd like to just make it very clear that the work that we do, the very frontline work that we do, and the support that we provide, particularly in collaborations with our CMS partners, is direct services. So specifically, and I'm responsible for the sites and providing support to the sites in Queens, such as CCD, 100 Suits, Life Camp, Rising Ground, Elm Corps, Rock Safe Streets, is a lot of the work that we do keeps violence from happening in the first place. It's helping people in crisis before things escalate. So for example, in addition to the legal hotline, which is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, I often get phone calls of arrests in real time. I've spoken to and mitigated very tense situations where there is a battalion of officers outside of a door, and people very fearful were on the other side. I was able to intervene, and actually a colleague of mine and I went out to the scene to make sure that everyone stayed safe. So this is just an example of direct services that we provide, and we need to have proper funding to assist our CMS partners and really keep communities safe. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens. My name is Ira Yankwit, and I'm the Executive Director of the Literacy Assistance Center and a proud member of the New York City Coalition for Adult Literacy. I had prepared written testimony for this afternoon, but this morning, DYCD dropped a bombshell, and I think what I want to do with my 2 minutes is put my testimony aside and just speak directly to what they said. My plan today was to come and talk about the $10 million that is in the mayor's preliminary budget for adult literacy over and above the funding for the RFP, and talk to you about the way that we thought that that $10 million could be used to enhance the RFP to provide wider and better services for a larger number of students here in New York City. But of course, this morning what we heard from DYCD is that $10 million is a technical error and actually isn't going to be used for adult literacy programming at all. This is devastating news. DYCD said earlier that they're serving 16,000 students a year. That is less than 1% of the 2.2 million adults in need of adult basic education, high school equivalency, or ESOL services. This RFP has a very specific number, 9,117 students. That's how many will be served with that $11.85 million. I don't understand how DYCD could testify this morning that that's not a cut to go from 16,000 to 9,100. So what I am imploring you and the council to do is to ignore what DYCD said this morning and to fight not only for that $10 million, but to get it baselined in the RFP so that we can use it to expand services to the 12 council districts that are going to be left out from the RFP, and to not create the Hunger Games-like fight that we're going to see in districts like Councilmember Aviles', where they have 4 or 5 excellent adult literacy programs who are going to be fighting for crumbs of funding. So please ignore what they said, fight for the $10 million to be baseline. Thank you.
Hello, Chair Stevens, and thank you for the Children and Youth Committee for hosting this hearing. My name is Caitlin Passaretti. I'm a Policy and Advocacy Associate with Citizens Committee for Children. In my oral testimony today, I'll be laying out 3 cuts I want to specify. However, we are here to uplift all of the priorities spoken on the panels prior, the Coalition of Homeless Youth, and the Campaign for Children. Today, I want to highlight our collective concern about the impact of budget cuts on vital youth programs. It is imperative that we restore the $6.9 million to Compass After School, the $19.6 million to Summer Rising, and advocate for a $20 million baseline investment of Promise NYC. The $6.9 million cut to Compass After School is not just a number. It translates to the loss of 3,538 slots for our youth. Imagine the potential that those slots represent: opportunities for academic support, mentorship, and personal growth. We've already witnessed the cancellation of the Compass Explore program contracts despite their success in meeting rates of participation targets, with some even having wait lists. Our youth deserve consistency and support, not cuts to limit their opportunities for enrichment. Additionally, the $19.6 million cut to Summer Rising is deeply concerning. This reduction will shrink programming to just 4 days a week and eliminate all field trips for participating youth. Field trips are not merely recreational outings. They are experiences that broaden horizons, inspire curiosity, and foster social skills. Scaling back Summer Rising in this manner deprives our youth of valuable learning experiences and extend beyond the classroom. Lastly, I want to stress the importance of baselining $20 million for Promise NYC in our city's budget. This program is a lifeline for undocumented families, ensuring they can access essential child care services. It is about equity and inclusivity, ensuring that every child, regardless of immigration status, has access to the support they need to thrive. By securing funding for Promise NYC, we uphold our commitment to us building a city where every child has equal opportunities to succeed. These asks, if fulfilled, will help support our city and our youth. We look forward to continuing our work with you to achieve these demands, and thank you for the opportunity to testify.
Hi, I'm Patricia Mullen, and I'm the director of the Adult Learning Center at Lehman College. I'm proud to say that I'm a Bronx kid. I am the recipient of adult literacy programs in that my mother got her GED, and that was the first time we had regular paychecks coming into our household. Therefore, my sister could go to Lehman College and graduate, and I eventually became a high school teacher in the Bronx, all because of my mother's GED. I'm here to speak about two issues that often get misunderstood when we talk about adult literacy. Adult literacy providers in New York City seek to hire the people that they are teaching. I do not want to hire more white ESOL teachers who do not live in the Bronx, nor do I want to hire more white case managers who do not live in the Bronx, who are not recipients of programs like mine. I'm not against white teachers or case managers, but I believe more effectively, services are rendered more effectively when you've been in the shoes of the people who are asking you for help. I see my mother and myself in the students that we help. The other thing I want to dispel is wait lists. The effort that CBOs and agencies like mine who put into wait lists, we're not answering the phone and putting a name down. To effectively manage a wait list, you must test and place the student at a level, and then that student there waits an entire year for a program. So right now I have 300 Bronx residents who have already been on our waiting list for a year. So when I place my students this September, I will once again have another waiting list of these people. So I really hope that the adult literacy budget is baselined. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. My name is Jamie Polovich. I use she, her pronouns, and I'm the Executive Director of the Coalition for Homeless Youth. I will be submitting longer, more formal written testimony, but I'd like to use my time today to talk about our ask with some real examples from this week. And I know you've heard a lot about our ask already from our allies and the young people that testified earlier. Overall, we're looking for an additional $16.455 million in funding for the DYCD Runaway and Homeless Youth programs to support a number of critical needs and support services that young people are in desperate need of. Just this week, on Wednesday, we got a call about two 16-year-old twins. They're unaccompanied minors that entered this country by themselves. They didn't speak any English and they didn't know where to go. Thankfully, they found someone on the street that spoke their language and was able to get them in contact with the coalition. From there, we were able to refer them to one of the youth shelter programs where they're now being housed together. But that was only because there were beds. This morning, we got a call before 6 a.m. from an 18-year-old from Brownsville who'd been sleeping on the train for the past 5 days because he was afraid to go to the adult shelter system, and there were no beds in the youth shelter system for him. We encouraged him to go to one of the 24-hour drop-in centers, which he did, where he could get a meal and shower and services. Also, just now while we were sitting in this hearing, we got texts from our mutual aid allies that are outside of St. Bridges with a group of teenagers that are new to this country that were being ushered onto buses to be brought to sleep in a hangar outside of JFK Airport. That shouldn't happen. It's wrong. And I know you heard the DYCD commissioner testify that they don't need new beds, but they do. And this is why, and these are the real examples of the young people that are suffering because of it.
Well, we know I've been championing these beds since I got here, and I won't stop till I get them, so.
And we appreciate it, and you're loud and bold in all the beautiful and right ways.
All
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Nora Moran. I'm the Director of Policy and Advocacy at United Neighborhood Houses. We work with New York City settlement houses. My written testimony has more detail, but wanted to just draw attention to 3 cuts that we're very concerned about in the FY25 preliminary budget. The first is the PEG of $6.9 million to DYCD for after-school programming. This will eliminate over 3,500 after-school seats. Very concerning for a variety of reasons, especially because Compass Explorer providers are hitting their rates of participation. These are not underutilized programs, and so restoring them is going to be crucial, especially right now. Taking any money out of the after-school system is bad as we look ahead to a future procurement. We need to make sure all of those dollars are there and accounted for and that families have access to services. The second is the cut of $19.6 million to Summer Rising programming. Frankly, it is offensive that we've found $80 million for the Department of Education to offer their Summer Rising programming, but we can't have a full week or day of programming for middle school students. This has also gone unaddressed in provider planning calls, and providers have not been given any guidance on how to plan or prepare appropriately for middle school students this year. This is something that has to be restored in exec so that families know, what to expect this summer, and that providers can plan appropriately and young people can come to programs for a full day and a full week. The last cut we draw attention to is around the Promise NYC program. This program needs to be restored and baselined to $20 million, also ideally in the executive budget. This is a program that's providing a crucial service for families who have very few other childcare options because of their immigration status, and they need to know that their childcare vouchers are going to be available to them past June 30th to have that continuity of care. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I was telling them as they were coming up, I was like, this is a panel of people I speak to on a regular basis. Literally, Annie is my new staffer at this point. But I do have a couple of questions because there was a couple of things that was said during the hearing that I feel like I want to make sure we clear up for on the record. And I do want to start with legal aid and even talking about one of the questions I was asked the commissioner today was around how was this decision made around the cuts? And it was just like, oh yeah, we didn't speak to them. And so they said that they are in the process of speaking with you guys now about the cuts and what it looks like. So one, I just want to get confirmation if that meeting has happened, if they've reached out already, because that was said it was taking place now. And they did admit that they should have spoken to you guys before they made the cuts, but.
Not a single word.
Oh.
Ever. They never, I'm glad you brought it up because I thought I was like, I didn't bring that up. But so the commissioner says for the first time on the record that it's a good idea to talk to us, right? Like you have this partnership with us that provides critical legal services to the community, yet you don't reach out to us when you're making a decision of this magnitude that is going to hurt communities, right? Because people don't go to DSS for legal services, right? We build the trust in the community.
I was confused by that myself.
Right, like who says that, right? We go to communities. We build trust, as Annie just laid out, so people know that they can come to us. And people who are in crisis, right? People who just got arrested, people who are about to be evicted, people who are about to be deported, runaway youth who don't know where to go, how to navigate these systems. So talking to us about a decision like this, critically important. So I'm happy to have the conversation. I introduced myself to him on his way out, gave him my card. He was surprised. I said, well, yeah, we kind of been doing this for a long time, so talk to us.
And I will follow up as well. So
I know you will.
I definitely will be. Nora, I just had a question for you, even around the Summer Rising piece, because I brought that up today around the $80 million for DOE, and I have not been shy that I believe that we need to be moving towards a camp model, and that actually would save the city money. And I don't think I asked this here, but I know I asked this in our planning meeting around what evaluation is being done around learning, because I asked that at the hearing with DOE. What evaluation is being done around summer learning loss, because they're toting that this is needed. And we all know that studies have always shown, even camp, because it's not just summer camp and they're not just playing, it's education enrichment, that I feel like there's similar gains in the same way. And so can you talk to me a little bit about some of the concerns they have, especially around Summer Rising and the middle school students having Fridays cut?
Yeah, so we have heard from our middle school summer rising providers that Fridays were often their best attended days.
Yeah, 'cause
because
kids don't wanna go to
they
school.
do field trips and fun things, and that's what people are interested in. And so the concern of not having that as an option at all is going to make Monday through Thursday seem a lot less appealing, and so potentially lead to greater drop-off. And so, yeah, definitely agree that that's a really important engagement tool. And then to the broader question around evaluation, I mean, that's something that we've also asked about. You know, what is the what are the gains that come out of running a model like this? We know that there is some like parent evaluation, particularly for younger students who might not be able to do an evaluation, to ask, you know, what they thought about the program, but in terms of any kind of pre and post test to understand improvements and gains, to our knowledge, we have not seen that. But we do know that there are some of our providers who run center-based summer programs who do that of their own volition and are able to show that, you know, the programs they run solo in-house with their own staff are able to document gains over the 8-week period.
Yeah, I mean, because it was just really frustrating for me because when I think about summer program and where we are, it's being. I feel like there's a total around like, oh, we need this piece because they're not learning. And I think that this is a disservice and kind of disrespectful to our providers who've been doing this for a number of years and often doing and connecting the dots from what's happening in the classroom to the real world. So I just wanted to make sure we was able to kind of clear that piece up, and even around like the summer learning loss and trying to make sure that it's lucrative. And so when we're thinking about, because we are in a crisis, right? We are in a budget crisis. And I was even asked, well, we have to make hard decisions. And I think when we're making hard decisions, we should be making them that make sense, right? So if we're looking at a program that is not really having that much gains, then how do we say, all right, this $80 million, that's literally saving $80 million in the budget where we wouldn't need, because we're supplementing DOE, and we know that we're struggling getting teachers to come in there. The students don't want to be there, and we're thinking about middle school, the enrollment was already declining because of the piece around the school piece. And so now I have fear that it's going to be even greater this year, in addition to SYP only giving them $750 for that age population. And so I am very concerned about what the summer is going to look like. And so I'm definitely wanting to make sure we're working with our cornerstone providers, because that's probably going to be the only safe haven that population is going to have at this point, because we're really gutting these programs. I don't have any more questions, but Jamie, you know, I'm going to keep fighting for these beds, and I hear all of the ask, and thank you guys all for being here, and I really, really appreciate all the work that you do.
Thank you to this panel. Our next panel will be Rob Saltares, Eleanor Rutke, Ashley Rajkumar, Katie King, Donovan Swanson, and Edwin Santana.
Good afternoon. My name is Ashley Rajkumar, and I'm a senior case manager at Streetwork Project Lower East Side, a program of Safe Horizon, the nation's largest nonprofit victim services organization. Safe Horizon helps 250,000 New Yorkers each year who have experienced violence and abuse. Streetwork Project provides shelter, showers, hot meals, and so much more to homeless and street-involved young people, and helps them find safety and stability. We're grateful for the Council's many years of collective support and for championing our nonprofit human services sector. I've submitted my full testimony and want to emphasize a few points. First, Safe Horizon is a proud member of #JustPay, a racial equity and gender justice campaign committed to ending the government exploitation of human services workers. We're grateful for the multi-year COLA agreement recently announced by the mayor, and we're here to partner with you all to ensure it's implemented meaningfully and correctly. Second, City Council initiative funding contracted through ACS and DYCD supports our child advocacy centers, Streetwork Project, Immigration Law Project, and Safe Chat program. These investments are investments in public safety. Safe Horizon is also a proud member of the Coalition for Homeless Youth. We joined them in urging the city to fund support services, immigration legal services for youth, new arrivals, and unaccompanied minors, right-size our DYCD contracts, fund housing specialists, and peer navigators, add 100 additional DYCD RHY beds, and give RHY housing vouchers. I, as well as my colleagues at Streetwork Project Lower East Side and Uptown, have seen firsthand how the lack of funding and access to resources have negatively impacted the homeless youth of New York City. We have continued to see an increase of new arrival youth in need of services that we are not fully capable of providing for due to limited resources provided by the city. We ask that you support us in our mission of ending youth homelessness. We can end youth homelessness. Young people are relying on us every day for bare necessities. They need and deserve all of our efforts and support. From our chefs that provide delicious and nutritious meals, to our youth service aides that provide direct respite, and our case managers who work tirelessly to connect our clients to resources and provide limiting housing options. We all do our part. It is time for our government to do theirs. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, Chair Stevens. I've submitted our full testimony. The Borough President, again, just wants to thank you for your continued support in championing these issues. We could not agree further with everything said here today. And, you know, the reality is this is a self-imposed budget crisis that this administration has put forth. And while tough decisions may need to be made, these cuts do not make sense and undermine a lot of the initiatives that the same administration has put forth, particularly in the areas of safety. And so I'm going to focus specifically on a couple of issues, but again, we are continued partners with the council on this work. So Summer Rising is a popular program that provides fun and enriching experiences for our youth and keeps them safe and off the streets during the summer. While the Borough President was pleased to see the administration restore cuts to DOE's share of the program, we also share concerns with the $19.6 million gap that still exists within DYCD's share and including in out years. The cut impacts Friday programming, which will force middle school students and their families to either pay out of pocket if they have even the opportunity to for other programming, or worse, leave students without an opportunity for productive activities that we know are enriching for their lives. The Borough President encourages this administration to baseline funding for Summer Rising. And many of the things that's also included in this testimony is that we are also observing the same lack of collaboration that's happening between our providers and DOE. And as personally a former provider that can speak to that experience in a setting that was collaborative, we have providers coming into new settings with new principals and potential buildings that they've never worked in, being told how they are going to roll, how they are going to recruit, and that's not an even partnership. And so the dollars need to also mirror the fact of the collaboration that we want to see with a program like this. Also echoing some concerns within our Compass programs. The fact that over 3,000 was cut within the most recent PEG is concerning. And, you know, I'll just say very quickly that when they say underutilized seats, that could be for a number of reasons and why we need to have more data and be more transparent in this process. And so everything is included in our testimony, but again, we are partners here in this work, and feel free to collaborate with our office.
Thank you. And underutilization, I am aware that sometimes there's so many other factors to take in consideration and so many other agencies that's responsible for that. So we are on the same page, and thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Katie Kam, the Director of Education and Career Services at the Northern Manhattan Improvement Corporation. I have submitted our full testimony, but I am here to say thank you for the Council's significant support of our programming over the years and to advocate for renewed funding in fiscal year 25. With the support of the City Council, we are able to provide adult education services to over 350 individuals each year, over 60% of which require additional case management and referral services provided both in-house and through our community partners. We've also enrolled over 238 children in Promise NYC, the maximum allowable amount under our contract. These numbers represent only a portion of the work we're doing throughout the city. Progress that is dependent upon consistent funding. Organizations like NIMIC operate under city contracts established with DYCD, and after years of operation under contracts negotiated prior to the pandemic, the release of the new RFP does not demonstrate a significant change in the funding or staffing levels, which we've been advocating for years. There is no dedicated funding for staffing to promote and maintain instructional quality, and the contract only requires one part-time case manager to support over 100 clients annually. This is not a service level that meets the needs of our clientele. However, the City Council has generously supported the Adult Literacy Pilot Project, through which we were able to provide enhanced case management services and improved instruction to clients in our adult education programs. This funding is essential to the success of these programs and empowers NIMIC to adequately staff a high-quality program. We also would like to advocate for renewed funding for Promise NYC, a child care assistance pilot program piloted through ACS, a vital service for low-income immigrant families who are otherwise ineligible for federally subsidized child care. Covering Manhattan and the Bronx, NIMIC is working with families to connect them to child care programs. And additionally, our Youth Build program, we appreciate your ongoing support for that and hope we can continue to have your support. Thank you.
Good afternoon, my name is Ellie Redke. I'll be speaking on behalf of the Doors Legal Services Center. The Door is a comprehensive youth development organization that has been supporting young New Yorkers since 1972 and houses a DYCD RHY drop-in center. As my written testimony will detail, the young people that we work with at the Door are extremely vulnerable and are in desperate need of support from the city. For example, at a recent drop-in legal clinic for runaway homeless youth, Door staff members spoke with a 20-year-old who was forced to leave his home country after rebel forces broke into his family's home, raped his sister, and beat his brother to death before his eyes. Another young person who we met at the RHY clinic fled his home country after years of being hit, whipped, and physically abused by his father. Unhoused young people like these two young adults need access to the safety, stability, and services offered in youth shelters. As it stands, there's an extreme shortage of youth shelter beds, and as a result, an alarming number of unhoused young people between the ages of 18 and 24 are instead being placed in HERCs. HERCs are inappropriate environments for young people because they lack privacy, do not provide sufficient food, offer practically no support services, and displace residents every 30 to 60 days. It is impossible for already vulnerable youth to find stability and community within the HERC system. Thus, I urge the city to fund additional DYCD youth shelter beds so that more young people can benefit from the DYCD system. Young people without legal status also need access to free immigration legal services. Every day at the Door, our staff members turn away young immigrants seeking legal support and representation, most of whom have strong claims for legal relief. Just last month, we received over 50 requests for immigration legal help. If the city does not provide funding to remedy the current shortage of legal services providers, an unacceptable number of young people who are eligible for immigration relief will not receive necessary legal help. I urge the city to fund youth-specific, no-cost immigration legal services. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Stevens and council members. I am Rob Saltares, New York City Program Officer at Laureus USA, which is a grant-making nonprofit organization that supports the growth and impact of programs that use sport for positive youth and community outcomes. Citywide, Laureus works with 60 direct service organizations who collectively serve about 172,000 young people, 86% of which are from under-resourced communities. I am living proof of the profound impact of sport. I'm the son of immigrant parents who raised a boy in an East Harlem NYCHA development. Thanks to the support of a sport-based youth development program, shout out to Harlem RBI, I avoided becoming part of the many statistics that outline the struggles of our under-resourced communities. The benefits of youth sport programming are clear. It helps to develop social-emotional skill sets, decreases health risk factors, it reduces anxiety, depression, while improving self-esteem. The sport-based youth development approach is anchored by relationship building, which allows for sport to be a preventative measure against community violence, which was a huge theme today. SBYD programs provide role models, safe spaces to heal from trauma, opportunity for community building, and are typically delivered in the out-of-school time setting when rates of violence amongst youth are likely to be the highest. A recent peer-reviewed study in the American Journal of Preventive Medicine found that meeting the nation's Healthy People 2030 youth sport participation goal could not only improve or would not only improve children's physical and mental health, but could also save $80 billion in reduced medical and mental health costs. We applaud the steps that the city and state leaders have taken thus far to create dedicated funding pools specifically for youth development and sport programming. Currently, OCFS administers the Youth Team Sport and Youth Sports Opportunity Fund to counties to redistribute to local organizations. As we consider the FY25 budget, I just urge you all to continue to support as it will make changes that will last a lifetime. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Stevens and the Youth Services Committee members. My name is Edwin Santana. I am a member and community organizer at Freedom Agenda. I believe that the city budget should reflect what we value, and I believe that the most New Yorkers value our youth. If we value our youth, then we should invest in the programs and services that serve our youth. But Mayor Adams seems to have a different priority. He's slashing funding for everything that supports our youth and doubling down on arresting and incarcerating them. It's shameful. It's also not going to do anything to drive down crime. I can tell you from my own experience as a person who entered juvenile detention at 13 and 15 years old. Instead of giving me the proper services to help me in my youth, I was incarcerated. And all that it did was expose me to the horrors that come with the criminal justice system. The same is happening with the youth today. Let us not forget that there are over 1,000 young people 25 and under at Rikers today. Not to mention the overpopulated Horizons and Crossroads facilities. Incarceration is not the answer, but that is what Eric Adams wants to believe. The mayor's budget proposes a 25% cut to the Department of Youth and Community Development. That includes huge cuts to the Office of Neighborhood Safety for things like cure violence programs, employment programs, as well as legal services, recreational events, and youth service coordination. But you know what? He's not cutting the Department of Correction. Even though they have 4 times more officers per person in custody than the average jail system, and even though they are the only city agency that is actually required to shrink in the next 3 years under the plan to close Rikers. Bottom line, Rikers is hell, especially for people living behind the walls, but also for all the people who work there. So, DOC is expected to have over 1,400 vacancies this year, and Mayor Adams isn't planning to cut any of them. He keeps saying he expects the jail population to rise, and I can see how he would expect that when all the policies are designed to create that outcome. But I know and you know that that is the wrong path. This city council knows that our communities will be safe and strong when we support our young people instead of criminalizing them. In the full written testimony which I will submit, you'll see a full budget analysis from the campaign to close Rikers that calls on the city council to cut DOC's bloated budget and redirect those resources to our youth and our communities. Thank you.
Thank you. And I 100% agree. I think me yelling today showed that. But I did have a question for Rob, just around, I'm not sure if you heard the commissioner's testimony today around the announcement of the Neighborhood Youth Team Sports Program. And I believe we've had like prior conversations about this, and just wanted to get your take on like this program being announced today and feedback, because I know you've been championing this.
No, absolutely, and thank you for bringing that up. We are super excited to see this fund announced. It was announced earlier this month that there will be an RFP for it. That is one of 2 funding streams that is currently like specific to youth sports. We're still waiting on the other one and excited about the prospect of it coming. In addition,
but have we heard anything about the other one being released anytime soon, or no? Because I want to just make sure I follow.
Haven't received any updates on that. In addition to this funding, which is awesome, we'd love to see like impact reports and like how we're actually moving the needle. Like playing a sport, we know can be inherently amazing, but programming a sport with like youth and community outcomes in mind is
I agree, which is why I hate the Saturday Lights program, because it does no evaluation. It's just like, let's throw balls and let kids go run and they'll be safe, and that's just not productive programming. But thank you, and those are all the questions I have for this panel.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next panel will be Sean John Lewis, Dr. Sophine Charles, Sarah Jonas, Roslyn R. Morrison, Stephen Morales, and Shannon Rocket.
Afternoon, Chair Stevens. Sean Jean-Louis, Policy Director over at Expand Ed Schools. We're an after-school intermediary working to support after-school program quality in partnership with the council via citywide initiatives, in partnership with New York City Public Schools via their Empire State after-school contract, as well as with the direct service providers actually doing the work on the ground. I'm going to submit longer form testimony that really goes into the nature of how we stand in solidarity with you in the field around the cuts to Compass and to Summer Rising. But I wanted to use my time today to highlight some things happening at the state level that really could impact and exacerbate some of the conditions that are happening with the DYCD cuts. As you might know, the state kind of combined their Advantage After School program and their Empire After School program into one program called LEAPS. And the LEAPS RFP, recently released, only serves children up to the age of 12. So eliminating service for a lot of middle school students as well as high school students. You know, and you know, we both know that that's an age group, as you said earlier, that could afford to have our arms wrapped around them rather than pushing them out. The second thing is that the RFP limits service to 3 sites per school district, and there are many service providers providing much more service to much more than 3 sites across districts between Empire and Advantage, and so students and families are guaranteed to lose out on service based on that cap. And so just wanted to flag that, you know, Expand Ed is really looking forward to working in partnership with the council and the field to kind of triage and figure out how to fill some of these new gaps in the immediate term, as well as working in partnership with New York City Public Schools and DYCD to engage in the systemic transformation that's necessary so that less and less triage is necessary and we're more proactive instead of reactive. Thanks for the time this afternoon. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi, Chair Stevens. My name is Stephen Morales. I'm the New York Policy Director at All Our Kin, and we're a nonprofit organization that trains, supports, and sustains family child care educators operating home-based child care businesses. I want to talk a little bit about child care and the role that ACS plays in child care. I testified earlier on Monday in the Education Committee, but it's important because our child care system, we need to envision it as a birth through 5 continuum. So I understand why we have multiple committees and multiple agencies working on these things, but I just want to bring that to the table here and really talk about how we must invest in early childhood education broadly, and we see what this administration is proposing to cut in a bunch of various areas. I want to highlight a couple of key recommendations that ACS specifically can do. First off, they can raise voucher pay rates for family childcare and all childcare providers. Federal regulations were just updated to allow cities and states to pay the maximum reimbursement rate, and ACS must take advantage of that because they're not doing it right now. And second, we need to expand access to childcare for families. There's 2 key ways to do that. Well, there's a lot, which is in my full testimony, but 2 key ways I want to highlight. First, folks have talked about it, you asked about it earlier, we must expand Promise NYC. It's been extremely utilized, and actually we know that there's other folks who aren't able to utilize it for childcare for undocumented children, which is crucial to getting families on their feet when they arrive here. We need to see at least $20 million for that in the budget, ideally baselined. And second, presumptive eligibility, which would allow families to immediately begin receiving child care assistance upon applying. Again, that's a federal regulation that was just updated. We're allowed to do that. We need to start doing that. We need to also then fully build out our investments in our early childhood and education system. So thank you for the time today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Stevens and members of the Children and Youth Services Committee for the chance to testify today. My name is Sarah Jonas, and I'm the Vice President of the Youth Division at Children's Aid. Our commitment to serving youth and families is unwavering. However, like providers across New York City, we encounter countless operational and financial hurdles that make it difficult both to retain staff and to seamlessly provide high-quality programming. Simply put, our government contracts for youth programs like after school and summer do not cover the full cost of operating these programs. The youth services system is in a moment of crisis. Yet this administration has called for a $6.9 million cut to the Compass system and a $19.6 million cut to DYCD's half of Summer Rising. This is unconscionable and will further strain and drain an already depleted system. Children's Aid calls for the restoration of all the proposed cuts to youth programs, including but not limited to Compass and Summer Rising. We urge the city to prioritize the needs of our youth development workforce, including the need for higher wages, cost of living adjustments, and flexible contracts. To strengthen the after-school program network, we urge the city to immediately release a request for proposals for the Sonic Compass system by the end of calendar year 2024. After-school contracts moving forward must prioritize our workforce through higher wages and flexible terms. Thank you so much for your time. We had a group of young people here with us this morning, and when we looked at them, we know that you're with us in terms of supporting their promise, helping them to thrive, and making sure that we're investing in them, and not cutting these programs that are so critical to their future and to unlocking all of their potential and their dreams. We look forward to partnering even more with this council to make sure our youth and families thrive with every opportunity that they deserve. Please let me know if I can answer any questions. Thank you.
Good afternoon, it's almost evening. I'm Dr. Sophine Charles. I am the Associate Executive Director for the Council of Family and Child Caring Agencies, also known as CAFCA, downstate. And our agencies, we represent more than 100 nonprofits across the state of New York, and at least 60 nonprofits here in New York City, providing foster care, prevention services, juvenile justice, and res care services. I first want to say that I'm testifying on behalf of our agencies, and Councilmember Stevens, you have to know that our agencies think that you're a rock star in terms of taking care of and supporting our needs. And we just want to say thank you for your support of our agencies and the mega win on the 3% COLAs over 3 years. That's a big deal on top of the workforce enhancement, and we thank you for that. I'm sitting here listening. I will submit formal written testimony, but I'm listening to everyone that's coming forth and providing testimony, and I'll say that we're still on the workforce angle. Annie Minguez testified earlier that we must have workforce parity. In order for our nonprofit workers in our agencies to survive, we need to have parity on the level of what's happening with government, and that's a really big deal. Out of all the asks that are coming before you today, if our nonprofits and our workers, workforce, if they're not available, we can't retain them and hire them, then we're not going to be able to deliver. And I will say that our nonprofits actually raise private dollars to support many of the programs, as my colleague here just said, from Children's Aid. For example, the migrant and asylum seeker families, our agencies are paying out of private dollars to support them, and that's a priority for the city. So we need the city to prioritize the needs of the agencies, and we need to support youth infrastructure in order to provide the aftercare programs for our non-secure and secure youth who are in these centers. And I'll have more on my written testimony, but we need your support for the agencies and the workforce. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens. My name is Shannon Rocket, and I'm here today on behalf of Carnegie Hall. As a member of the Cultural Institutions Group, Carnegie Hall takes seriously our public service commitment to our city's residents. Because our own work has focused so heavily on creative youth development and young artist training, we were very encouraged to hear Speaker Adams' emphasis on supporting our city's young people and investing in key human services among her priorities for the year ahead. With the City Council's support, arts and culture have been highly effective resources to address and maintain many human services initiatives, especially in youth development. For this reason and many more, we urge the Council to restore the devastating cuts to culture that have been enacted this year and called for in the next. For more than 20 years, Carnegie Hall has invested deeply in creative youth development programming. We have partnered with city agencies and community organizations to ensure that our programs intentionally reach young people who otherwise would not have access to these opportunities. I'll give 2 examples. First, Future Music Project, which delivers after-school music workshops to 150 to 200 young people annually in ACS, non-secure and secure placement and detention settings. Through this program, teaching artists help young people to develop as artists, critical thinkers, and collaborators, and to explore creative expression in a supportive environment. Second, the B-Side, our free intensive program for at least 40 New Yorkers ages 14 to 22 interested in the business of music, with a focus on young people connected to Carnegie Hall through our human services partners, including ACS, DOE, DCLA, DOP, DHS, DYCD, NYCHA, and MOM, as well as community partners such as Children's Aid Society, Good Shepherd Services, and credible messenger organizations such as Life Camp. The B-Side provides participants an interactive space to learn about the inner workings of the music industry. Young people receive Metro cards, refreshments, and stipends for their participation. Our impact and partnerships throughout the city demonstrate that investment in arts and culture is a compound investment in human services and our communities. Cuts to arts and culture therefore have a compound negative effect on our communities. We urge the Council to prioritize and protect funding for arts programming for young people in the year ahead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say, Just Pay was just the first step. And so we're going to get pay parity because that's up next. So we have to get Just Pay, so now we can fight for pay parity. So it is on the table, and I understand the importance of it and understanding like the historical context behind it, because we understand that they contract with the nonprofits because it's cheaper. And they know we're going to do the work because we love the work. And so, you know, I'm ready for the fight. Y'all know I'm always ready for a good fight. So we will definitely get there, and we are going to be championing that for our next budget cycle. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next panel will be Zainab Akbar, Emma Ketteringham, Lauren Shapiro, Wanjiro Gathaiga, Indiana Alba, Jordan Ortiz, and Paula Puente.
Good afternoon. My name is Paola Puente, and I'm from Peru. I was a CUNY student, and I'm a CUNY employer now. I'm a partnership coordinator at the Adult Learning Center at Lehman College. During the first years of living in the United States, finding a job without knowing the language was nearly impossible. At the age of 20, I became a nanny, looking after 4 children for a wage of $8 an hour. It was the only job that was allowing me to pay for my bills and also save for learning English. While many may wonder, there are places where you can learn English for free. Unfortunately, I attend to sign up for various organizations offering free English classes, but the waiting lists were long. As a result, I ended up enrolling in expensive classes that I couldn't sustain for more than 6 months. Finally, after living in the country for 3 years, I was able to attend CUNY. La Guardia Community College was the first school that I went. I took the CLIP program, and then I earned my associate degree in art and science. After that, I transferred to City College, where I studied psychology. I did different jobs as an art teacher, assistant director, and I found a cultural art program myself. Now, I work as a partnership coordinator at the Adult Learning Center at Lehman College. I take pride of my work because I help many people who dream of having a better job, just like once I dreamed it. Every day, I receive calls from individuals who want to learn English, improve themselves, and change their lives. Our program has many people on the waiting list. I understand them because I was one of them one time. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Judge Stephen and council members. My name is Indiana Alba. I'm Dominican student in the Adult Learning Center at Lehman College. I have been in this country for 8 years, and I have been studying English for 2 years. I came to this country like many people, looking for better opportunities for my family and me. The Adult Learning Center program has opened the door for me to learn English. Thanks to them, I have a job where I can express myself in Spanish, but I can also learn and express myself in English. I want to finish this English program so I can go to the university, have a career, give a better life to my children, help my community, and people like me who want to learn English and continue their education. This English program is not only important to me. This English program helps more than 800 people every year. We have a waiting list with 300 students who want to learn English. Today, at this moment, I'm the voice of each of them. I can see daily how people suffer for not speaking the language, for not being able to have a good job and offer a better life to their family. I hope that they can benefit from this program like I'm doing, and I can have more opportunities in this country. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Stevens. Good to see you again. My name is Jordan Otis. I'm the Deputy Director at Midtown Community Justice Center, formerly the Midtown Community Court, which is a project of the Center for Justice Innovation. Thank you for the time and opportunity to testify today. Shootings have decreased by nearly 25% across the city, but data shows that both perpetrators and victims of gun violence are getting younger. The center is working to address these trends in neighborhoods across the city through programs such as SOS, also known as Save Our Streets, RISE, and Midtown's own Youth Weapons Diversion Program, operated with Family Court. The center operates at many points along the criminal justice continuum, leading prevention, diversion, ATI, SRP, and enriching community-based programs. And we believe that this programming is built through sustainable, community-driven solutions that center local stakeholders in the development and operation. Through this work, it has become abundantly clear that we must safeguard these supports and services for our young people. At Midtown, we seek a dedicated funding source to sustain and enhance our youth weapons diversion pilot for young people arrested on weapons-related charges. Founded on restorative practices, the program, called Youth Pact, fills a gap in holistic alternative to prosecution programming for 14 to 17-year-olds, giving them an early off-ramp from the traditional family court process with outcomes in education, employment, community building, and family reunification. Successful completion of the program results in a decline to prosecute with a sealed record. When a case has already been filed, the petition is withdrawn and the case is sealed, preventing a full criminal process, a record, and the many collateral consequences for young people at a pivotal age. These funds will help bolster the program's staffing to expand and enhance the use of restorative justice strategies and help cover resources such as stipends, travel expenses, and food. It's important to refrain from divesting in vital services, for the Council to remain steadfast in these commitments, and to work to enhance public safety for young people beyond enforcement. Your continued support allows the Center to keep working with at-risk and systems-involved youth, providing tailored services to help them live healthier, safer, and more economically sustained lives. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Chair Stevens. My name is Zainab Akbar, and I'm the Managing Attorney of the Family Defense Practice at Neighborhood Defender Service of Harlem. I'm testifying here today with my colleagues from Bronx Defenders, Brooklyn Defender Services, and Center for Family Representation. And I'm here to provide a background on our work and how we've utilized our City Council Right to Family Advocacy Initiative funding to benefit New Yorkers we represent. Just as our public defender colleagues in criminal court serve as an essential counterbalance to the massive power of the criminal legal system, we provide essential representation and due process protections as public defenders in family court, and with the City Council support during ACS investigations and appeals of SCR records. Together, we have represented tens of thousands of parents in Article 10 cases in family court, and we have prevented thousands of children from needlessly entering the foster system. We have reduced the New York City foster census by almost 50% since 2007. This translates to nearly $40 million in annual savings to the city and the preservation of family bonds that are priceless to our clients, their children, and to our society at large. Keeping families together out of the system is a racial justice issue. ACS's own data shows that they separate Black and brown children from their parents and place them in the foster system at rates hugely disproportional to their presence in the total population of New York City's children. ACS's own internal investigations demonstrate that they target Black and brown families and that line caseworkers are pressured by their superiors to coerce vulnerable families to relinquish their constitutional rights during investigations. The current system of mandated reporting creates a stop-and-frisk dynamic that funnels huge numbers of vulnerable Black and brown families into a system of child safety theater, where families experience intrusive investigations without any evidence that the system actually prevents or reduces harm to children. What harms children is being separated from their families. What harms children is entering the foster system, which literally guarantees higher delinquency rates, higher rates of teen birth, lower lifetime earnings, and increased likelihood of criminal legal system involvement as youth and adults. Of the hundreds of New Yorkers we have represented in fiscal year 23 during an ACS investigation, 83 to nearly 93% did not have cases filed against them as a result of our advocacy. I just have a little bit more.
10 seconds.
Okay. Of the small percentage of cases where Article 10 cases were filed, on average, 86% of the children stayed home with family or their parents rather than in the foster system. We have successfully advocated for having SCR reports amended or sealed in 90 to 100% of cases in fiscal year 23, and we are asking City Council to continue our funding in the Right to Family Advocacy Initiative.
Thank you. You did great by getting that in the last 10 seconds.
I did it.
Good afternoon. My name is Lauren Shapiro. I'm the Managing Director of the Family Defense Practice at Brooklyn Defender Services. Our offices have been providing data to the city for years, showing that the family defense contracts are drastically underfunded, leading to unmanageable caseloads and very high attrition rates. In 2019, the crisis in parent representation was documented on the state level in a report by then Chief Judge DeFiore's Commission on Parent Representation. Following that report, the state's Office of Indigent Legal Services, or ILS, undertook a study and issued caseload standards for parent representation, which demonstrated just how underfunded these contracts are. The family defense contracts must be adequately funded so we have the interdisciplinary resources we need to avoid family separation and achieve family reunification quickly, thereby reducing the time children spend in foster care and saving the city money. Now that the RFP for these contracts has been released, we are very hopeful the city will provide the increased funds needed for our offices to meet caseload standards. We urge the City Council to continue partnering with us to ensure adequate resources for parent representation, which will ensure equity and fairness to the Black and brown communities that are impacted by the family regulation and family court systems. In addition, we have two requests. We ask the City Council to call on the governor and the state legislature to appropriate $50 million in this year's budget for parent representation. This was requested by ILS and is supported by Chief Judge Wilson. These funds would supplement the money the city provides. And we also ask you to urge the governor to rescind removing $230 million from the ILS fund, Indigent Legal Services Fund, which was established by the legislature in 2003 to improve the quality of public defense. These funds were designed to help the counties and the city to support the work of public defenders, including family defense work. Thank you, Chair Stevens and the committee.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens. My name is Emma Ketteringham, and I am with the Family Defense Practice at the Bronx Defenders. Today, we urge City Council to continue the funding for the Right to Family Advocacy Project, which provides desperately needed due process protections for the low-income, primarily Black and brown families targeted by ACS. Specifically, this funding provides much-needed and otherwise unfunded legal representation during OCFS hearings and truly ameliorates one of the most unfair and harmful consequences of an ACS investigation. At the conclusion of each investigation, ACS will determine whether the report against a parent should be, quote, indicated. This is a determination made solely by ACS. If ACS indicates the case, the name of the parent is placed on the state central registry as a person who has maltreated a child. This is true regardless of whether the case is ever brought to court and the evidence reviewed by a judge, and the consequences are enormous. The record remains for years, barring parents from categories of employment and the ability to support their families, barring individuals from becoming the custodial parent of their children, and it can even bar relatives from becoming kinship caregivers to children for whom parental care is unavailable, passing those children to strangers. The only way off the SCR registry is to challenge the listing through a hearing, and representation by an attorney is critical to the hearing being fair. ACS is always represented by counsel, and the hearings require legal expertise and skill. Yet under current law, without this initiative, parents have no access to counsel in SCR hearings unless they are wealthy and can afford to hire their own. Most importantly, funding this initiative is a matter of racial justice. It is Black and brown New Yorkers who are most disadvantaged by the SCR process. With this funding, we have provided representation to hundreds of parents and succeeded in amending and sealing records up to 90% of the time. This work is a way to address the systemic racial inequities, economic disparities, and family instability perpetuated by ACS targeting. Thank you.
Hi, good evening. My name is Wanjiro Gathaiga, and I'm the Managing Director of Social Work at the Center for Family Representation. Thank you, Chairperson Stevens, and the members of the Committee of Children and Youth for holding this hearing today. Every parent charged with neglect or abuse is entitled to an attorney as soon as a case is filed in court. But prior to that time, ACS conducts an invasive, high-stakes investigation and makes critical decisions like whether to remove a child or file a case in court, typically without the parent having any access to legal counsel. Thanks to City Council funding of the Right to Family Advocacy Project, CFR, along with Neighborhood Defender Services, Bronx Defenders, and Brooklyn Defender Services, began representing some parents during ACS investigations in 2020. Currently, parents with family regulation involvement who cannot afford to hire counsel are not provided assigned attorneys until ACS files an abuse or neglect case against them in family court. Before a case is filed in court, however, critical decisions are made that have grave consequences for how cases proceed, including whether the family will be diverted to prevention programs and services, whether the case will be filed in court, and most significantly, whether children will be separated from their parents, and if so, who will care for them. Without access to counsel during this critical, important investigative stage of an Article 10 case, parents are forced to meet with ACS, make critical decisions impacting the integrity of their family, discuss the allegations against them, and navigate the state's intervention in their family without any formal support. In contrast, ACS has access to legal representation throughout their investigation. This project of the City Council is a critical element of keeping families together whenever possible. Our staff meet with parents, discuss the allegations and potential solutions, and help parents navigate the investigation process, which can often be extremely intrusive and traumatic. In addition, social workers funded by this project can work to put services in place that may result in ACS deciding not to file a case at all. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you. I have no questions for this panel.
Our last in-person panel will be Megan Nordgren, Pawnee White, Erica and Chatuji, Charisma Adams, Jason Aline, and Letty Hawthorne.
Hi. Good afternoon. And thank you for listening on a Friday afternoon at 5 o'clock.
No, thank you guys for staying and being here.
Councilwoman Stevens, it's very nice to see you again. Last time I saw you was at Highbridge Green, picking lettuce and basil and tomatoes. And cucumbers, exactly, the best. I'm Megan Nordgren. I'm with New York Sunworks. We are a nonprofit organization that builds innovative science labs in schools. And in these hydroponic classrooms, like at Highbridge Green, we use this hydroponic technology to educate students and teachers about the science of sustainability and to bring quality STEM education through the lens of urban farming. We envision a generation of environmental innovators empowered to create global climate solutions. We transform any classroom in any New York City public school into a hydroponic lab. And this is a cost-effective solution that gives students the opportunity to learn critical sustainability, science, and climate topics while they grow nutritious food right in the classroom, year-round using state-of-the-art technology. And most of these have been built with capital funding, generously given by our city council members and our borough presidents. Our program is integrated right into the science teaching, making it cost-effective and effective, but also used after school. We're currently working with over 300 schools throughout the city, and many of these, are facing budget cuts. We don't have a line item in the budget. We instead, advocate for our schools for DYCD funding through expense funding, but also for capital funding for the upfront. So we really, so the support from the city council members is essential to hands-on programming that provides, real-world training to our students, and we urge you to fund STEM education. Thank you so much.
Hello, good evening, everyone. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Stevens and City Council thank you for testifying for the opportunity today. My name is Erica Nchantagi. I am a provider specialist at Early Childhood Learning and Wellness Program for the Chinese American Planning Council. CPC is the largest Asian American social organization in the U.S., providing vital resources for more than 80,000 people per year. In the city of New York, many of the families that we serve are working class and unfortunately do not have the means to pay for affordable, quality, and accessible childcare. CPC has provided these services for many years and has been able to meet the growing needs of working New Yorkers and our dedicated staff who have worked overtime to ensure children and families thrive and work independently. I work with childcare providers who often care for children for free and families cannot afford to pay. Across the city, 126,500 children under the age of 5 rely on contracted early childhood programs or use vouchers for subsidized care. CPC operates 6 early childhood centers through contracts with the DOE, serving over 310 children ages 0 to 4. Our early child care programs are lifelines to many of the low-income immigrant communities we serve. Barriers like long waits, immigration status, tedious application processes make it very difficult for families and community members to get services. However, a universal care system proposed under a bill led by Council Member Gutierrez would alleviate this confusion and frustration. This proposal would create a more Thank you. The universal led by Council Member Gutierrez would alleviate this frustration and confusion. We are urging for an allocation for $20 million for Promise NYC to help our community, and we are also asking for salary parity for our child care workers. CPC appreciates this opportunity to testify on these issues today. Thank you.
Good evening, Chair Stevens, members of the Children and Youth Committee, all council members, and the audience in attendance today. Thank you for all the work you do and for the opportunity to testify on this important topic. I am Jason Aline, Chief Program Officer at Exalt, an organization that works with youth impacted by the criminal justice system, ages 15 through 19 from all 5 boroughs. I am pleased to be here today representing our CEO, Giselle Castro, and joining me today is an Exalt alumnus, Charisma Adams. This hearing is on the topic of the proposed funding levels for the agencies charged with supporting the youth of New York City. As is often said, budgets are a reflection of priorities. Truly, can there be a higher priority than the future of our city, which rests in the hands of our young residents? At the core, and especially in the lingering wage of the pandemic impacts on youth, providing programs and services that educate and engage, that combat the underlying conditions that lead to the school-to-prison pipeline is essential for a strong future. We encourage the city to remain committed to providing robust services and resources to those youth programs such as SYP and others that support teenagers, especially during their out-of-school hours. We also support funding for ACS that will provide the staffing, resources, and support to ensure that an experience in juvenile detention, when that is necessary, is a path to a brighter future, not a lesson in delinquency. At Exalt, we strongly support juvenile justice reforms, such as raise the age, and see the positive outcomes of that policy. However, we know that young people continue to be arrested and detained at troubling rates. Exalt fundamentally believes that the antidote to youth incarceration is innovation. Our one-of-a-kind approach, which combines criminal justice interventions with court advocacy, educational re-engagement, and workforce preparedness, proves the old adage that an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. At Exalt, our graduates, once chronically truant and dropped out of school, are 98% on track to graduate or attain their GED within 2 years. 70% of the young people that come to us with open court cases have their sentences reduced or dismissed. 95% do not recidivate, and 100% of our graduates complete an 8-week, $18 an hour paid internship that provides economic power and a doorway to the world of meaningful work. We strongly encourage this committee to continue your critical work providing both oversight and resources so that the staff and programs of the agencies here today can run efficiently and effectively for the betterment of us all. Thank you again, Councilmember Stevens, for the invitation to testify today. I would like to turn it over to Charisma now, after which we are available to take your questions.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, and thank you for the invitation here today. Councilmember Stevens, I heard you speak on Monday at Exalt at the Women's Month celebration. Thank you so much for sharing your story and giving us encouragement and advice. I really related to what you said, and I'm grateful to have been there and met you. I'm here today to share my story, which is living proof that investing in young people pays off. My name is Charisma Adams, and I'm 18, born and raised in Canarsie, Brooklyn, New York, and have been to many different high schools. Now I am currently in Urban Dove and will graduate in exactly 96 days. I have to be honest with you. 2 years ago, I didn't think that I would be graduating high school. When I started high school, I had a lot of anger issues. I got into this big fight with some other girls in my high school, and long story short, the police was involved and I was referred to Exalt. My experience at Exalt was nothing but life-changing. I've learned how to compose myself, and I've learned how to be professional. I made friends who have been through the same thing I've been through, and I also have teachers who had experiences like mine. That made me feel like I was being understood and I didn't feel judged. I graduated from Exalt in April of last year, and now I'm involved in their alumni program. In June, I am headed to basic training in Chicago because I'm going to be serving for the Navy and I will become a medic. I understand what you all do in leading the city and choosing how to spend the money. And it's not easy, but I know that spending money to make sure teenagers like me have options like Exalt is the right move. I think that it's very important that all people who are involved with Exalt who get in trouble can be helped and become better people. Because I had the opportunity, I learned that the way you grow up is not the way you have to be. Thank you again, Councilmember Stevens, and everyone here today for listening.
Okay, sorry about that. Good afternoon, Councilmember Stevens, and thank you to you and each member of the committee for holding this time for all of us. My name is Pony White. I work as the Senior Prevention Coordinator for the New York City Alliance Against Sexual Assault. For over 20 years, the Alliance has worked to prevent sexual violence and reduce the harm it causes through education, research, and advocacy. I'm here today to talk with you about the importance of sexual violence prevention for New York City youth and to ask for $125,000 in support of our Project DOT empowerment program through the Young Women's Initiative. Sexual violence prevention programming that focuses on teenage girls is essential. According to the CDC, in 2021 alone, 18% of high school girls experience sexual violence. These rates have been rising and at a disproportionate rate in comparison to the sexual violence experienced by young boys. The Alliance's Project DOT addresses sexual violence in a way that leverages community strength and prioritizes young girls' leadership development with a focus on social norm change, healthy relationships, practicing consent, and safe bystander engagement techniques. We work to broaden the reach of DOT to a diversity of young women of color and LGBTQIA+ youth. As a DOT facilitator myself and somebody who has survived sexual violence, I'm grateful to be in the space with young folks who are challenging and deconstructing regressive social norms and creating a society that is rooted in mutual respect, safety, and dignity. To prevent sexual violence across New York City, it is essential that we train and empower youth. Our Project DOT is a proven program that changes young women's lives and initiates ripples of impact throughout their communities. We're asking for the Council's continued funding through the Young Women's Initiative of $125,000 to support this transformational work. Thank you for your time and attention. I welcome your questions after.
Good evening, Chair Stevens. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Letty Hawthorne, and I am from the Bushwick section of Brooklyn before it became trendy. I am the Assistant Program Director at Atlantic Terminal's Cornerstone for University Settlement. We would like to raise budget concerns that our after-school programs are facing. We believe that DYCD should reconsider how they calculate rate of participation, which many of us know as ROP. Since COVID, the landscape for how families use after school has changed tremendously. But that does not mean that there is not the same, if not a more need since COVID for these services. For example, parents who have flexibility for hybrid work may only work 2 to 3 days of after school for their children. As well, many students are now facing 2 to 3 days of additional academic tutoring with the DOE. We want to continue to support that. These students need our after school programs for either 2 to 3 days a week because they are in DOE enrichment. But with the ROP situation, DYCD does not count that. So we're seeking that for all of the students who are with us as far as attendance. Additionally, we are excited to welcome and support asylum seekers in our programs, but the system created by the city makes it extremely difficult, if not impossible, for asylum seekers seeking to enroll their students in our programs. Since their buses only run during the beginning and end of the school day, many of these students are unable to enroll in our programs because they have no transportation. Even if they can enroll in the after-school programs, they can't stay for longer than a few months because they are moved to different shelters. This inconsistency in the student population makes it difficult for after-school programs to, can I continue? 10 seconds. Thank you. To maintain stable enrollment, and as for our funding, is dependent on that, and an inflexible rate of participation. We are also worried about how this will negatively impact our programs. We will submit longer testimony. Thank you so much for having me. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you. I do not have any questions for this panel, but Charisma, I do want you to know, and I would like you to let all the other young ladies know at Exhort. I started my Monday out talking to this group of powerful women, well, young women, and you guys kept saying I inspired you, but y'all poured into me. I don't think you guys realize that. People in these positions need to see and hear stories and just be around the light that you guys all have. And so please just go back and let those young girls know that, like, I needed that more than they needed me in that moment. So I know y'all keep saying I inspired you, but, like, just to see that you guys didn't have that opportunity didn't use it as a failure and you're using it as a launch pad for your next steps, continuing to makes me understand why I fight as hard as I do and why I do the things that I do. So starting out my week, talking to you guys, and then being here today, fighting for you guys, is no other way that I want to do it. So thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, thank you to this panel. That concludes our in-person testimony, and we are going to take a 5-minute recess before we transition to remote testimony. Okay, we're ready to begin the remote testimony. For virtual panelists, once your name is called, a member of our staff will unmute you and the Sergeant at Arms will set the timer and give you the go-ahead to begin. Please wait for the Sergeant to announce that you may begin before delivering your testimony. And our first panelist will be Nora McCarthy. Nora, you may begin when the Sergeant starts your clock.
You may begin.
Hi, everybody. Thank you so much for having me, and I apologize that I could not come in today in person. I'm the director of the New York City Family Policy Project, which focuses on the child welfare system in New York City. And I know some of you have seen our report on the State Central Register. The SCR receives hotline calls and decides whether they meet the criteria under state law to be investigated. Our report found that New York screens out far fewer hotline calls than almost any state. New York is rejecting only 25% of calls, while the national average is 50%. That suggests that thousands of New York City children and families are experiencing totally unwarranted investigations because the state is not using its screen out authority. While the power to hold the state agency accountable lies with the state legislature, there are steps that the City Council and this committee can take to better protect New York City children from unwarranted investigations and their impacts. First, in future hearings, you can ask ACS to describe cases it is seeing where a report should not have been registered for investigation, and seek to understand the steps ACS has taken to close those cases quickly to reduce harm to the family. For example, CARES cases often can be closed after the 7-day assessment, but in 80% of cases, they stay open for 40 to 60 days. The council can seek data and ask questions about how ACS is using or not using its power to quickly close these unwarranted cases. Second, you can ask ACS about steps it is taking to assess malicious reports and to refer them for prosecution. Again, ACS does not have to complete every intrusive step in a full investigative protocol, such as entering the home, asking for health and mental health and school records, and talking with neighbors, teachers, and doctors. The council can seek to learn more about how ACS is responding to probable malicious reports and taking steps to reduce the impact on children and families and refer these to law enforcement. Lastly, through joint hearings, this committee can seek information about the steps that New York City agencies and human services providers
Your time has expired.
are taking to reduce hotline calls. What we know about investigations is that they narrow parent social networks and lead parents to fear seeking help, which can make children feel less safe. This committee can hold ACS accountable for its practices during investigations and can seek to address over-reporting by other city agencies and contracted providers. Thanks so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next panelist will be Danielle Gerard. Danielle, you may begin when the Sergeant starts your clock.
You may begin.
Thank you, Chair Stevens and committee members. My name is Leah Dunbar. I'm a paralegal at Children's Rights testifying for Danielle Gerard, a senior staff attorney at Children's Rights. Since 1995, Children's Rights has been a national advocate for youth and state systems. We're also a member of the New York City Jails Action Coalition and advocate on behalf of young adults on Rikers. New York City's young adults need the council's help. We call on you to close Rikers by August 2027. Mayor Adams' proposed budget will reduce the chances of closing Rikers on time in accordance with the law passed by the City Council by cutting funding for alternatives to incarceration, the supervised release program, and reentry services to the tune of $27.8 million, and failing to adequately fund community resources. All of these programs would reduce the population on the island and hasten its closure. We urge your committee and the council to restore these cuts and more, as detailed in my written testimony. The cuts that the administration is proposing will uniquely affect young adults incarcerated on Rikers. Incarceration reduces youth success in education and employment, and also leads to lasting damage to their health and well-being. On the other hand, ATIs lead to better outcomes for young adults and adolescents, all while costing far less than incarceration. Reducing funding for alternatives to confinement and reentry services makes no sense morally, ethically, or fiscally. Instead of allocating $2.6 billion to the Department of Correction, the council should reduce the department's uniform headcount, eliminate vacancies, and hold staff accountable for chronic absenteeism. Both incarcerated young adults and New York City taxpayers deserve better and better for their money. Surely the City Council can see its way clear to reducing the cruelty and degradation that define our criminal legal system. We look to you and Speaker Adams to negotiate a fair, just, and reasonable budget that serves all New Yorkers, including young adults and adults on Rikers, and expedites closure of the island. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today.
Thank you. Our next panelist will be Alejandra. You may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
You may begin.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair Stevens and members of the Youth Service Committee for allowing me to testify. My name is Alejandra Eng, and I'm the Program Manager of Community Tennis at New York Junior Tennis and Learning, funded as the New York Junior Tennis League, Inc. I have been a part of the NYJTL family for over 20 years, first starting as a participant when I was 10 years old. Growing up in a Latino, soccer-driven, and low-income household with immigrant parents, tennis didn't seem like a sport that was for me. However, I'm only one of thousands that have been able to benefit from NYJTL's free programming. Funded under the Physical Education and Fitness Initiative, NYJTL provides quality tennis instruction, educational programming, and character development to youth in every borough of New York City through our community tennis program and school-time tennis program, allowing us to reach nearly 90,000 youngsters annually. It is our belief that talent is universal, but access and opportunity are not. And that is why we have strived over the last 53 years to introduce the sport of tennis to all children, including those with special needs. The overwhelming majority of the young people we serve are Black, Latino, Asian, and from immigrant communities. And nearly 70% of our participants are 10 and under. Many of our participants come from low-income families and neighborhoods where young people lack access to learning the sport of tennis. We are extremely grateful for the council support throughout the years, but this year we are seeking $1 million in citywide funding, an increase of $200,000, our first increase in 16 years. Unlike contracts with DYCD and other agencies, council discretionary contracts are not eligible for COLA increases. The only way for the council to address COLA is to enhance funding to its initiatives. Given the years of rising costs as well as the impact of inflation, it is becoming increasingly challenging for NYJTL to continue to provide the level of tennis programming that we are known for with our current level of funding. During the pandemic, when the youth needed us, NYJTL was there. The pandemic hit in March, we were back on the courts in August, providing a safe environment for kids to relieve stress and socialize. In order to keep
Your
up
time
with
has
these costs and
expired.
to continue our programming, we urge the council to enhance funding for the Physical Education and Fitness Initiative and to support our request. With your support, we can continue to change the lives of thousands of New York City youth and their families. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next panelist will be Betty Bays Mello. You may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
You may begin.
Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the need for continued funding for Promise NYC. My name is Betty Baez Mello. I'm an attorney and the director of the Early Childhood Education Project at Advocates for Children of New York. We were pleased when the city launched Promise NYC last year to increase access to early childhood education programs for children who are undocumented and appreciate the City Council's efforts to secure funding. Unfortunately, the mayor's preliminary budget does not include funding to continue this crucial initiative, and hundreds of children risk being turned away from their programs after June. Many childcare and preschool programs, including the New York City Public Schools infant and toddler programs, as well as 3K and pre-K programs that offer extended hours, require families to qualify for subsidized childcare assistance in order to enroll. These programs have historically excluded children who are undocumented as they're not eligible for this subsidy based on state and federal restrictions. Since its launch in January 2023, hundreds of families of children who are undocumented have been able to secure childcare funding through Promise NYC to attend a variety of early childhood programs. Thanks to the program, children have benefited from safe, high-quality programs that prepare them for success in elementary school and beyond, while their parents have been able to work and connect to resources. Unfortunately, this funding is set to expire in June, meaning that children risk losing a seat in their program and new families will be unable to apply. In fiscal year 2023, the city allocated $10 million, which served approximately 600 children for half the year, from January to June of 2023. Last year, the city allocated just $16 million for the entire fiscal year instead of the $20 million that was requested. So for fiscal year 2025, as demand continues to grow, we recommend that the city allocate and baseline $20 million in the Administration for Children's Services budget for Promise NYC. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next panelist will be Danny Lamb. Danny, you may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
You may begin.
Hi,
Chair Stevens and members of the committee, I'm Rachel Gazdick. I'm the CEO of New York Edge, and we're here today to ask that you prioritize New York Edge's fiscal year 25 citywide funding request. We are seeking $1.2 million under the council's after-school enrichment initiative, an increase of $200,000 over last year. This would be our first increase in 16 years. We are also seeking for the first time $250,000 under the council's Social and Emotional Learning for Students initiative. SEL is integrated into every element of our programming at New York Edge. New York Edge is the largest provider of school-based after-school programming and summer programming in New York City. We serve over 30,000 students in all 37 council districts, and we also serve in 134 schools. Our mission is to really encourage young people to become the next doctor, the next Pixar animator, the next book publisher. And we do that by, we have a children's book publishing company that the children just sign books at the Strand and they're sold at Barnes & Noble and on Amazon. Our sports leagues are run throughout the year. We offer well over 50 different sports for kids. On Saturdays, we have full programs of hundreds of kids in parks and gyms. The Flag Football League this year, the finals were played at the Jets Stadium, and it's a very organized sports. Our health and wellness and our arts programs perform at Rockefeller Center. This weekend, we have the step competition, and the winner will go to Washington, D.C. with Step Africa. We have national chess champions. And so we really are building a program that allows kids to see themselves. Our podcast, which I co-host with middle schoolers, just won the Anthem Award.
Your time has expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next panelist will be Derwin Green. You may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
You may begin.
Okay, good afternoon. Thank you everyone for this time. Good afternoon, elected officials and representatives. On behalf of Kingsbridge Heights Community Center, I would like to say thank you for the opportunity to have our contribution to this important discussion council with others who are using their voice this afternoon. After-school programming is an integral part of our society, ensuring that our youth have access to safe spaces to learn or receive education and resources that are not available to them in school. After-school programs engage students in ways and areas that may not be possible during the school day based on the objectives and obligations that schools are required to meet. After-school programming participants receive SEL groups, STEM activities, internship opportunities, hot meals, trips, advocacy, exposure to post-secondary education and careers, and have an opportunity to be with fellow youth to develop socially in order to be more tolerant and emotionally developed adults. That should be the goal. Provide opportunities and resources to youth to overcome the external and internal factors in themselves, families, and communities in order to thrive and break cycles of poverty and inequity as they progress through life. In my role as a social worker since the pandemic, I have administered numerous mental health assessments and have had countless conversations in groups and one-on-one with you where youth have expressed apprehension, trepidation, and ambiguity about their ability to obtain a career that will sustain them as an adult. And a time where students feel less hopeful about their future because they are so overwhelmed by the challenges each day brings. Why are we indirectly creating more barriers that they will have to overcome? It is easy to understand the correlation of how a lack of education can lead to a lack of opportunity. Then it's quite obvious a lack of resources will lead to a lack of hope for our youth. This is highly true of Black and brown youth who face numerous systemic hurdles in order to be alive and graduate high school in New York City. Every dollar removed or cut is a resource that is vital to our children's development. Budget cuts are people. These are people who are willing to stand in the gap and fill in for families because of varying mitigating factors that families and parents are not able to be all things for their children.
Your time expired.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next panelist will be Joanna Lund-Pops.
You may begin.
Thank you, Committee Chair Stevens and the members of the New York City Council for holding this important hearing of the Committee on Children and Youth. My name is Joanna Lund-Pops, and I am the Director of Program Innovation and Government Relations at Big Brothers Big Sisters of New York City, also known as BBBS of NYC. I'm here today to advocate on behalf of the thousands of youth who BBBS of NYC serves each year and young people across all 5 boroughs. According to Mentor New York, 1 in 3 young people in New York will grow up without a mentor, and over 500,000 young people in New York need or want a mentor. Long-term mentorship, like BBBS of NYC's evidence-based one-to-one mentoring model, is linked to positive youth outcomes, can mitigate barriers to opportunity, and reduces the likelihood of adverse childhood experiences. In BBBS of NYC's workplace mentoring program, we match high school students with corporate volunteers to prepare them for post-secondary success. In our community-based mentoring program, we provide one-to-one mentoring to New York City youth in a community-based setting by matching them with a vetted and trained adult volunteer from the community. Both of our mentoring programs not only connect youth to transformational mentoring relationships, but also provide opportunities for youth to deepen their career readiness skills, acquire social capital, and grow their SEL skills. As we look to FY25, we hope to continue to ignite youth potential with the support of the Council, who have long been champions of our programming and the youth whom we serve. Thank you to the Council for your ongoing support of BBBS of NYC through both our designated initiative and individual discretionary allocations. It is imperative that New York City Council fully funds our organization and all other programs that provide essential services to the youth in our city. Their success is New York City's success. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next panelist will be Dr. Marcia Jean Charles. You may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
You may begin.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and members of the Committee on Children and Youth. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today. This is Rio. He really wanted to be on camera, and thus will be here too. For over 25 years, the Brotherhood Sister Soul has been at the forefront of social justice, educating, organizing, and training to challenge inequity and champion opportunity for all. With a focus on Black and Latinx youth, BROSIS is where young people claim the power of their history, identity, and community to build the future they want to see. BROSIS provides around-the-clock support and wraparound programming, making space for Black and Latinx young people to examine their roots, define their stories, and awaken their agency. We believe that all youth deserve safe, high-quality, holistic, and positively transformative educational experiences. If we believe in equity, as we do, and want to create the future all New Yorkers deserve, we must build within our school systems of accountability, restorative justice, and behavioral management that do not include the NYPD, and holistically support student success. Our vision for education in New York public schools includes safe, restorative, and healing environments where all students have the opportunity to learn and grow. And to meet this goal, we must equitably resource New York State public schools and defund the tactics that push out marginalized students. Our youth of the Brotherhood Sister Soul collectively not only want but need the city to provide New York City schools the funding and mental health support, along with funding for wellness centers within their schools. Our youth demand a cessation of the cuts to the education budget and that our elected officials protect critical programs funded with the $1 billion in federal COVID relief funds, including protecting the baseline current $21 million allocation for restorative justice, $5 million for mental health continuum, and $77 million for counselors, social workers, and mental health professionals.
Your time has expired.
Know that expanding, thank you, the school-based restorative justice and social emotional support are funding and creating restorative programs in our schools. We ask that you continue this funding.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next panelist will be Marisha Harry. You may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
Good afternoon, Chair Stevens and committee members. Thank you for allowing me to testify today. My name is Maricia Harry. I'm a member of Freedom of Gender and the Campaigns to Close Rikers. I'm also a Brooklyn native. I am writing this testimony to emphasize the need for quality mental health treatment for our children, youth, and families. Due to the lack of resources and multiple barriers, most people in our communities are not even aware of their diagnosis, and even those who are cannot find adequate help without their disability being seen by society as behavioral. As a result, our communities are being punished and abandoned on Rikers Island while their mental health continues to deteriorate and worsen. Children are always the first to be impacted by the traumas and historical neglect communities like mine face. Since my younger brother was 12, I've watched him cycle through the system despite DOE and DOH knowing about my brother's diagnosis of both ADHD and oppositional defiant disorder. This was hard for me as an older sister. I wanted to desperately find him the help he needed, but I didn't know what it looked like, and the resources I could not find, the resources I found were only punitive. When my parents asked for help, it came from the form of multiple ACS cases, which were used as a threat to my brother and my parents to change behaviors that neither of them had control of. As a result, he became a target to NYPD at an incredibly young age, which created huge turmoil, labeling him throughout Brooklyn, and has failed him throughout his childhood, sitting in Rikers Island for 2.5 years, and now sitting in prison miles away from me and my family. Today, I am one of the main support pillars in my brother's incarceration, but I'm also a mother of 2 boys. One is diagnosed with the same ADHD ODD as my brother. I refuse to let the same thing happen to my child as our city continues to overfund agencies like Department of Corrections and NYPD. I fear that the experience is still the reality for the youth in my community because of the mayor's budget priorities. Under Mayor Adams, our city's youth incarceration is up, and so are racist practices like stop, question, and frisk. The mayor
Your time
plans
has
to
expired.
maintain a $2.6 billion budget. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next panelist will be Natisha Romaine. You may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
You may begin.
Chair Stevens and members of the Committee on Children and Youth, my name is Natisha Romaine, and I'm Director of Adolescent Services at Red Hook Initiative, also known as RHI. RHI is a community-based organization in Red Hook, Brooklyn, serving 6,500 public housing residents annually through various youth and community programs. I'm here to testify today on behalf of our organization regarding the cuts to DYCD funding and the proposed FY25 preliminary budget and what this will mean for the young people we serve. I know that you have heard from many community groups who are deeply impacted by the proposed $6.9 million cut for after-school programs. In our district alone, this means that 203 youth will lose access to program seats. At RHI, these cuts will directly remove 53 seats in our after-school program, specifically the sunsetting of an over-enrolled and successful Compass Explorer program. To a young person, a seat in our program is a safe place to go after school. To a young person, the seat is an opportunity to get access to college scholarships. To a young person, the seat is an opportunity to confide in a social worker after a stressful day. The seat represents a youth worker who will be on site to support them, an academic advisor who checks their homework, and a facilitator who works with them on projects relating to reproductive rights, community safety, or community farming. To a Red Hook family, the seat is an opportunity to have much needed childcare while at work. With these impending budget cuts, the Red Hook community will lose 53 chances to empower our next generation. The next generation of college graduates, the next generation of reproductive health educators, the next generation of community organizers. The loss of these 53 seats is more than just an after-school program. It is a threat to the future of Red Hook. We represent a community that is constantly starved for resources around education, youth programming, job development, library services, and more. The City of New York must do better to serve our families, and these cuts represent a reversal and not forward progress. As a community-based organization serving Red Hook families, we see how critical the resources DYCD provides are. We ask that
Your
you work
time has expired.
collectively to avoid these cuts. Thank you for the work of the committee and the opportunity to testify.
Thank you. Our next panelist will be Raisa Reyes. You may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
Thank you to the committee and Chair Stevens for hearing our testimony today and your commitment to supporting LGBTQ youth. My name is Raisa Reyes, pronouns she, her. I'm the outreach coordinator at the Ellie Forney Center. As the state's largest and most comprehensive service for LGBTQ youth experiencing homelessness and a member of the Coalition of Homeless Youth, we advocate with them for the addition of $16,455,000 in DYCD RHY funding. Over the last year, we have seen an increase in the amount of youth accessing our drop-in center, including more minors and new arrivals and unaccompanied youth with no increase to funding. Along with our partner programs in the continuum, we have been doing the best we can with what we have and making it stretch. It has a limit. We are doing 15 to 20 new intakes a day. To address this issue, the city needs to fund DYCD drop-in centers to be able to meet the increased needs and pressure on programs by adding $1.63 million and a one-time 30% contract increase for DYCD-funded drop-in center contracts. To meet the direct and time-sensitive needs of new arrivals, we need youth-specific legal services funding $625,000 since youth in DYCD programs have been excluded from city-funded legal support. As a society, we have failed when anyone, especially children and youth, are unhoused. So it's our duty to do everything we could do to get them out of homelessness quickly and permanently. At AFC, our waitlists have significantly grown in the last 6 months. For the first time in over a year, we have a waitlist of 16 to 20-year-olds, and our 21 plus beds are over 100. Even before 21 plus youth were waiting 3 to 6 months for an emergency housing bed, relying mostly on 24-hour drop-in centers. In order to meet the consistent need of our 21 plus youth, we need an additional 100 DYCD RHY beds. Additionally, programs should be able to decide if they want to change some under 21 beds to meet their current
Thank you.
needs,
Your time
which
has
will
expired.
not require additional. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Our next panelist will be Sierra Kraft. You may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
You may begin.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairperson Stevens and the Committee on Children and Youth for inviting testimony. My name is Sierra Kraft, and I'm the Executive Director of the iCare Coalition. We are a coalition of legal service organizations providing free representation to unaccompanied immigrant children facing deportation in New York City while advocating for universal access to counsel. Having access to an attorney can be a matter of life and death for immigrant children and families. Immigrants are not granted the right to an attorney in immigration proceedings, not even if they're children. I was attending a court hearing the other day, and a 2-year-old was expected to represent himself, which is simply unacceptable. While New York continues to rank 4th highest in the country for number of unaccompanied arrivals, with over 8,500 young New Yorkers arriving annually, we see thousands of young people who are fleeing violence and trauma in their home country in search of safety, protection, and opportunities in New York City. And without representation, they stand just a 15% chance of winning their case, resulting in rapid deportation back to countries where their lives are at risk. With the support from City Council through the Unaccompanied Minors and Families Initiative, you've made it possible for iCare to stand alongside over 12,000 young immigrants. Children represented by iCare attorneys have over a 90% success rate, and iCare attorneys are on the front lines every day defending immigrant children's rights and upholding New York values. However, we haven't received an increase in over 5 years, while thousands of young people await legal support vulnerable to deportation if they cannot find an attorney. Today, we urgently call upon the city to prioritize funding for the many unaccompanied minors in New York City that are reliant on iCare's critical legal services. You've heard from some of our partners today. We're a coalition of 7 legal service providers, and we're seeking $5.7 million this year to serve 1,800 children through legal screenings, know your rights trainings, direct representation, and referrals to
Thank you.
city
Your
and
time has
social
expired.
services. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next panelist will be Siobhan Laron.
You may begin.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Siobhan Lochran. I work for the Adult Learning Center at Lehman College. You've heard my colleagues speak today about the need for adult literacy and ESOL classes. I'd like to touch specifically on the need for digital literacy for adults. I'm currently teaching a basic computer skills and software skills class to ESOL students. And as I started teaching, I reflected on my own journey to digital proficiency. And it started with elementary school, a weekly computer class, and continued at my family's home computer. And I raise this because it outlines 2 crucial elements that our adult students are missing, which are explicit instruction from a teacher and access to resources. You likely take for granted knowing the difference between the shift and caps lock keys, or the difference between a left and right click on a mouse. But once upon a time, learning that difference took explicit instruction. Then it took practice, a lot of practice. But we forget how we learned because it was simply incorporated into the demands of our daily lives at school and at work. But for our adult education students, they instead see those demands as barriers to jobs, to educational opportunities, to their child's future. When asked the first day of class, "Why are you here?" their answers were along the lines of, "It's everywhere. You go to the doctor and you have to check in with a tablet. We must learn computers just to exist in society." Many of our students are proficient on their smartphones, but they don't often know how to type. They can't organize and download files. They can't organize their email inbox, and they don't know how to keep their personal information safe and secure online. All of this digital know-how requires explicit instruction from a teacher and hours of practice. That practice is hard to come by when you don't have a laptop
Thank
or
you. Your
Wi-Fi
time
at
has
home.
expired.
Thank you.
Thank you. And we have one more person. Katie Blondell, you may begin when the sergeant starts your clock.
Your time begins.
Good afternoon. I've listened to all the testimonies. Thank you, Councilmember Stevens, for this hearing on our children and youth. I'm the president of Red Hook West Houses over here in Brooklyn, and we've been under steady construction for about 8 years. We have no play areas, no watering stations, nothing. Our library, though the mayor did restore the budget, our library is gone for the next 2 years under renovation. We have so much resiliency work going on. We have no place for the children. And as a person who grew up in Brooklyn, went to PAL and really, relied on these services, I'm imploring you to do not remove any seats from the Red Hook community. We've been suffering for a long time with environmental burdens, as well as really finding it hard to get people to even want to come to support us, whether that's, staff or whatever. And the thing is, these children need something to do. We cannot have young people in the street with nothing to do. And for that reason, I sat here since 10 o'clock listening to all the different comments, but I want my taxpaying dollar to go back to these areas around public housing, because they don't, even though they have community centers, a lot of times they don't have use for it, or the center's not big enough for the population. We have 3,000 apartments in Red Hook with one community center in the front. But, we need to keep the after school services open. As a young parent, I didn't want my kids to come home to an empty house. An empty house and an idle mind is the devil's playground. So I implore you to keep our children busy by making sure they have after school programs and
Thank you. Your
food
time
to
has
eat
expired.
after school. Thank you so much.
Thank you. That concludes our remote testimony. If there's anyone that we missed who would like to testify via Zoom, please raise your hand and we'll call on you in the order of hands raised. Okay, seeing no one else, I will turn it back to the chair for closing statements.
I just want to say this was a very long hearing and the first hearing that we have of children and youth, but I want to say thank you to everyone who has been here from 10 o'clock. Special shout out to ACS, who has Stephanie and DePaul here, being the designated survivors and listening to the testimonies of the community and providers. Also, special shout out to all the staff, our Sergeant at Arms, who've been holding it down all day. I really appreciate it. And this was, to me, understanding that we are in a fiscal crisis, but a budget is a moral document of where we believe things are important. And if we do not deem our kids important, we will continue to see cuts in this program. And everyone knows that I will fight to the end to ensure that we are prioritizing our young people across the city. So thank you to everyone who was here since 9 o'clock this morning. And with that, I adjourn this hearing.